the hell is going on?
You're absolutely clueless, aren't you?
You're supposed to be giving reasons for the flat Earth, my friend. Please give us 5 reasons that the Earth is flat. Give us 5 reasons, please.
I think he's demonstrated at this point that he cannot do that.
Okay, so
I changed his roles.
If you go visit
Thank
the
you,
ice
Larry.
lake in Iceland, you're not going to be.
I think he's Googling. Googling his answers.
He said 266 miles.
Yeah, I know.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Don't
And
forget.
how did he get his roles? That's my question. That's the bigger question.
Yeah, exactly. What? Like,
Wasn't
Oh my
That's some crazy infiltrate type stuff right there.
Okay, we're going to do some research. We're going to find out who gave him them roles, and then we're going to demote them by 3 roles.
Wasn't that Stargazer?
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all, why? I mean, y'all are taking his roles now. He's been here for like almost what seems like as long as I have.
Well, maybe
Did you hear the last interaction?
maybe he's just slightly diminished
The
because
last
he doesn't.
interaction is the same as all of them. I don't. I'm just wondering if
It
anybody
sounded like a.
remembers
Yeah, sorry. Interaction with the Glober, it sounded like.
What do you want to know, bro? Just fucking ask the question. Like, what's the vibe?
5 different reasons that the Earth is not
What?
globe. 5 different reasons the Earth is flat. Either that or why it's not a globe. Give us 5 of those, please.
No,
One at a
I
time.
think I think maybe you misunderstood the question there, old sir.
Yo,
I think that we are on the same we're in the same argumentation vibe. But
Let's ask
what's the real
room if
question?
if I misunderstood. Shut up. Did I misunderstand, room? Well, thanks
No.
for the fucking backup. Oh. No, I did not. That's right.
Okay, so you need another younger man to help you understand whether or not you misunderstood the question. Is that
If I were here right now, I would whoop your
yikes?
little ass. Anyway, so let's get back to the questions, you little pussy.
Yeah. So let's go back to the questions. Ask the questions, man.
Give us one reason the Earth is flat. You already gave us one. You said because water is level. Bingo, ding, 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 ding. You scored 1 point. Now you need to score 4 more. Or we're taking all your flat Earth rolls away and throwing them in the garbage. Do you get it?
Okay. Well, I wish those roles had some kind of value. Like
They
But
do if you can back
unfortunately-
them up.
I wish you had some value, bro. I really do.
oh, but
You
ask your
have value.
questions. Ask your questions, man.
I already did. We just need 4 more answers.
Well, ask your questions there, good sir. How old are you?
One more reason the
How old
Earth
are you?
The question was already asked. Why are you
That's
going into a red herring or something? Logical
Okay.
fallacy.
way,
Actually-
way older and wiser than you. I got a college education, 3.59 grade point average in college, by the way. And
All right.
I think that you
I
are
believe you,
probably elementary grade educated. So let's please move on.
Actually, I'm underwater. I'm underwater grade.
You are underwater right now, it sounds like, because you.
No, I'm underwater grade level education. So I never my education never exceeded the surface of
Does
the ocean.
anybody
This guy's
does
a
anybody
troll.
object to me kicking this guy out of here?
Oh, he's a troll. Get him out.
I don't know. He hasn't said anything coherent the whole time I've listened to him. I don't know what his deal is.
He said his education was something to do with surfing underneath water because he was a surfer boy.
Skygazer, when did you become a flat earther?
Just a trolling. He's just a troll.
Bro, I was responding to your comments, son. What are you talking about?
You heard me. You're a troll. Under the bridge, troll.
No, you're a
Skygazer, when did you become a flat earther?
When did I become a flat earther? Probably
And how?
6 years ago. Legitimately.
What made you come to flat Earth? What was the key defining factor?
Key defining factor was disputing the moon landing.
No, but was it a video you watched? Was it something somebody
really
said to you that clicked?
It doesn't pertain directly to what the Earth is, though, does it? I mean, it kind of does, but I mean, you would think that you would go with something more direct than that.
Well, I'll answer the question. It was the question of when I saw the interview of Neil Armstrong and his Goonies when they were going like. So that's what it is. But ban me if you want.
I can see how that would lead to suspicion about what they're saying the Earth is, but it's not enough to draw necessarily a conclusion that it's not a globe.
Well, it's cool. If you want to ban me, you can ban me.
You should.
That's really cool.
It's not about banning you. It's about you come in here acting like you're a flat earther. We just want evidence that you can actually call yourself a flat earther because you know the
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's probably my bad.
That's the problem.
No, that's probably my bad. The reality is, I've been visiting this channel back and forth for like 5 years. So
then why haven't you learned something by now? Then.
Well, that's a fucking good question, man.
Yeah,
that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think we all have something to learn, but.
Well, you said the thing that brought you to flat Earth was the Neil Armstrong thing, and then you tried to say how far away the moon was according to the heliocentric model, and you said 266 miles. Which, I mean, even helios who know nothing about the flat Earth and barely know anything about the heliocentric model know that it's 238,000 miles, allegedly.
Well, okay, maybe I missed the fucking numbers, man. I apologize. I thought it was wasn't it like 230 miles or something like that? Like, that's maybe only
238,000 miles?
No, like the moon. Like, we're talking about the distance of the moon from the Earth. Isn't it 280 miles?
1,000 miles. That's 30 Earth sizes away.
What's with the moon, by the way? Is it like a sphere? Is it the disk?
These are alleged heliocentric model numbers.
I fucked up big time, and I need to be banned, and I need to be removed from the channel. It's over. It's over for me. It's over.
You're punished.
You get the comedy role. That's for goddamn sure.
I think maybe you should stay after that.
Don't laugh.
That was very funny.
It's very serious.
It's ironic that your name is Skygazer, too.
Game over.
No,
Game over.
It's literally not ironic. It's not ironic. It's anti-ironic because...
You should hang your head in shame, Skygazer.
Bro.
I find it funny that the only thing you do understand is that you should probably be banned.
Bro, that is funny. That is funny, but
if we can see you do the walk of the flat Earth walk of shame, that means you got to walk around the globe. You have to walk around the globe 5 times with your head hanging down low.
No, but it also means you know what the Skygazer does? No, you don't understand. The Skygazer of the palace. You don't know your history, man. The Skygazer of the palace actually destroys. The Skygazer has like laser sights that's able to obliterate gargoyles.
God damn.
Yeah, obliterate. That's a real word. That's a real word.
It is.
Obliterate.
Does the Skygazer
sounds like obliterate and liberate at the same time?
Obliterate.
But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If you want to ban me, it's good. It's good.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, because you'll just come back next week with a new name and a new icon logo, right?
Well, fuck you! I never asked
See,
for
he
that.
can't
I
even get
never asked
banned now, even if he tries. We're just gonna side with Elijah because we like Elijah. We trust Elijah.
This guy's a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like an epic name, like an epic N-word. Everybody loves an epic N-word, right? So.
I don't know.
What?
Maybe
What?
not. All the Skygazers were priests, or I think all the Skygazers were priests.
But you love the N-words? Is that what we're saying?
Why are we letting him get away with
Yeah, I do like N-word. No, that one.
Yeah, that's a big no, especially when it comes to Elijah. I'm not going to stand for any of that.
Self-referential jokes, bro.
Let Elijah ban him now then.
Well, much love, and see you in 2 weeks, my friend.
I called it.
Yeah, he did.
Jesus. I wonder if they sit around figuring like, let's pick this name or let's pick that name. Well, that would be a good icon logo.
They do waste our time in here quite a bit, don't they?
Jesus.
I do remember that 1967 Star Trek episode when Spock was talking to Kirk and they were talking about the space-time continuum and how they could go back to Earth in 1969. So, he may have something to that. We can't. Gene Roddenberry was, way ahead of his time. So, what can I say?
I would love to hear a conversation between the Skygazer and the Pea Drinker. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, where only those two are in an arena setting and they can't turn off their audio. and they can't mute the other person. They're forced to listen to each other. That would be great. Bring a whole new meaning to the arena, wouldn't it?
Happy Friday the 13th.
I know. I feel lucky. Right. I feel lucky today.
I'm not a Knights Templar, so I'm feeling pretty good about myself as well. Execute Order 66.
I was saying it earlier. Be thankful that you're not a Templar in the 1300s, yeah?
Have any of you guys seen recently? I just saw this recently, but I guess it's been out for a long time. That NASA has something at the Cape Canaveral in Florida, and it's called the Crawler. And it's a machine that's like this giant platform army tank thing that costs millions and millions of dollars to carry the rocket ship like 200 or 300 yards from where it's at in the building to the launch site.
They couldn't have paid like all the strongmen to get together.
NASA spends $66 million per day to not explore space. That's all we got to know.
Yeah, let's just use that 66 number every time now. Might as well. It'll be 66 million anyway soon, right? It's inevitable.
Wait a minute. Then how do you explain they found diamonds on Uranus? How else would they find the diamonds on Uranus if they didn't go into space? Explain.
No, that was Trixie. That was Trixie down the street at the little, that little dance club thing. Yeah.
I think you have it wrong, Godric. I think it's Jupiter rains diamonds and Uranus smells like farts.
Yeah, that. How can they find that out if they didn't go into space, right?
They analyzed 1 pixel of illumination. and determine that.
Boy, isn't that stuff great.
Dude, spectroscopy is a thing.
Too bad they'll never go there. No one will ever go there.
Don't make me go there.
Where no one has gone before or will ever go.
Why weren't we notified it went past 66 million? Oh, shoot. Now it's already past it.
Spectroscopy is a real thing.
That's not what Trixie said. Your $2 million per hour going to good use.
No, but seriously, anybody seen the crawler? Anyone?
Is that a 50s sci-fi one?
Dude, I'm gonna have to post a video on it, dude. It's crazy ridiculous, dude. So they got like 10 people on the ground. All imagine the way the wheels are set up on an army tank, right? A little bit like with the metal like around the outside part, and it's just like rolling, right? So they even say that they have to stop because the runway that they're going from where they're building is at to the launch pad. They say the road curves a little bit, so they have to make a jet. Dude, it's ridiculous, dude.
Wow.
The crawler, dude. It's so funny, dude.
The thing that they're rolling around those things on, right?
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, like
the amount of people
they used to move the shuttles around on them, right? I remember that.
Yeah. They just upgraded their new crawler, and the team who's working on it talking about it, they have like regular shirts on and like beards, and they just look like kind of like punk rockers.
Punk rockers working on the crawler, great.
Yeah, like the amount of time, effort, and energy and money they put into that crawler just to move this shuttle like a couple hundred feet, but yet this thing's just doing crazy aerodynamic type of stuff, going 25 times faster than a bullet in space. But they need all that just to move it a little way. Well, why are they even moving it? Why don't they just launch it from where they have it resting? So funny.
Yeah, well, you got to have a spectacle.
Yeah, I know.
Well, to show them going down the runway for 2.5 hours at 1.5 mile per hour. They're gonna love that.
Yeah.
Think of who's in charge, like running this whole scenario. What kind of numpty they must be.
Charles in charge. You know what I mean?
Some little weasel behind a curtain like the wizard in The Wizard of Oz. Right. Some little nerdy kid telling all these people that's moving all this industrial might around just from this little nerd. Sounds familiar, huh?
It's funny because all the industrial things they have are actually functioning things, but they probably cost more than the real thing would because they're like movie props.
So did we end up banning Starman, or is he welcome back?
I think his name is Sky Vodka.
Because he made me laugh.
Dude, this chick came on a couple nights ago, and she just started talking, and like right away I was like, boom, 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 like 30 inconsistencies in like 5 minutes, right? So I just started asking her very subtle questions. And then finally, the last question I asked her, I wasn't putting her on blast, but they were like coded questions, and she knew what I was doing. And she's like, "Oh, I gotta go now." She dipped out. So funny.
Look, I don't want to ban anybody, but at the same time, I don't want nobody pretending to be a flat earther. I could ask any other flat earther in here 5 questions, and it would be like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
And the fact that he knew that water didn't bend, I mean, all he had to do was watch like one episode of Punch Up Pete to know that.
The funny thing is that if you are in that position where like you're like, okay, I gotta Google 5 flat Earth facts, like what would they say? And you Google it, you're not gonna get the Google answers because Google will thwart you. You know what I mean? So you actually have to have spent some time actually watching these. You have to do more. If any Globers are listening, they want to infiltrate. You guys are gonna actually have to do more research than just a few key punchlines. Like you don't have to spend hours watching this stuff and understanding it, or just memorizing it and then come in. So you guys got to put more effort into it.
What's more worrying is that who gave him those roles? You know, so it's got to be a mod, right?
Well, can you buy them on Nitro?
No idea. Have to pay for it.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
So Professor Earl hasn't been here, as far as I know, in a while. But even though hasn't been here, rusty on the subject, maybe he's been doing other things with his life. Shout out to Professor, or just Earl now. Sorry, he changed his name, Dr. Earl. But yeah, shout out to that guy. But if I were to ask him 5 evidences, like he would have just named them off like one after another. I know he would have.
You know what's crazy? Sometimes, there's about 30, 40 people in here and nobody says anything. Very quiet,
You guys did hear what I just said, right? About Earl?
Yeah.
The Canadian, Mr. Maple Syrup himself.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen him in a while, but I guarantee if he came up in here, he would know the answers. So I just don't like pretenders. Like if you're a Globie, be a Globie, whatever. If that dude, maybe he's, I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know. That's why I didn't ban him. Maybe he's been here for a long time and there's something that I'm unaware of.
Right.
But it didn't seem like to me that like any of us would want him to like answer flat Earth questions if a new person came in. But I don't mind them hanging around. I don't mind them talking. But if someone new comes in, he should probably zip it. He should probably zip it. That's my opinion.
Well, especially earlier he was white knighting for Mr. Imperator there, and he was a walking contradiction.
And with these pretend flat earthers, what happens is they go on the deep, man. They talk about flat Earth when they come in initially, and they go off into other things. Try to make flat Earth look stupid.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong about the guy, and I'm open to that. If anybody has anything that they would like to share, I would definitely be open to that. But I got here when what's her name? Scavenger, Truth Scavenger. What's her name? Anyway, the ladies' night. I got here right before it ended, and I heard them talking, and like he kept butting in and talking over the lady, the only lady that I heard tonight. So I was like, "What's going on?" And then he said something about him being a brave man, and I was like, "What?" Like, this guy's a Glover. He's not a brave man. How does that make him a brave man? And I didn't understand what was going on. So maybe I don't know something, but going off of my basic gut instinct, I don't know if that dude should have a flat Earth tag.
No, they're all weasels. They have no backbone. Have no integrity. They're if you're a liar, you don't have one truth in your body. You know what I'm trying to say. Like they punch below the belt. They know where I'm going.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think he's ready to talk to QE. Maybe he needs to do a little more flat Earth research.
Just one evidence for the globe will shut down this server. So please step forward. Send your evidence. Collect the Nobel Prize.
I'll put all my money on space time. That's all we got.
That Imperator guy, he couldn't understand what a concept is, you know.
But seriously, try to debunk space time. Go ahead. Go ahead and falsify that one.
Space time only exists in the mind, you know. It's an idea, a thought that somebody made up. Not tangible, can't be proven. It's in the science fiction realm.
And that's why it's had such a long life. But it's over.
It's amazing that people, you know, these guys on a pedestal, you know, things up pedestal. They give them Nobel Prizes and give them like $1 million, and you know they'll be remembered forever in science textbooks. You know, but when you scrutinize it, it's complete bullshit. Be under the microscope and doesn't hold up to water. And the reason the Globers don't come here anymore is because you know they have no arguments left. Globe has been debunked thoroughly, and you know they have no answers. Everything has been debunked point by point. They can't say gravity. They can't say refraction. They can't say Coriolis.
going on in here? Don't all talk at once now.
What up, rookie? It's been silent for like 5 minutes. We just had a more than a moment of silence for the globe.
Okay, it's a fucking chill.
What? Who's the show?
Okay, 1973.
What about 1973?
I'm saying Rookie 1973 is chill.
Ah,
yeah, we're good.
He says some stupid shit, you know?
What, bro? Why are you going off on Rookie for no reason?
I have reason.
Do you have reason in this moment, or are you bringing up old stuff?
No, just earlier today, I said some stupid.
What are you talking about?
Well, do you guys want to take it elsewhere and work out the problems? Is it a resolvable issue?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't either. I was not on this server most of the day. I was on another server. Were you on earlier, Rookie?
Yeah, I was in for a little bit during ladies' night.
Ah. How
But I don't think I said anything. But, okay.
How was ladies' night? I missed it. I guess it was short and sweet tonight.
It was kind of weird, but yeah, it was short.
Rookie, earlier today, right, you said people go up in rockets. True or false?
I said that today. People go up.
You said there are things out there in space. You said the ISS could be real.
And
you're a shill. Space is fake, mate.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a fucking shill. That's what I'm saying.
Cool, thanks.
They could be out there on balloons. Just because someone says there's something out there doesn't mean they're claiming there's outer space. And it definitely doesn't mean they're a shill. We know there's balloons out there with technology just like the satellites have, so I don't get it.
Sonny, I know there are drones out there, right? For example, like the Boeing X-37B, you know, which can stay up there for like more than 2 years at a time. What he said, he specifically said there are people inside the rocket that go up, and there are things up there are real. He didn't say balloons or whatever.
Things. But wait a minute. But things out there. That statement is very vague.
How is it vague when he said there are people inside rockets that go up into the sky?
Well, they show video of them getting on board.
Yeah, that's filmed elsewhere. They're not inside the rocket when it's blasted off.
That's a possibility. Just like Capricorn 1. Yeah, exactly. They could slide down. They could not be going in. That's true. We don't have verification of them going in.
What I'm saying is that they filmed the astronauts like walking into the chamber or whatever. That's filmed elsewhere, and completely different to where the actual rockets are.
Technically, you're right. Technically, we don't know where that location is. That's true.
And it's like a movie. They splice it together, and they people who watch it thinks it's like one place. It's they're going inside the rocket. Very easy to fake.
Well, yeah, just watch the movie Capricorn 1. I don't understand why they even let that movie be released.
Yeah, and that's crazy because it was filmed in the 70s, 10 years after the moon landings. That's crazy.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was like 78. Mm-hmm. That's funny. I don't even remember watching it back then. I don't even remember it.
Funnily enough, O.J. Simpson was really good in that movie.
Really good is a relative term when you're referring to O.J. Simpson's acting abilities.
Exactly. I think his acting in Capricorn 1 was better than his acting in The Trial.
What a weird thing that was, right? That whole...
Yeah, it really was. It was very strange. The whole race through L.A. and with his friend. Very odd.
Yeah, this Kato Kaelin character, and yeah, it was all very
Never get to the bottom of those. Never get to the bottom of it. Just like a lot of other things, very strange things, like that missing girl in Colorado.
Yeah. Are you talking about JonBenet?
Yeah. I think these are clues about the pedophile ring, actually.
Quite possibly. Do you think the O.J. Simpson trial is in some way, shape, or form tied to that? Or do you think he just stepped out of line and had to be publicly shamed in some way, shape, or form?
Wait a minute. I didn't think O.J. Simpson had anything to do with the other.
Right. That's why I was asking. So you're just referring to the JonBenet thing?
As far as strange things, strange occurrences, things that we'll never get to the bottom of. That's basically why I brought it up.
Gotcha.
Because I don't think we'll ever know really what happened with OJ. I think I have a pretty good idea, just like the rest of us do. But those things, especially disappearances of that are televised that heavily. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like the case of the Madeline. I can't remember.
Oh,
Madeleine McCann.
Down in Caribbean that disappeared, or the one off the cruise ship, or the death in Grenada or something. The girl that was in one of these places in the Caribbean. That's another one.
Madeleine McCann was abducted from Portugal.
Oh, that's right.
Portugal, yeah.
Yeah, Madeleine McCann. And
the artist's renditions of the possible suspects involved and who they look like. Oh, wow.
I almost forgot about all that.
Brenda's in chat, wants to be unmuted.
Oh, really? Is Brenda going to tell us about shoes?
Or the Three Horizons.
Oh, Three Horizons?
There's actually 5.
Good job. You scared Brenda away.
I always like to refer to the people, that like when people try to say that the horizon is behind the oil rigs and also simultaneously obscuring the front of the oil rigs. I just like to coin that as quantum horizon, where it's simultaneously two things at one time. It's like a horizon superposition. Shit, sorry.
Which proves that the Globers have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, the basic claim, not from our side, is that the horizon is basically a calculation away. It's like whatever that calculation is, that is the distance to the physical obstruction. It's a physical obstruction from it's blocking your line of sight of all the other land beyond it. That's what they claim the horizon is on a ball. So when they start talking about refraction and all this goofy shit, it's like, but bottom line is there's no obstruction where there should be. Like I don't know what light bending around corners has to do with anything. I don't even want to entertain that. There's supposed to be obstruction. There's not. I'm here. The end. Don't let me ruin the party.
It's just getting started, but
Yeah, the party died about 25 minutes ago. We're trying to rekindle it.
Well, you had your chance. You had a live one, Brenda, hanging by a shoelace.
I didn't realize it. By the time somebody mentioned it, she was gone. Yeah, I'm just in the middle of doing a bunch of shit. So that's why I'm struggling. How's it going, AI? I don't think I've heard you today.
I've been busy.
Nice.
Dang.
First,
He gave us a week after.
Nathan's explaining the homework that Brenda was supposed to be doing, which we could be talking about now with Brenda. But rather than that, somebody had to flex their sauce on Brenda the other day, give him post-traumatic stress disorder. And that, coupled with not being unmuted within 3 seconds, was clearly too much for one human in one lifetime to take the abuse of. And just had to, leave all social media and go shoe shopping. Brenda, I promise I won't let the big bad guys mute you. You can come back. Bring all the shoes with you.
Yep.
Anyway, for those that don't know, that's a running gag because Brenda is on record saying a shoe is a natural phenomena. Hypothesis, it's a shoe.
Okay, so can we agree that Earth takes the shape of its container?
Only if it's a shoebox.
Now what?
What's the container?
I don't know what the container is. All I know is the Earth takes the shape of it.
Okay, where do we go from here? Where do we go from there, man? Earth takes the shape of its container. What comes next?
You agree?
I don't know. I haven't seen Earth's container, so I can neither confirm nor deny.
But we can scale it down, right? So when you put sand into a glass, it takes the shape of the glass, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if I was to put sand in the glass in Australia, America, and Great Britain, it would all take the shape of the container across that place, correct?
No argument here.
Okay, so as long as we agree that Earth takes the shape of its container, then we can get started.
All right. Like I said before, where do we go from here? We just left the starting line. What's the first curve?
Well, the curves everywhere.
Everywhere and nowhere all at the same time?
I'm saying there's many places that the Earth deviates from planarity in a smooth fashion.
Yeah, we have hills, valleys, footprints in the sand.
Well, that was fun. See, we're going to have to do another session of mandatory how to deal with high profile Globers training. Anyway, I do have the answer to the shape of the container that holds the Earth that takes the shape of the container, and the correct answer is Earth shape. Now that we got that out of the way, what's next?
Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.
All right, so who muted Brenda the other day? Up. So when you mute a high-profile Glober, it's for operant conditioning training, not for permanent silencing. Otherwise, they lose heart and leave, and we got to wait like 1.23 years for them to return. When we could have been getting, minutes, hours, days worth of content. Oh, how did Lady Day go? Is it a zinger?
I don't know. I was gone for like 4 hours. Just came back a little while ago.
I was nursing a headache. Got a little bit of heat stroke today.
Yeah, it was like 80 degrees here where I was. It was probably closer to like 85. It's going to get even hotter. I'm looking for pictures, long distance photography of cities in the distance. That one is, where's that one? What city? I don't even know if that tells me what city this is. No data. Damn. Jambalaya sounds good. Dang, I could eat some of that jambalaya right about now.
Man, I could eat a Brenda sandwich if there was a Brenda around an hour live for public consumption.
You mean
inspiration?
You mean a crayon sandwich, don't you?
Well, I mean, if you follow that axiom, you are what you eat.
I like
its logical conclusion. Then yes, Brenda would be made of crayons.
Okay.
I'll take Where Are the Glovers for 10,000, Alex.
With still no glow proof in sight, will they have time?
Ballers run away about.
They were doing it in Texas.
Winter Rain, I remember you on. I remember Winter Rain on ODD Live way back when. Yeah, and several different places actually.
Sorry?
Attention, if you're calling for globe proof, you've reached the wrong number. Please try your number and dial again. Check your number and dial again.
You have reached a number that has been discontinued. Or is no longer in service.
If you hear that sound, you have pressed the self-destruct button. Leave your building immediately.
Or the B button.
Hello, where is the bell? Just.
We beat her. We beat her. We gonged her. And she rang.
Oh yeah.
I also fixed a little bit more of the sound, so it actually sounds much better.
Can you get my left shoulder with that tone, please? Yeah, I think the moderators send trolls in here to test us. I really do. That's what I'm thinking. See who catches on and who doesn't.
You mean they made the moderators into trolls?
No, the moderators are sending trolls in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, why would they do such a thing?
They're helping us.
Oh, kind of like our government does.
No, they're actually helping us so we can better detect phonies.
They're all phony, though, aren't they?
Phonies, LARPers, like fake flat earthers.
Bruh.
And then they come in and and then they come in and white knight for them when we catch them. They're like, no, he's been here a long time. I don't know, man. I could be wrong. Honestly, I really could be. I've been wrong before, and it's only speculation.
I think he's just a bit off. Maybe not a LARPer.
Okay.
Who are we talking about?
We're talking about, yeah.
Oh, the Sky guy. Okay. I mean, he was pretty obvious,
this guy.
right?
This guy. Sky Gazer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's pretty obvious. I mean, it was pretty obvious. He had no clue about what we were talking about in here, which is actually kind of sad.
Well, if he really is that nonchalant, just doesn't really care, just I don't know about everything, then I don't know. I mean, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. But what interests me is like if there truly are agents that come on here. Uh-oh. Then what they would be doing is, in reality, developing characters to go against flat earthers.
Right. Think. Sorry.
So this is what I think is going on. There's actually workshops. They're in these sweatshops brainstorming on how to go against us. Yeah. Shocking, I know.
Yeah, maybe it's about the division. Who knows? Or spreading misinformation. What was that weird thing that he was talking about at the end? Like, I didn't understand anything about that. Because of his name or something, he talked about some weird story.
Who did?
The
Skygazer?
Yeah.
All he says is weird stuff.
That's pretty wild. I know. It goes
Just an
into all
out
these-
there dude.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, maybe the guy's paraplegic or something, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, some people are diminished in different ways. So some people are truly diminished and they come to, and they would sound a lot like somebody being an agent would sound like if the character being developed was just go in there and sound like a dunce. That was some timing, man. Oh.
Probably like drunk and high. Probably drunk and high every time he comes on here. It's probably just one of the things he does.
Could be. Okay, take 5 shots before we go on the Flat Earth server. Johnny, you over there. I saw you only had 3. Catch up.
So, we know that there are definitely shills on YouTube, right? Do you guys think they themselves actually realized the true nature of their reality, and they just get paid and that's why they just keep on with the program, or do you think they're literally that stupid?
No, I think they see us, excuse me, as an adversary because I think whatever they believe or don't believe, their paycheck is involved, and I think they see that what we're doing eventually is going to cause them to lose money. Be out of business, possibly.
It's going to unravel what they're doing. That's why we get shadow banned and censored.
Ridiculed.
That's why when Stargazer starts talking about, isn't Elon Musk great? He's a good person. Makes you just want to feel sorry for Elon Musk, don't it?
Yeah, he does derail every conversation to something irrelevant.
Pretty weird. I mean, if you went back and analyzed those little snippets of those conversations, it sounds very strange. When you're kind of in it and paying attention, sometimes you don't catch how weird it sounds.
He's always trying to drag it to something non sequitur, and it does make the topic sound stupid. I don't know if it's intentional or whatever, but
yeah, I don't know. So, agents, if you're out there, you might want to switch it up a little bit because your dumb flat earther roll, it's already been spotted. FBI, What was that? Hey, Justin, are you okay?
Yes, it's killing me this.
I heard a knock on the door and it said FBI, open up. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, the FBI showed up here.
What the fuck?
Nope. 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 Is it like you got swatted kind of thing?
No.
Okay.
It's literally the soundboard.
Okay, it was pretty realistic there.
It was realistic, yes. I told you I fixed it, and it sounds so much better. Like you're listening to it in your own house.
Yeah, I was about to look. I'm like, was that down the hall or so?
I completely fixed it last night. Everything. So yeah,
It's not very
it
loud.
sounds like that.
I like it.
But yeah, how's everyone going? I don't see too many Globers in here.
Yeah, it's been tough times.
None. Fresh out of Globers.
Oh, there is one down in Chill Chat.
We've resorted to protecting each other.
Yeah.
A
Octane
fellow flat
and-
earther paid me earlier today for arguing with them. Pretty weird. You see,
Did you feel guilty?
KJV something. They were in here earlier saying some weird stuff.
She?
Yeah.
She's in biblical right now.
Okay.
I have no idea why she's in there alone. Yeah, she was kind of going off on me too on a picture. Like, if you put a filter on this picture, then you see the evil beings.
Yeah, so she was saying some stuff like that.
Oh yeah, those are fun.
I programmed that so that it sees dolphins. I'll just take that filter and take the code and program it so that when you look at a picture with the filter on it, it shows you dolphins.
So she was saying some real weird stuff like that to me earlier, and I started going back and forth with her.
Right.
And for some reason,
they're not to push her stuff onto other people.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going, but for some reason she paid me for saying that. She's like, you're a central banker, you don't need the money, but what's your PayPal address? I was like, I gave it to her. I was like, this is probably going to be a phishing scam, but no. She actually PayPal'd me some money for some reason. Strange.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a first.
I don't know about that, man.
Did you make yourself like a prostitute?
Or I don't know, maybe just to buy my attention, because I was kind of
gave him not like good information. I mean, I don't know how that actually works because. Whatever. She may be doing some of the Stevie stuff. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. All I have to do is give her an email address, and then I got like the PayPal notice from their official PayPal email. I was like, okay, it looks legit. And I started a new PayPal that wasn't connected to any banks or anything, so that like even if she was trying to do something, she just accessed an account that wouldn't go anywhere, and it was legit. I was like, well, that's that's strange. Yeah, I've got the money in my bank now.
Can we ask how much was the payment?
Oh, it was just like $100, but still.
Jeez.
What? Wow.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. Just pay me to listen, I guess.
Oh my goodness. Wow, you guys are chumps. They're clearly in it together, and then when she asks you guys, you're going to actually fall for it, thinking you're going to get $100 as well. Chumps.
I'm going to go down and see if she'll buy mine. Too.
Well, we'll just start arguing with her and just be like, no, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. It's completely non sequitur. And then she'll just, I don't know, maybe she'll pay you to listen. Well, that's what happens.
Look, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. That's going to be exploiting her. And then I'll have to smack the crap out of you.
Yeah, she's a little bit, eccentric.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Is this like the reader where they pay you to read to them? We meet Flat Earth every today.
No, this is like the hour where we could have been talking to Brenda and getting some juicy content. That's what this is.
Nope. Somebody screwed up.
Get Brenda back in here.
You guys don't even realize that Brenda actually has a force.
Apologize.
Brenda has a force named after Brenda.
Tough shit.
Do you guys have a force named after you?
Sounded like he was over at my house, didn't it?
You need to turn it up a little.
That's right. Brenda's a celebrity. Is going to go down in the annals of science as a force. So, I mean, better get on Brenda's good side while you can.
Are you pronouncing that wrong? It's farce.
A comedy force.
No, see, the problem is y'all think I'm joking, and I'm being serious.
You're serious?
Yeah, you don't know about the Brenda force?
That's really
Man, you
scary.
need to get learned.
Now you're really
You
scared.
need to get good.
I'm still confused.
Brenda She-Wolf?
All right, pay attention, Holmeses. Differential vectors, right? Force vectors. The common claim is that things with gravity are pulled to the center of the Earth. That's nonsense. That nonsense because the center of the Earth isn't even the center of the Earth's mass. It's definitely not the center of the gravitational mass. That would be the barycenter because it's a complex system which includes the moon. But that's irrelevant to the Brenda force for now. So what is actually the case is that in their claim, the Earth is rotating, which creates centrifugal force, which quote-unquote throws things out, to which gravity quote-unquote counteracts that, pulling them in, right? The only problem is that supposedly in their concept, gravity pulls to the center of the Earth, but the problem is that centrifugal force isn't outwards from the center of the Earth, it's outwards from the center of the axis of rotation. This means that any differential part of the globe, you would have a different vector than straight down and straight up, meaning plumb lines would be all over the place. Right? So this idea that plumb lines hang to the center of Earth is just ridiculous. Yet you'll see them model certain, let's just call them observations, based on an ideal model of the curve of the Earth with the center being at the radial center, right? And they'll say, oh, I measured plumb lines because I took a theodolite here and a theodolite there and got a differential of an angle, did some math on a piece of paper, mapped it from where I am on the Earth to the center, and assumed that plumb lines go vertical and straight through the Earth to the center point, which is false based on what I just explained to you is the Brenda force. So you can see how convoluted this stuff gets real quick. But of course, as usual, Globers just present an ideal model as if it somehow answers all questions, even though it's much more complex. But it's irrelevant because it usually works to fool any kind of normie Glober. So when a normie Glober hears a regular Glober say, I did this math, charting these quote-unquote plumb lines to the center of the Earth based on the math of a circle to the radial center versus all those other factors which actually would exist in the real world if the Earth was actually a globe. Yeah, so next time somebody tells you gravity pulls things to the center of the Earth, you laugh at them. Yeah, so that force theretofore had not been named, and Brenda is famous for the quote, Science is naming things. Therefore, in Brenda's honor, back in the days of the heated debates where we actually had Globers engaging, we honorarily named this force, yet theretofore unnamed, in Brenda's honor, the Brenda Force. And now you know the story.
Say, I just bought a Nikon P900 today, and I want to look for a spot somewhere that I can get in between two black swans and then try to show that the images are also parallel. I want to design some kind of a water level. What do you think of that idea? And try to make double the distance for, if I can get up on Lake Superior or something, because I'm kind of close there. I'm kind of excited about it with the stand in it. I'll present the image somehow, but I'm working on it. Say that would double the distance, wouldn't it, of the missing curve?
I don't know. I want to say there's somebody that made a gimbal for two cameras to be on a rod that balances them, and they took an ultra wide photo or stereographic photo. I can't remember. Sounds familiar.
I hadn't heard about that. I figured it was a way to, like, there was an image to my front and then 180, and maybe get lucky and find something with the islands, and maybe able to get close-ups on the islands, showing that you can see the shore, and hopefully there's water beyond it at some point. At any rate, that's tonight. I'm going to work on it, or maybe put things up, the image, and showing the water beyond it. I could design a machine, but I don't know if I want to buy another Nikon. Design a machine a way to hold two cameras, but that's a pretty good idea too. It'd have to be able to verify that the angles hadn't changed when you turn the camera around in some way.
Why would you want to stay?
I'm just asking.
It's 9 o'clock. We should go. Okay. That way I can go to bed.
Wait, how do you disprove landmines?
No, I said I could eat some dinner. You already had some dinner, Mr. Holmes. Oh, son, are you okay to sit in the back? Seems like there's not much room for a buster in there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bud. Oh, man. That's right. I got a big 6-foot level in the back of my truck, man. With that, I could measure the whole Earth. So, guys, I'm making a new server. I'm making a new server. What the server is called is Open Mic. It's just a society where people just keep their mics open all the time. But it's only for the committed.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate this place. I really do. It's comforting to know that people can think and stuff. You can't be exposed to this and then cut off from everybody who might be able to understand it, which is kind of what the real world is to me. So thanks.
Well, we'll keep it going as long as we can.
I don't like to talk too much because it's too easy to get in the weeds, and I want to keep the point on the fact that no humans has ever directly measured Earth curve in all of human history. That's an important thing to consider for anybody who believes there's curve, because a sphere needs curve, and we're not measuring anything anywhere, and no one ever has.
Well, you see, that's kind of a tough one. It is and it isn't, because you can definitely go out and measure some Earth that's curved, right? Like there's some right here. Oh, there's some right there. The problem is extrapolating that out to a concept in your mind that it continues all the way around the Earth.
Well, let me add then, over water, there's no curve. And horizon to horizon are parallel, which is impossible on the model because there needs to be a hump. And the hump needs to grow the further distance you look. From point to point, there would be a hump between them 2 points. It's really bad for the globe. The globe is done. There's really no debate, really. It's a done deal, dude. Geometry needs to follow form, and over water, it needs to be curving at a rate exponential.
Yeah. So, you ready for the new rebuttal?
Man, are you a Glober? Yeah, let's talk.
Am I a Glober? No good.
I don't know you. I want to hear what you have to say.
AI, you're such a big Glober, bro.
Oh, I don't know, dude. I literally, but when he sounded kind of Globery, but I'm just saying the new. Oh, you're speaking for them. The new rebuttal. I apologize. I read that wrong.
Well, you see, when the Glober superstars are either too scared or have recently suffered a post-traumatic stress event, like being muted for more than 5 minutes, and they need to, inter themselves into a hospital to recuperate and drink lattes for a few months before they can come out in public again. It's my job to fill in their ludicrous arguments so that the audience understands how stupid it is.
Yeah, like Baldwin. Are you good at this? Let's try it. Yeah, man, it might be fun. We can try a Baldwin.
So anyway, the way the rebuttal goes, that's evolved, which is by Janik in his latest iteration. Okay, so since we already outlaid the Brenda force, right, which is a variable vector of gravity, right, and we've already shown that the center of mass of gravity, quote unquote, is not the center of the Earth. It's either at the barycenter or at various locations along the substrate based on uneven distribution of mass within the.
I see. So they say the center's wiggling or something? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So some spots are rocks and some spots are dirt, right? And some spots are dinosaur pee. So there's various densities underneath, right? And because of the varying density, there's varying gravity. And because of the varying gravity, there's varying surface effects. What I mean by that is that you can go out into the ocean, and parts of the ocean will be flat, parts of them will be sloping up, parts of them will be sloping down, other parts will be wiggly, other parts will be concave. And so at any given time on the Earth, you have no idea what the shape of the Earth is under your feet because of the variable gravity, right?
Holy
so
Lord.
Of course, if you measure it here, it's flat, and if you measure it over there, it's curved, and if you measure it over there, it's zigzag.
Oh, I had not heard this yet. This is a joy.
Hey, AI, don't forget to factor in potential meteors that hit the Earth too and could throw off its axis every once in a while when shit hits the fan, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that one.
Oh my God. That's creative thinking, typical Glober behavior.
Yeah, it's like every time Godzilla takes a dump at a different part in the ocean, that makes the surface of the ocean water like turn flat or curvy.
Jesus. It's incredible.
Sometimes the only way you can win. Sometimes the only way you can win, if you're in an actual physical fight with them, is like the Rocky Balboa. Let them hit you and hit you and hit you and hit you till they wear out. You know what I mean? And then you can get them.
Well, normally it's respawns happen. Like I'd have to bring up begging the question because if it's a sphere, it needs to curve, and that's we go there, and then next would be molten iron core spinning. Any evidence that molten iron can generate magnetism, and it'd be I don't know what
Here's
I'd
a
do.
really good tip. Never ask them a question. Never ask them a question that you haven't already thoroughly researched. Okay, that's the number one thing right there. Be like a lawyer.
Yeah,
You gotta be.
I don't
Give
know.
them
They
enough
just
rope to
usually
hang
respawn.
themselves. That's the only way, really, to do it. You know.
Usually the flow happens and things are said, and then enough of them can't be verified, and too much wiggling and too many tactics are what are happening. But it's a flow normally. So
Try to
I'm pretty
just
good with
watch a
them.
bunch of court cases and just mimic what the DA and the defense lawyers do back and forth. Because when they don't talk back and forth, like one will go for a while, and if one says something that's objectable, they'll object and da da da. If you could treat it like that, you have a much better chance.
Well, they're almost always useless. There's no real chance to be had with the individual. What it is the audience, and you make them squirm with their claims and with their ideas. And we'd have to get into, is there gravity? And he'd believe there is, and I'd ask for, the experiment to verify the theory. And we'd have to, come to an impasse at that point. There's a lot of things going on with that claim, A lot of it.
Yeah. And a lot of them are just masochists too. You know, I mean, they love the sight of an accident and they slow down for it. So you gotta watch out for the looky-loos come and go.
Right. I had a bad girlfriend. You know what? We drove by an accident. I told her, "Don't look, don't look." And then she told me her head was cut off. I was like, "You fucker, man! Why'd you tell me that?" And it's a true story.
She's taking selfies and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Brian. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You guys are the best. I swear.
I'm so bad. I have to stop at the scene of an accident and pick up an old flare or something just for a memory of it.
Right. I mean,
a little handful of broken glass. You know what I mean?
It was really, literally right by Prince's place on Highway 5 in Chanhassen, in Minnesota, right by his purple house. I swear that's where it was. Yeah, I'm Minneapolis, St. Paul, but I'm up north down Detroit Lakes. I love it up here. Peaceful.
You should check the time of the sunset on May 25th, May 25th, 2020.
Okay, why? Curious.
Just check the time of the sunset and just remember that number. I'm not going to say anything else.
All right, I'll have a look. It sparked my interest. Yep. Yeah, as a machinist and tool and die maker, I do have some things to add about the geometry and things like that. It gets covered really in detail. It was after a comment that I brought up baseline on Nathan Oakley's show. They went from curved adjacent to curved baseline because, to be really specific, is important. It helps the audience too. Some people will get, kind of wondering what, too many times that they start wondering what words might mean and they don't get into it. But the baseline is really what we're talking about anyway. And by the way, they need a 90, and if it's curving, you have to make two triangles to make a 90, and they haven't brought that up as the needed component in the anti-flat earth circles. You would need two 90s to be able to use SOHCAHTOA. They're claiming they're using SOHCAHTOA. They're wrong. They don't even know right angle trig at all. They're totally
just remember quite often, if it's not a flat earth platform and it's a global platform that they're debating on, you're not gonna see it, but there's gonna be a sign that lights up that says audience applaud, and you're not gonna understand what's going on because the audience sees the sign. You know what I mean?
I totally don't bother going there. These are the worst group of people. Like when I would be in YouTube chat, I could give them 10 minutes of their crap and I would just shut them off and I wouldn't ever see what they say again. I stuck around for Ackenvirus for a minute, hoping, I don't know what to think of him, but it's just no point with these people like Trillion and Bendy and these people, man. What the heck? What I think it is they're kind of like social outcasts and they like to just troll, so they just say stuff to get a response and they like having the attention. That's what I think it is mostly. And they're also just totally dumb.
Yeah. It could be for a number of reasons. It's just all theoretical, but the fact is that they keep doing that. So, but if every single person on Earth was a flat earther, we wouldn't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, but my patience level for it is. But I really only debated a little while and a few times here, and I think each time the person bailed.
Sometimes the best thing to do is just throw yourself into the lines and try to debate the most knowledgeable Glover and just get your ass handed to you supposedly and just keep coming back and coming back. That's the best thing. Sometimes it happens. You'll be like, that'll never happen to me again.
They can't go any direction. anything
Well, they go in all
say,
directions at once.
I know, but I've been around for a minute and I learned pretty well. But there's nothing they can verify about the globe claims. Not a single
It's
thing.
not about verifying though. It's about how well articulate how articulate they are in their argument mostly. You know.
No. You make them they have to use logical fallacy when they make claims.
There you go.
So then you have to point that out. There's only that option for them. That's all they have. They don't have evidence. It's so easy to point out when they
once
use
they get proven wrong, they'll leave the server and
Well,
come
that's
back
not true.
under a
That's
different
false.
name with a different argument.
The theoretical stuff, but again, that's
listen,
not back
hold
to
on,
the physical and what actually is, not mathematics, which is
Listen,
abstract.
it's false. It's false that they have no evidence. They have evidence of some things. The problem is that the way that they put the evidence into their logic, the way that they put the
What
evidence
evidence
into
do
their
they
logic. For example,
Okay, is there Coriolis? Is there a vacuum
lumpy,
effect? Is there any way to know that the plates is correct?
lumpy.
apologize. You got it.
Caught on yet?
Yeah.
Okay, let people finish their sentences, dude, for real.
You got it.
Okay, so I'm going to start speaking, and you're not going to speak. Follow me?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. All I was saying is, for example, here's a formal logical fallacy, right?
Yep.
If the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth is a globe. Now, that's a formal logical fallacy. However, there is evidence that boats disappear from the bottom up. That's the evidence. But that alone isn't self-evident of anything. That's why they need to form the logic string to make a conclusion. However, this is a erroneous logic. It doesn't prove the conclusion. They have to prove the if portion first, and that's what they're always missing, is that. Right? You can't borrow a conclusion from one logical fallacy, right? And then take that conclusion and input it as the premise of your next logical fallacy and assume it's proven.
Yeah, they have to use everything direction they go. They have nothing to say except for the part that you said they see the thing disappear from the bottom up. They do have that, but that can happen on a flat surface too, and that can be proven with a camera and a coin. Am I interrupting you? I'm trying not. I didn't mean to. I thought
No, you're good. You're good, bro.
Okay. It definitely can happen on a flat surface. Trying to get that through to people has been the toughest thing because I do mostly in person, face to face with a lot of service people. They usually, unless it's a gas station and busy, but a variety of service people that are kind of obligated to a minute, you know.
Yeah. All right, friends. Well, I'm going to bed. Enjoy the night. If some high-profile Glober comes on, entertain it. Get some good, juicy content.
Yeah.
Try to compose yourselves. All right, I'm out.
Hey, thanks, and I apologize if I apologize. Say again. I like this place, so I don't want to get in any trouble.
You're only allowed one apology per week.
I got it.
All right. See ya.
Yeah, see ya. Yeah, as in Wolf Pup, I went out and bought a bow because I used to shoot bow all the time. And the arrow was going to fly straight over a flat surface. Well, roughly flat anyway. Didn't really measure curve over here. I won't have to worry about what degree off west or east I'm shooting to account for Coriolis, as the Earth would move under in a second reference frame from the first, which means the first is not the first. They're not the same. That's the claim. So there would need to be a consideration for what angle off of west or east I am, because that would change the rate the Earth would be spinning, but that's not what's happening because there's no way to witness the claim Coriolis. The overs, you guys are just I don't even know how you can think there is something that isn't something at the same time. A dog knows better. The dog knows if it has the bone or does not have the bone.
So what's
Oh man,
Stone got to say?
We got someone.
New guy, Stoned.
That's awesome. You guys are cool. That's my favorite. You guys, especially on this one.
These are the most precious times in this server.
Amen. I'll be very disciplined. I will. This is an important thing.
I agree. It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Very.
Well, Stoned ain't speaking up, so.
It's sometimes, I want to be here and on sometimes, but I don't want to take my microphone off because I just get shy, really, and I'm just sitting here in my room alone, so why be shy, really, and just try to be part of the conversation in some way.
Yeah, let's get it popping off. Come on, Stoned.
Yeah, I totally acknowledge what he's doing because I do it too sometimes. I don't want to. Well, maybe he's doing something different, but that's sometimes why I don't come on the mic because I'm shy and I don't think I have much to add. That's my head space. I'm saying.
I mean, there are times where I'd rather be listening for sure.
Yeah, I would not get on with QE and doing anything or Miggy. They're focused and they know what's up and they know what to do at each move. They're solid as it gets. I would be in no way getting involved at that point.
Yeah, there's not much need to elbow in when one of those guys are going.
Yeah. It's a lesson. Every time it's a lesson. I'm paying attention more to the reactions and the dynamics and the direction of because Huey is not rude until he's being lied to. And I don't like being lied to either. You know?
It's annoying.
And he'll call him out right away, dude. And he'll be done with it. And it's right to be done because it's when you're dealing with something that's not even honest. I mean, how do you get a liar just admit they're lying? They're going to lie about lying. You know?
Dude, he tars and feathers people too. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. There's no way.
That's always really funny.
Yeah. I bought a bow, man, guys. Where to God? Stinger. PS3, I think. Okay. I used to shoot bow all the time when I was 12 years old.
Hey, Lumpy, you ever heard of that group called Digital Underground?
Like, is it music you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that way back in the day, like 90s or something.
Yeah, your name just makes me think of that. The lumpy dance is your chance to have gas in the vacuum. Come on, to me, baby. Do the lumpy lump.
I literally got the name from listening to a show with QE. QE said they believe
theoretically.
No, literally from his show. I haven't been able to tell him yet. But what he said was they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. I blew up because that's the craziest thing to believe in life. And I made my name that. Prior to that, it was Jerry's Kid because I'm a fan of the Grateful Dead.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just love the Dead because they just were just an adventurous group, I guess you could say.
I've seen vacuum next to not vacuums in space next to gas pressure, but I think that's what do you call it? When Kevin Spacey's eating a bunch of beans.
I was going to challenge that. Hey, as a machinist, this is an experience that's working. Is building valves. These things, man, I need some really tight precision. A lot of money goes into them, and they're not even pulling apart to the torque value of anything anywhere near even like negative third power. They're not even to the first power probably. And and if it isn't fitting right, the steel can be torn apart. So like imagine tearing apart steel with your hands, man. as a machinist, you got to think of pressures and shit. So I do that for 30 years, and yeah, is what it is. But to keep a vacuum or to keep air pressure separate and equalized, it generates exponential forces like an earthquake or something. Like a 8 to 9 is a big difference, you know. It's exponential. It's far. It's because I've been around it for a minute, building different things.
Do you work with O-rings?
Yeah, owing grooves, different things that sometimes go in bores and blocks, or yeah.
My girlfriend's wanted me to marry her for the past 6 years, so right now she's working with no rings.
They tell you to keep the spokes good. That's a good idea. That was one of the things my dad told me.
Yep. Hey, but if you married a paraplegic girl, you never have to buy her a ring. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to be able to still have this. I'm really glad that like it hasn't went total tyrannical with the speech stuff. I didn't know we'd have this long. Really good that we are. I mean, we're not hurting nobody.
You're talking about the Discord?
Yeah, all this this particular topic is spooky because I feel like it could be shut down and it could be squashed much more, because like when I looked into Google for definitions and stuff, like just recently they changed. You can't find gas pressure needs a container. I should have face screened that at the time or something, but I can't find that nowhere. You know, they've changed a lot of definitions. I'm talking.
Well, they have really good lawyers working for them. You got to read the fine print. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm really grateful, and that's a really good thing, and it's a vulnerable thing because there wouldn't be enough community support for this particular topic to be shut down. I don't think there wouldn't be enough. There wouldn't be enough mainstream, and it would be no mainstream support. I'm really grateful that this is here because it's really healthy for people to know truth, and we're doing what we can, right? And
I think as long as the numbers on this thing don't get too high, they'll never shut it off. Once it reaches a certain amount of people, then they will, just because the numbers that they have already are like, okay, once it reaches a certain number, we have to shut this off. But until then, we'll monitor it. And you know what I mean? It's all algorithm and numbers for them. Got to crunch the numbers.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope there's a lot of like, what do you say, ghost watchers? Like if say you run
there is for sure.
Yeah, that's
there's
what I'm
so
hoping
many.
For
Oh, it's so pathetic.
It's funny though. Sometimes some of them are funny. Some of them piss me off, but
that's pathetic. Anybody like taking notes on us or spying on us personally or whatever the fuck people do these days, you guys are the most abject fucking losers I've ever even heard of. I couldn't make up how pathetic you are.
Oh,
dude, I'm kind of flattered by what they do. No pun intended. You know,
no way, dude.
Nobody pays attention to me like that. You know.
So you want a fiery piece of dog poop paying attention to you?
No, but I mean, every once in a while, it's flattering to have somebody look at you when you walk down the street. You know what I mean? You know, you just got your hair done and like nobody looks at you. Every once in a while, somebody whistles at you or something. Like you don't want nothing to do with the person, but sometimes in your my sick little conscience, it's like, oh, I still kind of look good. You know what I mean?
I don't know a lot about you, but how often do you get your hair done?
I'm speaking through my girlfriend's perspective. Yeah.
Okay, good. I was like, I don't think.
Let me give you one example that happened in the past 4 years, right? In the whole 4 years, we've never me and my chick have never gone in a store and any person's ever came up and been staring, and then I'm like, why do you keep staring at us thinking he's checking my chick? Because that happens all the time, and the person's totally into me, right? Well, it happened to be a gay dude, and so he kept staring at us, and finally I'm like, can I help you? And he's like, oh, hi, you look like, he wasn't even tripping on my girlfriend, and he's like, da-da-da, and I was like, oh, and I ran out of the car, and we started the car and left, and as I was driving away, I was like, I felt like grossed out at the time, but for a second, then I was like, you know what, babe? I'm a little flattered. Like,
yeah,
I look good, you know? You know what I mean? I look good. Somebody at least tried to hit on me, and not you. Like, it made me feel good.
That's a good thing. You need to take that. That's good stuff. Quality.
You know?
You can use it later for self-esteem.
Right?
Hey, no shame in the game, man. When any sex, even and by the way, there's only male and female. Either one, if they're attracted to you, that says something about you, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen to me often. So when it did, at first I was freaked out, but then I started thinking about it. I was like, kind of boasting her. I was like, see, like sometimes people check me out, not you, babe. You know what I mean? You're not the hot one here all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what, guys? I think since I've started, it's really slowed down with people willing to come here that want to defend the globe. They're just having too much trouble, I think.
There's no way.
I think it just comes in waves.
Yeah,
it comes in waves.
I don't know. I think it's at a turning
point,
point, guys. I really do think it's at a turning point.
Well, you get the drunk, like, college kids and stuff. There's a lot of that. You know.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot less crazy-ass trolls. I think we're running the server so well that, like, it is only the either the quality conversations or the unfortunately quality trolls that we get.
Yeah.
Hey, Glad, recently I'm sorry, go ahead, Lumpy.
Oh, all I wanted to say is that currently Matthew Learns is my favorite.
Yeah, he's Oh, yeah, card taste. What were you going to say, Saints?
I was just going to say did you get a notification recently that said, like, a server that you belong to about something about Tartaria had been banned and, like, warning and all this stuff? And I hadn't even been, I hadn't even been part of a server, and I got a notification like that. I was like, what the hell?
No, yeah. I know some folks, hang on a sec, who have experienced a similar thing. I was not a part of that server, so I didn't get a notification, but I've heard about it.
I must have been arbitrarily a part of it without realizing it. Sometimes I click, I'm really careful about what I click on, but in the beginning I was like, oh, they want me to be part of the server? Okay, cool. Like, click, and I didn't realize. Now I'm kind of starting to realize, but I didn't know what server it was. So I unsubscribed from every server except for this one. And then somebody hit me up the other day, like, why'd you leave our server? I was like, I don't know. I was just trying to, like, get out of whatever possibility that was that I was in,
Right.
This is literally the only community I've ever been involved with in life, except for community gardening. But that was different in church. But this is an important thing, and there's a need for the information to be available. And I thank you guys for letting me speak at all.
Lumpy, you're part of the two-man wolf pack now. Prepare for the hand cut.
Yeah, you're very gracious, Lumpy, and that's appreciated. I speak for everybody. Yeah. I know I can do that on that one.
Yeah, I really appreciate the mic, and I'll always respect it best I possibly can. Yeah, this is an important thing, man, and I think there's, I mean, the numbers aren't that great, but it's the truth, and it's I don't know. I wish there was more people.
I think it's just going to happen the way it's going to happen. The people who were I have a belief here that there's people who were meant to wake up and people who weren't. Now, I don't have any evidence of that, but that resonates with me.
Yeah.
So you're saying, Glad, that you don't think if somebody wears a cross around their neck, it's going to help them wake up to it?
Wake up to what the cross is?
No, to the flat earth or any.
Oh. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get into that talk.
I know. That's why I know you hate going there. But tell me this though: if one of somebody you really look up to and admire died by a gunshot, would you call yourself a bulletson or a gunson and wear like a bullet or a gun around your neck? I mean, I wouldn't. I'm just saying though.
It's just weird, yeah. All that is super weird.
It probably.
You know what I mean? Like, it's listen. If one of my family members got shot with a specific kind of gun, it would be then like me going out and getting a little replica gun of that and wearing it around my neck. That's the same thing as Christians wearing a cross.
Yeah.
And then
is it weird wearing magic underwear?
Well,
no, I support magic underwear. It depends on the trick, though. There's some magic underwear that can really fuck your life up.
Yeah, I think the magic underwear is weird too.
I thought underwears were magic when I was a little kid.
You can make your underwear magic.
Dude, I haven't worn underwear for over 2 years.
How's
bro.
that work?
I don't know. It involves something like Eye of Newt and horsehair, and I don't know.
No, bro, that gives you that makes you itch, bro. Get it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be back and forth for a sec, fellas and ladies. I got some stuff to do. Did ladies night not pop off or what?
No, it was just one of the ladies. But maybe there was two, but I wasn't here the whole time. But she held it down. She was, yep, it happened.
Oh, I came in late.
Okay,
I don't know the end of it.
Hey, Glad, let me ask you something real quick. I like the logo you got. My chick just bought me the biggest brand new iPad with all kinds of different brushes and stuff, so I can make logos like real quick now. But did you get that one I sent you that I drew?
Yeah, that's awesome, brother. My logo that I have, I just found it on Google. I googled Flat Earth PNG or Flat Earth logo or FE logo, and there's so much shit out there. I just stole someone's design on that one. It looks super cool, but and that's also not very hard to make, by the way. So that's cool, man. Yeah, if you got some apps, KJ actually is really good at that too. She's very proficient at that, and she's making some art all the time, and she just came out with a new one. Hopefully she's listening and she can post that in the live stream voice text. But yeah, so
remember how you wanted that picture of Hawkins? Was the one I just sent you with the joint in his mouth sufficient? Was that sufficient or no?
Yeah, dude, that was beyond.
Okay, cool.
If you can translate that, work to like on the iPad and shit, that's gonna be cash money. That'll be cash for sure.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, once I start making memes on the iPad, they're gonna be way better.
I have a question. You guys remember when Flat Earth basically killed Hawkins? It started buzzing around the community. How is this guy still alive? He has ALS. And then all of a sudden he's dead. Do you remember that, guys? Were you around and kind of key to that at the time?
Not personally, because I wasn't a flat earther till like the very end of 2017, early 2018.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then you wouldn't have been there for it. It was one of them things where like the community was really buzzing, and because it was just bonkers.
Well, he was a popular person, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, another how do you say, an absurd claim by NASA, or just something that's again bombastic that somebody would have that disease and live that long.
Well, just think about this. Think about this. That dude couldn't even wipe his own butt or even turn in bed. How is he going to tell you about outer space? He hasn't looked through a telescope in like decades and decades, right? So, like, why would you? I wouldn't even accept advice on him on what type of milk to use, like in the morning for my latte, let alone like about astrophysics. It's so funny, But people hailed him like he was some type of genius god.
Yeah, it's the media that did it, but I think it was a joke the whole time, because like nobody knew what he was saying. You couldn't even read an expression, Yeah, I think it was a joke the whole time for whoever's pulls levers here or there, however that works. I don't know. Not going to claim to, but I think it was a joke. That's obviously unverifiable, but
I don't think it's funny joking about Stephen Hawkins.
Also, he hadn't upgraded his voice, the speak and spell voice, since 1976.
Yeah, it was like that, right? Yeah, it was like his trademark or something. Oh, goodness.
I guess they lost the technology for that software.
Hey, Godric, have you ever heard of that band called the Flatter-Day Stephen Cobbett Hawkin Band?
No. Want to put a link in live stream?
I was just wondering if you'd ever heard of it. I'll post the link for it.
Well, just to say it, no human has ever measured Earth curve directly, meaning looking at the ground to measure it. And the images that are available are verifying that the geometry doesn't fit the claim at all. Nowhere near. Hey guys, I bought a Nikon P900. I think I told you everybody, but I'm going to try and get between two black swans of some variety, figure out what the location of the thing I'm looking at is, and be on Might be on an island in Lake Superior, maybe put out things to image and verify that the water is showing up behind them. Maybe I'll do something like that.
You said you bought a P900?
Yeah, and what I'm going to do is take images 180 degrees from each other and possibly 90. Maybe a third image I might get on an island on Lake Superior and then set up possibly something to look at. Yeah. And, yeah, that's the plan. I know it'll be poo-pooed by anybody who's a Glober. It doesn't really matter, but it probably, I mean, it's going to, in my estimate, double the distance of missing curve. A verifiable missing curve, as the water line will be above and behind the image.
You can make a video of it'll start out like, oh my God, Becky, that water is so flat. It looks like one of those flat earthers pictures or something. And then it'll start out like this from Mix-a-Lot video. Doom, 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 doom,
Yeah,
doom.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an absolute preponderance of evidence that you know, and I think somebody recently said it, and I'll say it now. It's a humbling thing to realize how wrong it was, because every single thing about it, that their claims are just not. I mean, they have to double speak on every one of them.
Lumpy, sometimes it's really fun to have your ass handed to you, though. Like, imagine every time you played poker, you knew 100% of the time you were going to win every hand. Pretty like you keep getting all this money, but pretty soon, why would you even play if you know you're going to win every hand? And everybody at the table is going to resent you, and you're going to start thinking, why are these guys playing? They're either masochists or robots, right? So you're winning every single hand. Eventually, it feels really good to lose a hand. So
you think who's lost lately? Maybe like Dave, but Dave's kind of out there, you know.
I'm just saying, like,
that's that Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone with the guy. He thinks he goes to heaven, so he's gambling. He is winning. And he's like, why can't I lose? And then he goes, well, you're not in heaven, you're in the other place. Remember that? Twilight Zone?
That's a true allegorical statement. I go with that. If that's what you meant by that, I believe it is. Yeah, this place is run by something not good. Pretty Evan. I mean, we're blessed. I'm not saying we're not blessed. Don't get me wrong, but the system that seems to operate, man, is not the model I had imagined when I was about 12. By model, I mean just the whole societal structure, not what's actually going on with people's opinions and stuff, how that gets there. A good amount of people are just people trying to be somebody. You know what I mean by that? Modeling things. And a lot of that comes from the media. Kind of thing. I don't know. We'll get back to the flat Earth, though. And that would be, if the horizons are parallel 180 degrees from each other, and you're seeing beyond what the geometric constraints of a sphere would be with the radius 3959, at some point, you got to accept that you're not on a hump of water and that these horizons are parallel, and there needs to be a hump of water between them at that point. And there isn't, you know, and I'm going to go prove it because it's going to happen. It doesn't even need to be far. I could be seen 6 miles each way. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. Maybe even a third direction. But I'm gonna come up with something to be able to verify that the angle doesn't change on the image. Probably build something with a water level in it. I'll probably make it out of aluminum. I'm a machinist, so I can do these sort of things. I can design it on SolidWorks. In fact, my only video on SolidWorks is showing how you can't measure an angle if a line is curving. It's just SolidWorks says no. Again, they miss. Oh, yeah, guys. I don't know if I said this, but this is an important thing that all the anti-flat earthers have trapped themselves with their interpretation of the sextant, and that is, if you have a 90, the way they're describing it, they need to make 2 triangles, and none of them have. They need a 90-degree triangle. They can't have it if the baseline's curving, but they're just claiming it without making it mathematically feasible. You can't use SOHCAHTOA without a 90 degree. You have to build more triangles out of what you have to work with, and they didn't do that. And it's like literally 11th grade math, like maybe higher level math or 10th grade higher level math, but it's really not that far of a reach to know that from what you're looking at. You know what I mean? I haven't heard anybody confront them about that either. So it is something to be brought up, I believe. I work with geometry way too much and do too many measurements to let that get away. It's an important little factor. Another one is the next time, I just said I like hearing him. Matthew Lawrence is around and he starts talking about the moon, because he will bring up about the landing again, and then ask him about where the image is on the picture, and then bring up he's 90 degrees off from where it needs to be, because the moon would be on the z-axis of the moon because the moon's tidally locked according to their claim. Now, do I expect them to, pay attention to the fact that they can't imagine within 90 degrees of geometry? But I don't know. They'll deny it, but it gets to the audience because most people can envision that without total cognitive or just lying. Because the other day I was trying to get on and I thought Matthew was talking. They said he just left. I said, darn. The moon landing was being discussed and that hadn't been brought up. It's a huge dagger to the moon landing. It's literally a killer to the idea that I didn't catch it though when I was younger. But when you're tidally locked, the claim, same face and us, the Earth would have to be not on the horizon. It'd have to be above them, directly above their head. Am I taking too much time here? Well, I'll just repeat it again, because this one's another, severe problem for people who believe they live on spheres. The problem is no human has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, and the claimed geometry has been debunked via the Black Swan and all the other Black Swans, and that mountain of France, that one's a big one. I mean, that's a whole mountain tree when the sun gets behind it. And that's a long, long distance, guys. You are not on a sphere. You believe it is really insanity when you hear these things, and I don't know what you hear when you hear them. That's the problem. I don't know what you're hearing. Are you arguing with yourself the whole time people talk, and then just make up your thing? Because it seems that way sometimes, often, when foreigners especially.
Lumpy, who are you talking to?
And the audience, hopefully. Because nobody was saying it, so I figured I'd just bring up that nobody had ever.
Your conversation made me hungry to go eat a pear right now. I think I'm going to go eat a pear.
Oh, you're fortunate. You have pears where you live. I can't have them.
Well, they're pear-shaped at least.
All right.
No, but pears are good. I like buying pear juice. That stuff's so good.
Yeah, I like
you can get it at Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon company or a Mason company.
Yeah, or Masonic Television that don't play music ever.
I think that stands for Masonic Temple Vision, bro.
Yeah.
But if you're the best rapper that year, you get the Moon Man Award. That's worth its weight in gold and props too. That street cred, you know what I mean?
Right. It plants in the mind the NASA of the folks of that thing. It's pretty insidious how they do it. They're smooth operators. I've heard it said one
all
time.
By the numbers, bro. It's all in the numbers. You know what I mean? They got a formula that's been working for a long time.
Yeah. And then I think they're trolling folks that are paying attention too with some of the stuff they're doing. Stuff like allowing the homeless tweaker camp be the image of the supposed lander.
Yeah.
That one's kind of funny. Then it's like what second
Well,
in
the whole
line
thing
or
with that, with the tinfoil and everything, they still have to kind of keep up that tinfoil image today. So whenever you see the SpaceX launch and you're looking at a camera angle from their burners, and then you see Earth in the background, you'll see that like the thing right above their burners is kind of fluttering, and it looks like a really high grade tinfoil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just
that's why they have that on that there, because they got to keep up that image from back in the 60s, you know. Because if it worked back then, it's got to work now. It's just more upgraded now. Back then they used to use the generic like store brand tinfoil, and now they use like that extra good like industrial strength heavy duty foil. You know, the kind that you wrap corn up in when you're in a barbecue.
Well, the significance of the homeless speaker shelter is that it's an algorithm for searches. That's what gives me hope that there's a lot more people interested in this than and that maybe there's a whole slew of people that come to YouTube via no sign up, and they can't comment or interact, but they can view the material. I'm hoping for a lot more of that. You know what I mean? Because if that's
I think you missed that curve by like a year and a half, because their algorithms are really good now. Those days of pop-ups are kind of almost over, but the heyday was like in 2016. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
that was the Wild West of pop-ups, bro.
Yeah.
I always feel like when I'm talking to anybody who doesn't believe in flat Earth, that it's like a Mentos commercial. Like no matter what I say or what they say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in life. No matter what, no matter how much wrong you say or do, at the end of the commercial, if you turn around and show them that you're holding Mentos and everything, they're like, "Oh,
they go, the fresh makeup." That was hilarious.
You remember those Mentos commercials?
Yeah, I totally do. Exactly.
Every time as a kid I'd watch one, I'd have a religious experience. You know what I mean? My faith in Mentos. I can get away with anything as long as I have Mentos. You know.
Right. You must be about my age then.
Well, yeah, so let's say my chick finds out that I hooked up with her sister and everything, done all this drama, and then I just turn around and go Mentos, and they're just like, okay, it's cool. You know? That Mentos has got me out of a lot of shit, dude.
Yeah, that commercial ran for a while.
All the people who work for NASA carry Mentos in their pocket.
Right? Well, they'll punch you if you ask them.
They don't pull it out till the end, though.
Right? I can't understand.
The trick is right before the end that you pop one in your mouth, and then at the end you show what you popped in your mouth, and then it makes sense. Everybody understands. Okay, level means curve because you just showed me Mentos. I get it. You know?
Right?
But that really makes sense. Though.
They do claim that now. They're hijacking words for the past 3 months or so.
And if they don't have their Mentos, dude, I'm gonna be I'm gonna argue with them. As soon as I see the Mentos, it's like, what can I say? You know what I mean? You can't beat that.
Every time we kill them with a point, it's like respawn, and then they redefine the terms. It's so bad.
It's because they have the Mentos and you don't, bro.
I know. The respawn concept has been just really a blast.
Yeah. Well, in your mind, you're trying to defend that Butterfinger. You're like, nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger, right? You know. And other people are like, well, it's kid tested, mother approved, but no, it's Mentos, bro. That's just the truth. I'll just lay it out bluntly. You gotta have that Mentos. Dude, I remember when I could take my food stamps as a kid to the store, and with $1 I get 3 packs of Mentos. Now I take my Chick's EBT card to the store, it's like almost $2.65 for a thing of Mentos, man.
Do you remember when they were paper? Yeah. I'm old enough where
when food stamps used to actually be paper food stamps. Those were the days, bro. These kids have no idea how good they have it nowadays.
I think, because of the Mentos. I figured that sounds about right. Yeah. And, I used to be able to get a note from my mom to buy her cartons of cigarettes. It was life like that, man. And the concept of wearing a helmet on a bike was like, you were a dork for sure if you did that. And this whole do-gooder push is just went nuts behind my age of 10. Like when I went to high school, you can have a rifle or a shotgun in the back of your truck. I saw it. I remember it.
Yeah,
for
what
sure.
state do
There
you
was
live
no big
in?
deal.
What state do you live
Yeah.
in? Not California.
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah, I was going
We
to
had a
say
lot
that
of
never was like that in California the way you described it ever.
Oh, Bologna up north. Yep, you go up farther north and you'll find that in small towns.
Yeah, like how many years ago though?
Nowadays, yeah, it was a small town too. 2000.
I don't know, 20. 20 is the last time I was up in that
Like some
area.
rural,
20, 27.
yeah, there's towns in Northern California that are rural and like no other part of California.
There are, dude. You'd be surprised at how hillbilly and hick they are.
I've been up to like a lot of places by like Red Bluff in that area, and it's like a totally different world than where I live right here by Hollywood. It's like a whole different world.
That's what makes Paradise so devastating. Because it was just a small town of small time people, bro.
Bro, that affected me like in so many different ways, bro. Oh my god. Don't make me go off about that.
Still does, bro. It still does. It still bothers the crap out of me and nobody talks about it.
Dude, yeah, I'll go off about that. I'm not even gonna say anything. You hear me? Yeah, if you want to jump down with me in private chat, dude, I will break something down for you that'll be like, holy shit. I found out some Aaron Brockovich type
I'll
stuff.
go down with you, but it probably won't surprise me. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. I'll follow you because I suck at going into those things.
I'll
just follow you. Whatever one you jump into, I'll go into. Yeah, if you want to.
All right, come listen.
If you have sensitive ears, I wouldn't though.
Well, yeah, I don't need trauma going into my head too much. You're right. I don't even watch TV or news. It's always negative.
Okay, here he is. Okay.
You're cool though. I'm not judging nobody. Well, guys, if I'm here alone, I'll just have to say it because it's just devastating for people who would believe they're on the spirit. There's no human that has ever measured the curve, no military, there's never been Earth curve directly measured in all human history. All governments, all independent investors or government agencies, there's no report of any Earth curve measured. That's a problem. If you believe you are on a sphere, there should be measurable curvature, and the horizon's always horizontal. You look out over a lake and put a level on it, and you'll notice this water's level. Because as you look into the distance as well, you're seeing a much compressed image. It's kind of why a plane appears to go slow in the distance, because it's not going slow if you were right next to it at all. It would zip past you like you wouldn't believe. But because there's compression in the image, in the Z and the x-axis, which would be across, say, your shoulders, and then vertical from, the middle of your eyes down between your feet if you're standing upright. That's that's a problem for the globe. You guys, I wish you'd come on and give us some kind of challenge. And, any Bob the science guy, if you're lurking around as some kind of, trying to pick up points on arguments. Hey, Bob, your way of triangulating won't work because, buddy, you don't have a 90-degree triangle in the imagination pictures you've drawn. And you're missing the ability to use SOHCAHTOA, but you're claiming you're using SOHCAHTOA. You can't use SOHCAHTOA. The function won't work if you don't have a 90-degree angle, Bob. Bob, you're too dumb to understand you need to do, pretty much a geometry feature function, which is just make two triangles so you can have a 90-degree and a 90-degree and then work from that. But you didn't do that, Bob. You did entirely incorrect math. Entirely. You're a numpty clown that constantly actually says some of the most outrageous things that are really dumb, laughable. Things like, what did you claim? A curved path is shorter than a straight path. You said that on Bev's channel, Bob. You repeated it 5 times. Each time it was pointed out because one of the guests understood how significant the claim was. You're claiming a curved path, which would be, it'd be linear. Well, not linear, but you would have to draw a line that would the traveler would be on. And you're trying to say that a straight line is longer than a curved line. Bob. That's just basic retardation because everybody knows the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, Bob. How do you even do that? I don't get it. What's your deal? How do you say things like that, Bob? I hope you're lurking. Because, man, and again, back to your triangulation little image you made, that was wrong, Bob. And any audience member of Bob the Science Guy, any of you guys lurking, you should have a problem because you know you need 90 degrees and the curved line needs to be made at least made into a correct function for SOHCAHTOA. Sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. You know what I mean. Cosine adjacent over hypotenuse, and tangent adjacent over opposite, or opposite over adjacent. I mean, and you can't use them functions. The waveform's wrong, and you would be lost at sea for sure. Because you guys are just making stuff up as you go. You suddenly become an expert of any point brought up that is basically murder to your claims, and then because then suddenly you're experts in all these fields. All you ever do is Wikipedia, man. It's ridiculous. Because Wiki's not a source. That's what the reason does, and it never is backed by anything that had anything to do with the experiment, ever. Just parlor tricks. Like your Foucault pendulum, what's the mechanism they're attached doing, and why is nobody allowed to be back there? I'd like to know them. A couple of questions. Regardless, it still wouldn't prove the claim that you have. It's just a parlor trick. But the mechanism back there is probably the thing that really needs some attention. You should really be concerned about what that mechanism is, and that you let I don't even know. I mean, the person that would be allowed to be some kind of faker come up with 15 degrees rotation. Thanks, Bob. Actually, not really. That was sarcasm. Sorry. A little critical of people who get on TV and help the liars in any kind of way. That's not cool with me, but it's all right, man. I'm not that important. I don't know. Maybe there's still love here for folks that do that sort of thing. But I should have already known you. And this is the deal. If you're on TV, you're obviously something wrong. You can get on TV without something. I don't think. Besides, they have a delay there. Ain't nothing going to get said without that delay of proving it. Yeah, back to flat Earth, man. Air pressure differences create a lot of force. If I were to build nozzles, I could lift like skyscrapers off the ground with air for sure. And to have pressure at all, you need containment. I mean, that's really undebatable. And to claim that the gas has a falling down aspect would be a decrease in entropy, which is impossible. You can't have gas falling down because it violates entropy for sure. Gas expands in all directions. It has elastic collisions and is really affected by temperature and things. And there's other factors involved with the dynamic system that I can't even explain, but to guarantee there's got to be a container. But next, the claim that the globe has is 10 to the negative 17 core vacuum, and that's absurd. That's an absurd claim because that's what all the globe claims are. Stuff like there's Coriolis, 2 reference frames, except for sometimes not 2 reference frames, or whenever it's convenient, there's not 2 reference frames. And then parlor tricks and explanations for things that aren't related, like hurricanes. That's never been a factor to be considered. It's not an apparent deflection. It's not a physical thing in the sky. It's just an apparent deflection because Earth is turning. That doesn't have an effect on hurricanes, and you should be buttered that you ever were told that it was. You should, if you're a globe believer, because it's a verifiable false claim because it's not a force; it's an apparent deflection. It's a second reference frame. what would anything in the sky, except for deviating, would be going on? Except for the deviation isn't happening, except for the lights in the sky, but that's not evidence of nothing to do with Earth moving. Evidence that the lights in the sky move. I mean, something's moving, but that doesn't prove we move, because you would need to have other deflections happening. You would need it. You don't have that, so it's just another claim with that's unverifiable, like all the claims of the globe. Oh, Lord. Man, I didn't want to be on here alone, really. But if there's nothing and no one, then it's just going to be quiet. And you know what I'd like to learn is if it's quiet for long enough, if automatically the bot will play. Because I don't know that. Because I don't know how to. I'll ask sometime, because that'll help me decide what to do next. Because I'm thinking of having a cigarette. Just listen to some music, because that's kind of what I want to do. But it should be a problem for anybody here that wants to try to defend the globe, or at least, I don't know, maintain the belief that there's a sphere under your feet. I mean, there's so many reasons that that's not really going to work, because you have to believe that something's holding you down, and there's somebody standing 90 degrees from you on a sphere, and somebody at 180. And there was a time in life where I believed that, but you don't have a force with the descriptions we have, and I'm heavier than air, or denser than air, I should say, rather, or if that's the right word for that. But I'm going to fall in air, and I won't fall through a rock. I know that. So, and you can drop a rock in water, and I can't drown in the Dead Sea. So what's the things that are changing, causing, what would either be not falling or falling? There's only one variable that you can consider, and that would be the buoyancy of the medium that I'm in, or anything's in. And iron axe head will float in mercury. That's a real devastating fact for anyone believing in gravity. But what do you invoke? Special buoyancy rules all of a sudden? What about, okay, then fine, you have special buoyancy rules. That's not actually fine at all. It's your made up stuff. But to add to that, then what about like steam? Because then what do you got? You got special rules for other causes of effects and things that can be, observed as a phenomenon. And it would be gas going up, which is opposite of down. You can't be going up and down at the same time. I remember Rumpus trying to claim that it had a velocity up or something. Oh, God. I can't remember that argument well enough, but it was hilarious because it really was some word salad. And that dude is a word salad expert. And then the You Don't Understand, which Bev made a wonderful song about, because as Rumpus says all the time, you're a moron. You don't understand. You don't understand. I started typing in comments, don't understand me. That was my response. Because I didn't know what else to say. I'm really glad, actually, Nathan got him off there, but I'll debate him. He'd have to go hostile, because that's what he does. Unless he's, pointed out that he rage quit the last time or something, then they're trying to be civil, so he doesn't become a constant rage quitter. I've seen that out of him too. But he's a character. I don't know what he is. Strange fella. Strange way of thinking. Not very honest. I gotta think. I guess it'd be my creator that he allowed me to have the position I have, and opinions that are definitely reflective of truth, not lies. That's a healthy thing for a human. So if you're a glober here and deal with anxiety and depression or something, maybe there's a reason for that, because with God there's no fear. So that fear might be an indicator of something. I'm going to drop that right now. Sorry. But it's hard to be it's hard to deal with having to believe lies because that's not healthy for anybody. So, and the globe really is nothing but lies, and it's got to be difficult because, I mean, how do you be just making stuff up and have to respawn so many times and do it for years? And how do you do that? I mean, when you get to respawn point times 1,000, some point you got to say maybe I should really reconsider at least how I'm arguing because it's not going well for you all. Anyone, Simon, Dan, you and your reference frames are ruined. That's really not a right thing to say when you need reference frames. And and all of y'all, all of you. That blue marble, he's something. I don't know how somebody could. I don't know what the problem is with the thinking. Dewey does say numpty that bad, and he'll make his points when he needs to about how it isn't just lying. And I've heard him do it a number of times with people and what they had said. And when he does do that, it feels like it's hitting the nail on the head. Now, again, it's kind of subjective. So, but he does a good job of. I think he's right when he says that. They're just that dumb. And thank God I'm not. I think eating a lot of probiotics helps the brain, and iodine, and filtering your water, and trying to eat not organic. And then these few things I think help, and a lot of fat and animal. I eat animal, but sorry if you're vegan or vegetarian, but I think it's healthy to do that because it seems to me to have having that in my life, but seems bad. I'm pretty sure I'm better off. Pretty sure. What else to say about? I don't know. Yeah, but having confusion on the level that the anti-polar Earth must have. I mean, they just got to be grasping at whatever straw they can imagine when you're trying to do a con game when they bring what they claim to be new evidence, because that's usually how it's being heard. Again, I can't read the mind, but there's cues people give, and the bravado and things when you talk, it kind of comes across, the fake. So you guys, I don't know, man, if you're depressed and all that, and have fear and are anxious and all that, I think there's a thing to be said for believing in truth and not defending a lie as part of a way of life. I strongly suspect it's not mentally healthy. I really do. I don't see it as healthy, but it could be, like you said, that level of numbing. I don't know. I don't know what, or it's by the power of God, and it's a matter of pride, and it's that sort of thing. I can't speak that I know what the intentions of the Most High Creator are, so that's not a verifiable claim. But there's something wrong because there's a disconnect when there's conversations happening with the anti-flat Earth crowd, and they really do got to respawn all the time, and they're just losing. And there's and their audience. How do you people not catch them out, and then at some point say this person, the king of logical fallacy and interruption and rudeness and always a victim and all these sort of things that are just manipulations, and the claims made are usually, well, they always involve, ultimately when you break down the claim, it involves a logical fallacy, and usually 2 or 3 wrapped inside trying to build credence for the next one. How long can you tolerate that as an audience member of that before you challenge it and say this is I'm going to call logical fallacy a logical fallacy, and I'm going to say this person's not trustworthy because when it's being said and described and the reason why the logical fallacy is identified, and it has to be because you got to have logic in discussion. You can't go into things like I believe the moon is, purple cheese 5 feet under it. We can't see it but it's there because I detected it with this thing I built. These sort of things can't be known. You can't know what it is up there unless you physically touch it. You can't know. You have to have it. I can't look at the moon when I measure a part to be within 5,000ths of a dimension. I have to put a tool on that to get that number and know I'm right. I can't look at the moon. So talking about lights in the sky, you guys, isn't helpful either for you. To believe in the globe at this point, you're really in bad shape. Mentally, there's no way around it. If you've heard this argument for a while, it's got to be God. Or there's a commitment behind the facade, which would be probably spiritual. I don't want to go into that. I have ideas, but that's not what this platform's about. What this platform is trying to tell people that from a foot observer height, if the globe was sphere, it needs to have a location where there's an obstruction. And that's been discredited. And that means your geometry is not conforming to the claim. And at some point, you need to admit that the geometry is more verifiable or more important in consideration than your feelings would be, or your identity as a person who wants to just get along or do whatever, or wants to be a troll. But you need to have geometry if you have a plane shape, and you don't have none of that. And then you start to try to say some stuff about gravity shifting the water around and making you have a disco ball Earth and water's up and down. You guys, you just pile poop on top of poop. That's a really poopy way to argue. I'd like to, and then there's no way to measure it, is the claim as well. Well, you got gravity to deal with first, which is untested. It's a speculative thing. It's kind of a religious dogma, kind of. It's an imaginary thing that you get to account for a lot of different things that are. It's like a shield to your idea or something, and it's not even science at all. It's literally a fairy tale by definition. I mean, if it doesn't go through the scientific method and isn't tested repeatedly and falsifiable and verifiable of cause and effect with the structure of the hypothesis set up correctly, and the independent variable must be manipulated and controlled by the researcher for the purpose of determining if it's causing the effect. You don't have any of that with the gravity. You don't even have an observation, because I can observe things going up. Well, you don't even have anything. Yeah, something falls down, but something falls up too. It does. Swim 30 feet underwater and drop an apple, that thing's went up. I don't care. And now you can't make a special plane fallacy out of that. It's not pulling the center of mass. It needs to be. But if I drop a rock, it will fall in the water, right? If I bring both down there in one each hand, there's a problem for the globe, in my opinion. And that's all the globe has is problems. I don't know how to. I mean, like, talking to a flat earther as like third person or whatever it is I'm doing right now isn't really the purpose. It's literally trying to be kind and gentle to anybody listening, either on the fence or globe troll, all y'all, whoever. If you're listening, no human has ever directly measured the Earth curve, and to claim any kind of knowledge on Earth based on light in the sky that is intangible by definition is really mental sauce, man. Because it's a salad, or it's a mental trick. It's not. There's no way to know what the light in the sky is, or where it is, or how big it is. There's no way to. All you have are some colors and a light and and there's no way to verify any other aspect of it. And then if you say that you're seeing the light from whatever 100 million years away, I thought of a question the other day that where does that? So if you say you're using spectroscopy or whatever to try to get information from the light, some kind of patterns that you probably come up with some kind of formula that this is that and that and this is. And who knows what the heck the supposed telescope is actually seeing. I mean, all you get are data sets. So, I mean, it's kind of a bit foolish to believe in data sets. I believe that now. That's a foolish concept. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, y'all. Like, it's intangible by definition. And then the other thing I thought of asking was, if it's so far away, at what point does the light become a focal point or whatever? Are you looking at something from far away, or is the light traveled? So, like, well, how far is this thing based on what you're seeing, and where's the point it's like stopping to be seen in your model and your idea? Because either it is far away or it isn't. So if you're getting spectroscopy from some point this light apparently has in the sky, it's either got to be. I don't get how it could be both close enough to gather some kind of information, but not, stream through me as light. It has some kind of focal point out there in the sky. It just does. It seems weird that would be the claim. I think it has one location. That's kind of what I think. If it had two locations, I would think there'd be like light streams going to the second location, kind of maybe a laser beam sort of thing. But what makes it focus its attention at that spot we do see it? I have that idea. That don't make sense. That I thought about it. I don't even know if I'm on base at all. It really doesn't matter because lights in the sky are unverifiable. There's no way to know anything about them except you can see them. There's no way to. Everything about them is a made-up story. And you might not believe me when I say that, but how do you use scientific method with light in the sky? You write that out for me and hypothesis and submit that someplace, and show us how you controlled and manipulated the cause of the phenomenon. Because that would be the interesting part. I'm a smoker and I'm stupid for that. Just like back when I was learning about the globe, I would begin smoking. I think at my age I should quit, but I got this anxiety problem if I'm not smoking. The devil in time. And, you get stuck with these things, these different things in life. And they just scare you, especially when I'm on that level. When that there's a time coming. Back to the flat Earth and the fact that the claim of the globe is that there's Coriolis and not Coriolis at the same time. That you can witness a not actual effect have actual consequence, like make hurricanes or have whatever effect when it's an apparent deflection. Apparent meaning visual, meaning not actual. Where's the integrity of the people to say then what is meant by two reference frames? There needs to be integrity in your heart or something. Because if you can't ask that question, where's two reference frames, and how can it be and not be at the same time? Even a dog knows it either has the bone or it does not have the bone. And the dog will watch the bone if you have it in your hand. It'll go get the bone if it wants to, if you throw it. But it knows when it doesn't have it. How do you believe you can have something and not have something at the same time? I don't understand that belief. Or the gall to defend that belief. And the lack of integrity and chivalry to admit that there would be two reference frames when they say there's two reference frames. I don't understand the lack of ability, willingness, or just basic human chivalry in the denial of a thing. Do you not understand what that one reference frame is different than two in the sense of things appearing to move? What's the disconnect? What could possibly be that hard to understand about two reference frames? One move, the other not move. Things appear to drift is the claim. But I mean, like, to say that something like you and your reference frames are ruined, and then to be a fan of somebody that would say that when they need to defend the reference frames, not ruin them, is, man, if this stuff is up for history, you know what I mean? Maybe it'll be said in humanity during the 1,000-year reign. Maybe this stuff will be on TV for good humor for people that are totally here with you know what's good, and things are fixed, and everybody wants to help everybody else, and they all want to do what is commanded and asked of, and long suffering for. But that humanity would be under that millennial, and maybe there will be a flashback as to how these lies were. And lies are not of God. They're not from God. It's not or good or a positive energy is the result of lies. That's not true. That's not true, because that's not true. It's an inherent truth that lies are unhealthy. There's in socially as well, and also in within yourself speak. You can't have a lying heart and get away with it. Really, there's especially as a lifestyle. There's no way that an anti-flat earther can respawn so many times and really not understand that they've been defeated every time they speak. I would say maybe there's some special cases where people are on various claiming flat earth broadcasts, and then people facepalm that are, say, debating someone like Aaron Ra, and they completely blow it. I've seen that. But yeah, that doesn't mean that somebody who's, trying to discredit from within, does that mean that they're the face of the movement? When you see don't prop that up in your mind as the reason to not trust things that are coming out. The best place on earth for flat earth is here, because it's 24/7 and you can interact. So here, and if too much wild stuff is said, I almost always hear QE popping, which is wonderful to know that it is a teaching moment each and every time. I wouldn't join in. I wouldn't say a word, because there's nothing I can add, and it's only I can learn, because it's important, because that guy has training I don't have. It's got to be at least partly training, because it's an acquirable skill to identify and name, and we're getting tight on it. Like the guy helped me earlier with his help. I think he went to bed, and what he said was that they would wrap a logical fallacy inside of another to prop the other up, and that is a tactic. It's all they got, a tactic. But globe defenders here, anybody satelliting here with their mic, their headphone on, audio on, and you want to, I don't know, maybe garner some kind of way to argue points. I don't know what your motive is, but you got a problem, because you need to have two reference frames, and there isn't. And you need to have them, and it's in the definition. I don't know what you're going to do about not having, things drift away, apparently, at the rates that are claimed of the globe, the actual miles per hour, the numbers we've been given, and there'd be two reference frames as the claim. How do you have something not have something? Can a dog, hey, Glover here listening, can a dog have a bone and not have a bone at the same time? Do you believe in that? Would you defend that concept? Is that a concept that you would go into the public square, get onto a milk crate, and explain to people how the dog can have a bone and not at the same time? I mean, physically holding control of, separate from any other means of control, or no control and no connection to the bone, no mechanism of any variety. Don't come up with any imagination right now, and that's important. It seems what you tend to do. You got two reference frame problem, bro. You got a serious problem there, because there isn't any two reference frames, and only special pleading fallacies and just complete diversions and causes of the effect and what we would witness. And you got it happening but not happening. Like sometimes snipers need to worry about it, I guess. That's the story. I don't think so. I think they aim at the target, and I'm very certain they aim right at the target. I'm sure of it. I've shot rifle a lot. And then you got people like your guy Bob, and saying the distance between 2 points on a curved path is shorter than a straight path. 5 times. And then only would reply to anything said was, check my math. You don't trust my math. Oh, that's another thing, lovers, guys. Math is by definition abstract, even if Google changed that recently, because they did. What an annoying thing, right? It really is annoying. I never thought they would actually change that. I can't find it on Google. I could try DuckDuckGo, but I'm always blown away when I can't find it on Google to the point where it's like, I don't really care. But anyway, yeah, and it's enough of that. Another spear problem. Okay. I don't know how many,
Hey, Lumpy, you need to get a sip of water or something, man. You're doing good, but you got to take at least take a breath for a second.
All right. Yeah, I got water over here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go up and fill up my water thing, and you guys, you can play music or do what you do. I just didn't want dead air. And since you're here, I have a question, real quick. If it were to be dead, does the music box automatically kick on?
No, somebody else to play it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I just don't want to leave too much dead air. I'm gonna go get me water.
Our lovely member KJ, the illustrious DJ KJ, usually fills in when that's happening. Otherwise, a lot of people have perms and they post a lot of stuff all the time.
I was just trying to give him a break, take a breath, get a sip of water or something.
I know, man. Yeah. It's good. It's like consistent critical thinking.
He was on point. But
yeah. Consistent critical thinking.
All we need is the Earth curvature. The rest of that stuff is just icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yep. There's not a single conspiracy that matters. Just Earth curvature. And I'm not kidding.
I know. It's just the way it is, man. To have a ball in the first instance, you need to have curvature measured of the ball.
Yep.
Full stop right there, right?
That's right.
We got Leo EZM with no rolls. You want to take a chance? Take a chance.
I really do. I really, really do.
Let's see if I can figure out how to unmute Leo EZM. My laptop Discord doesn't work very good for some reason.
Dude, is that Jim 777?
He was just in here. Now he left.
Oh, man.
Okay. Is Leo EZM going to talk to us?
I can't unmute him yet. Hold on. Can't find the live stream here. All right, Leo EZM. You've been unmuted. You got control of your mic. Welcome to the server, Leo EZM.
Yeah. What's up, man? Yo, where do I claim my roles at?
So you're given roles out of the blue if somebody thinks you deserve one.
Yeah?
Yep. You can't ask for roles.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you for the warm introduction.
You betcha. What brings you in tonight?
One of my guys sent me here, Mr. Hightower. And I'm just interested and intrigued to learn more. I was in here earlier for about an hour or so. Just listening and hearing what other people think.
Cool, man. Cool. So you're genuinely looking into the topic then?
Yep.
Awesome. How long you been looking into the topic?
About 3 months.
3 months? All right.
Yeah.
Well, neat. And what's the most compelling item of information that you came across regarding the Earth being flat?
Fuck.
Which one stands out that you're just like, whoa, that's crazy?
That people think that there's some type of gravitational pull in the middle of the Earth that brings everything down.
Right. I mean, I can see if the first story you were told was that it's a magical force pulling everything down, but if you had never been told about gravity and only taught about fluid dynamics and density, then you wouldn't even want to say something like gravity. It wouldn't make sense.
Mm.
So everything is fluid dynamics, right? Everything is interacting with each other in a fluid. Everything, like gas, air, you know what I'm saying? That's all fluid.
Yeah.
So that's kind of... So it's all fluid dynamics. It has nothing to do with gravity. In fact, if there were a force, it would be pulling a lot of different things down to the ground that usually wouldn't want to be there. Like you could put a 15-ton elephant in water and they'll float. Now, if gravity's strong, it should pull it down through that water. Strong enough to have it stand on the ground, well, it should, shallow water. But anyway, gravity's very hard to prove. You can't see it, you can't measure it, you can't detect it at all. You know the best argument for gravity is?
What is it?
Well, we can see the effects of it.
Okay.
Right. So I'll put it to you this way. If I've got an apple, a rotten apple, somewhere in my place, but I don't know what a rotten apple smells like yet, and it starts to rot, and I don't know where the smell's coming from or what it is, then I guess I'll never know that the consequence of an apple rotting is that smell.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Anyway, I don't want to go down a bunch of crazy roads. I want everybody to get a piece.
Relax, no funny.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm honored. Can I ask him a question?
Absolutely. Get to it.
Here's a quick example of gravity, too, is also like, let's say you get pulled over and the cop thinks you're under the influence of something, right? Well, how does he know what, they have a bunch of different tests to determine if it's alcohol, pot, or yada. But if he were just to guess, that wouldn't be admissible in the court of law because he's just speculating at that point. So gravity's kind of like that. And also, I was wondering if gravity could pull magnets off my fridge, but I don't think it can. So I was going to ask you, were you the really nice gentleman I spoke to about a month ago that said you were just trying to get out the hood?
No.
Okay, never mind then. I'm sorry. You just sounded like
I've only been in this Discord for about 3 hours.
Cool. So, like, what did you watch, like, an Eric Dubay video or something, or did your girlfriend one day tell you the Earth's flat and you try to disprove her? Or?
Nah, man. I've just always, since like probably like 7th grade, I've just always been into conspiracy theories and just always been intrigued by the flat Earth conspiracy.
Really? So you've researched it, I'm sure, like intermittently through the years, then?
More briefly, just like 3 months ago. Yeah, more briefly in these past 3 months. But throughout the other years, now I haven't. I just thought it was bullshit until you just find out everything from NASA is bullshit.
Yeah, I've pretty much felt the same way. Like when my chick first told me about it, I'm like, I don't have time for this. I wasn't listening to her. Then one day a video played and something in it hit me. But from that moment on, I changed and like I spent every waking moment trying to. And by midnight, I was like a diehard flat earther. So like I always wonder, like, if certain people hear about it, like enough for them to pay attention, and they do. I guess not everybody's like full force like I am though. But like I'm just wondering, like after 3 months, has it sparked your interest enough to like dig fully into it and be like, I'm not going to do anything else until I come to a concrete decision, one or the other. Like I don't like being in a gray area. Like if my chick's cheating on me, I want to find out. And either she leaves me or she's not cheating on me. I don't want to be like, I think she's cheating on me and like have an upset stomach all day. Like, nah, I want one or the other. I was just wondering if you feel like that, or are you cool with like not knowing?
I mean, fuck. I mean, I'm just mostly here just to hear what other people think, But
obviously to benefit you though, in some way for your mind, right?
Yeah. Fuck, man.
Well, I mean, if that were the case, this is not that interesting. There's way better stuff on Netflix than just like listening to us talk.
No
I mean,
shit.
I'm just saying,
This is bullshit. Netflix is just a bunch of bullshit too.
No,
Well,
I'm
it's
saying it's more
bullshit.
entertaining.
It's entertaining, though. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, sexier chicks on there, you know.
No, that's not true. You watch that.
Well, okay, yeah. There's brighter colors though.
Like, I can't even watch sports because I just feel like sports is rigged too. Like,
It's all rigged, bro. And that's
It's
the
all
thing.
rigged, man.
If one game is rigged and the rest are not, how are you even going to know in the first place? Moving forward, you know,
So
being a
I-
fan
that's-
forever.
Poison tree.
I can't even just watch sports anymore, man. Fuck it.
Right. Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Ooh, this is cool. Something in our community. There's someone going around with you have to be a registered voter and sign a petition about how everybody who votes has to present ID, because we've had like a shitload of dead people voting and like people who haven't, you know, like infants voting and all kinds of things that. Anyway, so now it's no, they haven't always asked for ID.
Now it's going to be real and legit. It wasn't legit before. Now it's going to be real and legit, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's just another way to get your information. See what you're doing.
Yeah, totally. And at the same time, make people think like if they had any doubts about conspiracies about voting, they're like, well, they're cleaning it up now, you know, some QAnon type stuff.
Right, it's a Band-Aid.
Nothing
Yeah,
to see
some
here.
diet
Nothing
woke.
to see here.
Right? Some diet woke.
Band-Aid, dude. It's an already bloody, scabby Band-Aid that they've used over and over and over, and people just keep buying it.
So Leo, let me ask you something then. So if you're not, if you're just sitting here to listen to people and you're not like trying to like make a definitive decision for yourself, how do you go amongst the village people every day and when they're all under their sports, rocking them J's, listening to Shakira or whatever mumble rap? How do you go along and meld with them if you know it's all fake? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just wondering how you could have.
Like, what do you mean?
Okay, well, so you're saying you've heard about Flutter for 3 months, right? And you just come in here to kind of listen. It's not really like to make a definitive decision for yourself, so you can, make your life like knowing that the globe is fake. Because I think it would change your life, but I might be wrong. But what I'm saying is, if you're just amongst the village people, like the main majority of the people, they're listening to mumble rap, watching sports, talking this and that stuff that you said is fake, and you're not into. So do you just not have any friends? Do you have friends that are flat earthers, or
that's fucked up, bro?
Nah, man.
No, does it make sense though? No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I'm sure most of your friends are into like the mainstream type of stuff, sports, whatnot, right?
Nah, man. Just the music and sports, and I'm not into sports, man. I play billiards, man. I'm a billiards type dude.
Not you. I'm saying you're the majority of your friends. I'm sure they're into mainstream things that people are into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how do you argue with them about that stuff's fake, or do you just like go along with it and not tell them that stuff's fake, and you know in your mind it's fake, but you're cool just hanging out with them? I'm just curious.
Yeah. I know it's in my mind it's fake, and I'm just cool hanging out with them.
It would just be strange to me. Like it would be like me going to I don't know, like I've never drank alcohol in my life, right? And I don't even think alcohol is real. And I go to AA meetings all the time and keep with these people, and they talk about AA all the time. But I'm like, well, I know it's not real, but it's like, why would I even be there then in the first place? That's all I'm saying. But everybody's different.
You just say alcohol is not real?
I'm saying theoretically for the example I'm giving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's probably the funniest thing I've heard all day.
How about this? Here's a better example.
My man goes, hey, did you just say alcohol's not real?
Yeah. Here's a better example, bro. Imagine
crazy.
Imagine you're hanging out with a bunch of people that all believe in Santa Claus, and they their whole life's about being good and getting on that list for every Christmas, right? Well, it's not real, right?
Like a kid. Yeah, it sounds like a kid.
Yeah, you're hanging around with those people, so it's going to dictate and necessitate actually actions that you take and do every day. So knowing that it's not real, are you cool with being led around kind of like in a dog and pony show just for the exercise, or like is it just to know in your mind that it's real and or fake, and everybody else is like? Seeing as why would you hang around with those people if you know it's not real? That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I'm not gonna go up to my friend and be like, "What's up, dog? So let me break it down to you about the fucking glove. It's not a fucking ball, flat." I'm not gonna tell him that shit, bro. No one's got time for that shit, nigga.
Well, how about this? If you knew your homeboy's lady was cheating on him, and that was his righteous lady, would you say anything to him then?
Yeah, but like,
I remember this guy.
bro, that's not important, bro. Fucking, bro, we don't have the money to find out, bro.
Important? Is lady cheating on him not important?
I'm talking about the glove, dog.
No, but I'm giving you a lesser example that's not as significant, and I'm asking you.
It's important to tell him, okay? But I'm not going to tell my friend, you know, the fucking world, the world's not fucking a ball, it's fucking flat. No, dude, I'm not going to tell him that bullshit. No one's got time for that, man.
Okay, well then, how would they have time for the littler things? Then that's the most significant thing. And even if you don't agree with that, why would you continue putting yourself around people that are living a lie and you know it's a lie?
What lie?
Well, you just said that the Earth is not a ball. Are you speaking theoretically, or do you really believe that?
I believe that it's not a fucking ball. It's not.
Take that thing out of your mouth so we can hear you.
I think it's not a ball. No.
Okay. Because I mean, I don't know what shape it is, bro. I'm not going to definitively say it's completely flat.
I also don't think it's a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what shape it is. I just know it's not a spinning ball in space, right? Because I look at mountains. Mountains go up, valleys go down.
As much shit as we'll do, we'll never find out. So that's why I'm not going to tell my friend, because we'll never find out.
Okay, that may be true, right? Like, on the same sense, though, like you would still tell your friend, like, even though you guys both know you'd never find out who she cheated on him with, wouldn't you still want to tell him?
God, bro, completely different, bro. No one gives a fuck about the Earth being flat or not. Fucking outside.
Well, then why are you in here if nobody cares about that? Then I'm just curious.
Because that's my personal. I'm intrigued by it. That's my thing, not my friend, dog. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just saying, it's like, stupid shit to ask me. Nah, it's cool, bro. I think the defense rests.
Oh yeah, man, you really asked me. I'm gonna ask my friend. Tell my friend what the world.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Go ahead, speak, Doc.
Yeah, so if it's not important, then why do they put it on every Universal Studios movie? Why is there a globe on every desk at every teacher's, desk? Why is it on the newspapers? Why is it everywhere you go? You turn on Google.
He's talking about telling my friend. Were you here for the whole conversation?
Yeah, I heard that part. But when you say it's not important if the Earth is a globe, then why do they put it in your face every day, all day long? Every time you turn on mainstream media,
because it's
you
a
turn on the
fucking lie.
news,
I'm not gonna tell my friend that because no one fucking cares. We're not gonna find out. Have you found out if it's fucking a ball or fucking flat? Have you found out? Tell me.
Yeah, I went to the ocean, Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I saw Ingleside on the bay with the water up to my armpits. There should have been 66.6 feet of curvature between me and those beach houses. Those beach houses were only 3 stories tops. I could see the lights at night.
I need on paper, dog. Paper don't lie. I need on paper, dog. Paper. I need on paper,
no,
dog.
it ain't about on paper. You go to North Beach and do it yourself. You go to any beach.
He's talking about money. He's talking about money.
No, I need on paper. Paper. I need on paper. I need fucking.
Yeah, you need paper to get out the hood, right? You just trying to get out the hood, dog? You know what I mean?
You got me mixed up with the other dude.
No, I'm not you. I'm just saying in general. You got to get out the hood. One day with paper.
Who said I'm in the hood?
I didn't. I'm just saying for me, I'm in the hood. I got to get out with paper, make that money, that scratch. You know what I mean?
Cool, yeah.
I'm sure you live in a really nice area, probably better than where I live.
Nope. I'm just saying who said I live in the hood.
Everybody lives in a better place than you.
I know, dude. There's rats in my walls. Seriously, the cities came by 3 times in the last month to serve us to get up the garbage out of our front yard. So yeah, we're like an eyesore of the neighborhood in a really bad neighborhood. We're the worst in the bad neighborhood. It's classic. Hey Leo, what are you eating? That sounds really good.
I'm eating Charlie's sour crawlers.
Nice. I like the sound of that wrapper. It's really soothing.
You won't hear it for long.
My favorite rapper.
Yeah. It almost sounds like wind chimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's that rapper? He's like a white guy. He's like blind as fuck, but he's like doing all the rap battles on YouTube.
Skittles. Is that the guy that goes, I'm just trying to buy something tampon? That rapper?
Just pulling the string.
It's fucking nice outside.
And inside, too.
Hey, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm going to go out there now. See you guys later.
Later, bro. That dude lives in the big sky country. I'm so jealous.
I've been out there I've been outside all day.
You know what I mean? The big sky country, bro. I think they call my state the big chem country because you don't see much sky, dog.
Well,
They should call it ice because it's just ice crystals,
right?
It's nothing but chemtrails. It's chemtrails. It's something in the water making the frogs gay. It's all that.
Leo, you live near Los Angeles?
Yeah, making the frogs gay. That's it. Yeah.
No, man. I live in Sacramento, man.
Oh, Sacktown from the Bay Area and back down?
Oh, shit. You only
Sac is not a part of the Bay.
No, it's a rap song. Sacktown, the Bay Area and back down.
Yep. Yeah, man, Sacktown.
Yeah. Do you like rap?
Depends on where you live. Most of Sac is next to
I like a bit of everything, to be honest.
Next directly to the Bay.
That's cool.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of Northerners up there, huh? Where you live, but surprisingly enough, though, there's a lot of Southsiders there too for being in Northern California, huh?
Yes, it's a mix of both, and a lot of black people.
I'd dare to say that there's actually more Southerners up there. You know what I mean? Possibly, I might be wrong.
Yeah, there is.
You know, there's areas that are predominantly like Crip or Blood or whatever, but they're like mostly sets that are from down here. But as far as like the Southerners and everything, there's Southerners even as far as up as like by like where Pelican Bay is, almost by the border. It's a trip. They've never even been to LA, but they're repping that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's not really Crips and Bloods in Sacramento. It's the Diamonds or the Stars, which I guess Crips or Blood or whatever. But like, I guess they're not blood, but they just rep the colors. Yeah.
So does any of your homies ever come into the Discord and listen with you?
Nah, man. Nah.
Yeah. That'd be kind of weak sauce, huh? That'd be a little bit weird, huh?
Nah, a little weird, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, you guys ain't trying to talk about no clove and stuff, like, especially you're out there sipping a lean, like hot chick come over the pad, and sneakers are clean, you know what I mean? Maybe mama's out of town, dog. You know what I mean? You ain't talking about no clove, flat earth, huh?
Yeah, we ain't talking about no flat earth,
right?
I was like,
in fact, if you meet some chicks in the club, dog, the fastest way to get them to leave is start talking about flat earth. Or be barefoot. One or the other.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious, bro.
No, you start talking about astronauts, bro. That'll get away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pennies falling on the floor when I talk about space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Fuck, man. You're funny.
I try to be. I'd rather be funny than depressing.
Why would they put astronauts in the ocean? Didn't they hit the water going like 88 miles an hour?
Most of all the astronauts
that went on
the first quotation marks fucking moon landing, weren't they all Masonic people?
Allegedly.
Yeah, they were all
allegedly.
Hey, be careful. Careful now.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yes, allegedly. My bad.
All that is somebody who's basically a bricklayer, right?
Yeah, dude.
Sons of bitches lied to me.
You know, it could bring up a big question mark anytime you ever ask somebody if they're that thing and they don't deny it. They'll say something like, how could I be that? I charge for everything. The free part.
Yeah.
I've had them answer me like that a lot.
I've never had nobody deny it. Not yet. I guess I've been the right people, I guess. I don't.
Well, it just depends on how you come at them, how they feel. I mean, they won't get in trouble for denying it. And they don't like to deny it. They like to just leave it open, basically. They know if you're asking them like that, you're not that, though. So, they judge you like, why are you asking them that? Like, maybe you're asking them to join and they could benefit.
Well,
but if you're not,
that, you'll just shake their hand.
Well, yeah, like there's so many different ways, you know what I mean? So I even heard one where one person goes like this, and the other person goes, you know what I mean? They can't. No, you can't resist the shaving the haircut. Even Roger Rabbit couldn't resist it.
Hey, man.
You have any other questions, Leo?
We're in a fucking simulation, dog.
I studied theoretical astrophysics for 19 years, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Until September of 2001, that's when I stopped studying it. But yeah, any questions you got about outer space or black holes, time space, warp time? I'm your man, bro.
Earth, flat Earth,
black
hollow
holes
Earth,
don't fucking exist.
concave, convex. We get it.
Black holes don't exist, dog.
Black holes don't exist?
Yeah, I thought they don't exist. I thought Albert Einstein proved that.
Well, what's your definition of exist? You know, we could debate that. I mean,
we're not going there, dog. Fuck. But
and
yeah,
the definition could change tomorrow.
Didn't Albert Einstein do some calculations to prove that shit's not real? Yes or no?
Well,
yes or no?
Wait, what was your question? How did Albert Einstein do what?
No, didn't Albert Einstein already say that's fake fucking black holes?
I'm not sure. I mean, to me, I think of Albert Einstein as more of a theoretical thing, like Tom Sawyer. I don't know if he was ever actually real, you know, but his name will live on.
Yeah, like Tesla.
The lyrics that you hear in the song. Huh? Yeah,
Nikola
Tesla. Yeah.
He's fucking. Yeah. What if I doubt it?
Like the cat in the wheelchair.
Oh, that guy in the wheelchair. Yeah. No, I think he was actually real. You know what I mean? And not only would you,
I know he was real. He was a real person. I meant, like, was he really a scientist like they claim he was?
Not only could he tell you about outer space, he could also tell you the quickest way to change the transmission fluid on your car because he had experience in it.
All
that's what he did. He's a mechanic. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They actually, at one time at 7-Eleven, they came up with they had a 6-month period where they were like, you know, you could buy an extra, like a liquor straw with the Slurpees for like $1. They had a Stephen Hawking straw for like, while supplies last, you know, with the Slurpees. It's pretty cool. It was space colored, space flavor, I think. Actually, it might have been what do you call it? Colonoscopy flavor, but I'm not sure. I can't remember.
What's that taste like?
You see some of the homies walking around with a bag on the side of their hip because they were putting in work and they got caught slipping one time. You know what I mean?
Colonoscopy with corn syrup flavoring now. Get your coffee while it's hot on the International Space Station.
Hey, Leo, you ever caught a hot one?
Explain.
Huh?
Explain.
Like, you ever caught a hot one? Like, you know, like picked up like a little charge, you had to do it a bullet or two, or like maybe, you know, you got clipped one time sleeping? No.
No, man. Fucking. Yo, guess what though? I just graduated high school today, man. Fucking.
Today? Oh, today was the last day of high school?
Yeah, man, graduated. Perfect.
Today was graduation, huh? Friday the 13th. Oh, okay. Yes. I didn't know they graduated in May. That's interesting.
I didn't graduate high school. I don't know.
I believe it. Yeah. Well, maybe where you live, that's where graduation time is. I don't know. I don't know much, bro. I didn't graduate from high school.
No, I didn't graduate like out of school. It's kind of like a GED kind of thing. They graduate on time.
Kind of like a tough guy, like a tough guy school, like stand and deliver, like an after school thing where like tough kids go.
Yeah, kind of.
I went through a bunch of those schools too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the last school I went to, you had to go through a metal detector. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just graduated.
Yeah, well, I always went off through it because I one time when I was younger, I got hit 9 times, dog, and a couple of them are still in me. So I have to explain, like, hey, dog, you know what I mean? I caught a hot one. It is what it is. It made my voice sound better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here.
So, what'd you major in, Leo? What was your interest of subject?
Bro, it was high school. What are you talking about?
I mean, when I was in high school, I majored in stealing car stereos and catalytic converters. I was really good at it.
No, man, I fucking just sold weed on the side while I was going to high school.
Oh, that's
for
cool.
Like a year, I made it. 15 G's.
So you were getting it right out of the ground, huh? And I used to do that too. I always had to have my hose with me to get out of the ground. You have to have a nice hoe, you know what I mean?
Yep.
To get that out of the ground. I'm just saying, you're not going to want to do it with your hands.
You're right.
If you have a really sharp hoe, you can get that weed right out of the ground and sell it.
Your hands get dirty when you do that.
Right? So clean, but so dirty.
Vagina.
Right?
Situation.
Here comes Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, right? Babe, can I have a cigarette?
Potato, cheese, potatoes, tomatoes, steaks.
Oh, what? You know that song?
And by the way, you're being way too loud. You're being way too loud. She said.
Yeah, honey.
Well, you're going to way too loud.
You tell him, girlfriend.
All right, babe. All right. Sorry. I'm in compliance with whatever you want. Okay. Babe, this person right here knows my songs. He even quoted one of my lyrics right now. Oh, she said you can't quote it better than she can. She's probably right.
Because I wrote most of them.
Cap.
Hey, tell us because you what?
Because I wrote most of them.
Yeah, she wrote like 75% of my lyrics.
Truth comes out, don't
it? Yeah. She's my biggest fan. She even had the underground stuff I did with Stan. But she don't know the flat earth like I know it. No one does. She don't know what it was like.
Yeah.
Do it.
Go vagina. Are you the best flat earth rapper?
I mean, I don't want to brag, bro. Like, I don't know. I won't. If somebody says I am, I won't argue with them. But if they says I'm not, I will argue with them. But I'll never say that stuff myself.
Yeah, he's the best. Yeah, you can count on that.
I'd like to say I'm in the top 20. No.
All right.
I'm in the top 20 in a field of about 9 people.
Who in here remembers Tiger Dan? He was the first flat earth rap guy.
He rapped?
I don't know much about it.
Yeah,
Tiger Dan.
He was so brave. He was so brave and did it, even though he's like extremely British. You know, he's like whiter than
I think I've
he's
heard
whiter
that.
than sour cream. Yeah, but he did it though. He had the balls to do it, so I can't say shit, right? Because I don't have the balls to rap about flat earth.
Yo, Saint, can you sing me Astro Coffee?
You like that song? Wait. Astro Coffee or made of piss?
Astro
no, you're right. You're right. Astro. Oh, damn, you know all my stuff, huh? That one I put back way back in the day, like one of the first ones.
Hey, I need to hear that line.
I would know why he's here.
Right? Hey, so that line is just the first verse on that newer song, Made from Piss. But I named it Astro Coffee back then. Well, did you hear the first one called Flatten the Curve?
No. The one I need.
It's horrible. Don't listen to it. Please don't listen to it.
It's horrible.
I shouldn't even have said it. Not. Yeah.
So bad.
So bad.
I'm gonna look for it though.
See where you were when you started, and then where you ended up. Actually, it's good for that.
Yeah.
It shows how bad you were.
I know. I suck. I know. Yeah.
Everybody starts out bad.
It's not, but like I think it's horrible. I cringe when I hear it. I'm like, oh my god. The only good part is like that little clip from Michelle Fowler in the song. I think.
You know, when you came back with that song, I was just like,
yeah. When I first started writing songs, they were like only about Craig and McToon, and I'm like talking all kinds of crap about him in the whole song. And my chick's like, "Yeah, I don't think maybe one or two people might get that, but she's like, you're just writing this for some weird thing for in your own head." Like, and so I try to write all these songs, you know, with these weird messages talking shit about them. But then I was like, yeah, I'm kind of over that now. And then I got into the whole, you know, what do you call it, medical information songs, and I'm over that now too. So.
And you didn't know what you were doing as far as like technique.
Yeah.
You were, like, totally offbeat, just horrible.
Yeah.
But then after like a couple songs after that, do this really good. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Possibly. And then when you came home with what is it, Flat Nasty? Flat Nasty.
That was a song I had made right when I got out of jail. Flat Nasty.
Oh my God.
Because I wrote that in jail.
Flat and Nasty?
This is it. I
Yeah.
was like, this is it.
I wrote that song when I was in jail.
I'm gonna listen to it right now.
He's gonna blow up.
Yo, you like the Co-Vagina one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Friday days listening to it right now.
That's right, bro. I'm flattered.
So, September 19.
Yep. Dude, I actually give Glap Flowbo a shout out in one of my songs. I don't know if he even remembers. Yeah.
That's messed up, bro. You didn't mention me.
I know.
You got your toes over here showing in hella shit, boy.
That's wrong, bro.
I gave QE and Crackvillain a shout out in one of my songs even, but I don't think they know either because it's like in the middle of the song. That was when I first started coming to Discord. And QE and Crackvillain were the only people I knew.
Yo, you're a menace for going on the other side of the escalator stairs, going up and you're going down. Jeez, you're a menace.
Yeah. Well, I'm a menace to sobriety. That's about it.
He told you, bro.
I'm about as harmless as a butterfly. Mm-hmm.
Do you go to people telling them they're flat?
If you ever need anybody to ghostwrite lyrics for you, bro, I'll kill the script. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Right. I guarantee you, bro. Anybody you know, I could probably battle rap them freestyle better than them. But you know what? Who's to say what's better or worse? Since you can't measure it, it's all in the eye of the beholder. So that's just.
What if I told you that I actually know the world's best flat Earth rapper, and I was asking you to check you? So, and if you said yeah, I was about to get him in here. So, all right, man, I'm gonna get the world's best flat Earth rapper.
Wait, whoa. Hey, you know Steve Grant?
No, man. No, I know even better.
Honestly, to me, I think Steve Grant's the best flat Earth rapper, in my opinion. Besides, Flat Earth Mafia, that one song they made, spanking with Van Allen's belt, but they didn't really put nothing else out. But I mean, ODD has some good ones. Don't get me wrong, but Steve Grant's Diet Woke, like, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody top that. That's just my opinion. He hasn't put nothing out in a while, though. If you're listening, Steve. I know, he probably doesn't. Most people don't go on Discord. You know? Only the really cool kids go on Discord. You know what I mean? Yeah, only the quarterback of the football team. Yeah.
I can't even get Discord to work.
If you ever see Jackie, is it Jackie Day Saints or Jack Nasty? Jackie Day Saints, you guys, moderators, let her in. Jackie Day Saints. She probably won't say anything the whole time. And she's probably only listening because I'm not answering my phone. She hasn't heard from me for a couple of days. So, but I'm just saying, you know, if you ever see her, let her in.
Yeah, what do you think about the drone birds?
The drone birds?
Yeah.
Just as real as like drone insects or like drones that people fly in the sky that they buy. I mean, you know, or electric cars. Like there are those. You know, it's a fact. Now I can't point to a bird in the sky and be like, "That's a drone bird." You know.
You got any proof of one? Like taking them apart or something?
No, I mean I've seen drone dogs. I've seen drone motorcycles. You know.
Yeah.
There's even drone bicycles. They're called electric bikes.
Whoa. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm using the term drone really openly, you know, because to me, drone is just a theoretical word. So.
My motorcycle still takes gasoline.
Thank God, right? Yeah. He does. He's just trying to get out the hood. No, he's not. No. Oh, you think so? Hey, Leo, have I ever met you before, bro?
No.
No. You're okay. You're not. Your name's not Matthew, is it? Matthew Mitchell.
My name's the same as Discord, man.
Hey,
okay.
Flat Earth Day Saints.
What up, yo?
I was trying to Google Flat Earth Day Saints, and the only stuff I come up with is some Mormon stuff.
No, you go on YouTube, man.
YouTube. Yeah. It's this app that it's like a red square with like a white arrow button in the middle.
What's that?
It's an app. Have you ever heard of application for the internet, like for your phone and stuff?
Internet.
Like flashlight apps and stuff like that.
You're talking about Wi-Fi or?
Yeah, Wi-Fi or Li-Fi or hardwired Fi.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. I know you're burning me.
I know.
Okay,
I know you joking. You keyed.
Flat.
Wait for it. I keyed. It's because of you, Sindri, that I went and spent a half hour Googling things about Iceland the other day. And then I went down some rabbit hole and I forgot I was even on. Anyway, long story short.
Oh.
Remember that, babe? I was on
Okay. I hope you learned some stuff about my country then, right?
Yeah. I learned a few things, you know.
The country doesn't matter.
Huh?
This country doesn't matter. They do nothing for the world.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Or your country's Black Lives Matter.
You are a worthless piece of shit. Go back to where you come.
Sindri, you matter to me, Sindri. You matter to me.
No, I mean, the United States Navy is spending so much money to have a base here, so...
When you say Navy, do you mean like the beans or like the people?
Yeah, I got a fucking an email.
Hoagies and grinders.
They're giving out bonuses to join 25,000 to 50 G's.
Yeah, to join the army, what you can do for the Navy. You're just a baby getting recruited at 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And I'm seeing some of these babies here in my country.
I'm not one of them fucking. Hell no, I'm not joining the fucking scapegoat ass army.
Well, if you ever sign up for any military organization, even if you leave either honorably or dishonorably, anytime you go to court for any crime in the future, you'll go to what they call Veterans Court, which is the flag with the fringes around it. Yeah.
Whoa!
Batteries not included. Each show separately. Boy, we're prohibited. Yeah, she does it with passion. It's like blah, 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 blah.
No, tell me more.
I could tell you less.
So, Flat Earth Day Saints, then, since you were Googling my name previously, you are aware of my...
Not your name, your country.
What is
your country?
Yeah, okay.
What is fucking right? What's wrong with you?
If you don't live in America, you don't matter, okay?
I don't live in America.
Yeah. USA!
USA!
Yeah, for sure.
Black Lives Matter.
I always take a knee before the game, you know what I mean? And it's just because I'm trying to tie my shoe.
The United States of America is a very powerful coalition of 50 states.
No, it's powerful.
But it's far from being the only country in the world.
China number one, America number two, as they used to say in H1Z1.
I think Lithuania is number one, homeboy. I think Lithuania.
I mean, we're getting pretty close to all the Western countries to becoming like close to a single state. I mean, we have NATO, European Union, the United States.
NATO your face.
Yeah, but do you guys have Gary, Indiana? Do you have Gary, Indiana? No? Well, then you can't say nothing, because that's like the number one state in the world, Gary, Indiana. That's like where major deals are made, you know what I mean?
Do you have a town called Hveragerði? Because it's the best thing in the world.
Something like that, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Hey, guys! Why the childish things? Can we talk about something interesting?
Yes, please.
Talk about something interesting.
Because on the server, we are definitely people all over the globe. You can't like.
No, there's some NPCs in here.
Am I an NPC then?
No, I'm just saying there's some NPCs. The ones that are muted are NPCs.
Okay.
Hey, you said all over the globe, right? Well, I think it's Hollow Earth. So didn't you mean all inside the globe?
Your face.
Oh, okay. I get this now. You're clowning me, right?
So you believe the Earth is only hollow, not also the outside thing?
My beliefs aren't even relevant because that's just what I believe in. So I try to stick to the facts if I can.
Yeah. I totally respect that.
I mean, I still believe in Santa Claus, and my girlfriend always makes fun of me. So you know what I mean?
I understand why she makes fun of you, but I also have my own beliefs that probably contradict yours.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But, I'm really accepting and open. Like, whatever your beliefs are, like, I just want us to be all inclusive, when it comes to me and you. So, let's put it this way. You could identify as a bumblebee, right? And so you're living 5 days every human year. Well, if you had to do a prison sentence for that and you got sentenced to 15 years, you only have to do a couple minutes in jail. You won't even make it through booking because you're a bumblebee. And if they don't respect that, it's against the law. That's factual. That's not theoretical. That's factual.
Oh, my God. It reminds me of that guy in Netherlands who went to court to identify as a 20-year-old and he is 64-year-old or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he lost because it would mess up the whole system of accounting and census and everything.
Dude, I lived in a graveyard for free for 6 months because I identified as a corpse. It was like one of the best times of my life.
Are you japping at the current trans culture going on?
Oh, is that what the kids call it nowadays? I can never keep up with the current terms. No, I've always been into this. I've believed in identifying as whatever you want way before I'd even heard about it on the news. In fact, I'm a pioneer of the subject, dude. You know what I mean?
Your face.
Mm-hmm. No, Leo's got some good stuff to say. He really does. When he's repeating my lyrics.
Fuck you.
When you say that, you mean fornication under the consent of the king? We don't go by those rules anymore, bro. You can go do it to anybody you want without asking.
Or you can come to me and meet the queen.
Or you can get the Queen James version of the Bible. We could argue about in Gomorrah, did the people really think that they were men, or did they know that they were spiritual beings? And they knew they were spiritual beings, so therefore they weren't saying that they were men, and that's not why they burned down the town. It's all been changed to protect the innocent and to prove the guilty.
Hey, Flat Earth Day Saints, are you religious?
Like, do I have a lot of beliefs and stuff that I believe in that I can't prove? Yeah, a lot of stuff. I wouldn't call myself religious, though. I'm a born-again flat earther.
Yeah, I'm not talking about flat earth or that kind of stuff. I'm more talking about like these typical religious stuff like Christianity, Catholicism, Muslim, Hindu.
No, I don't claim any of that. But although I do take the Bible completely literal, like
here's the best part of that. We're not going to talk about any of that.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Okay.
Not a single bit. We're not going to talk about religion at all in this channel.
What?
How's that? How's that grab you?
Sounds
Very
cool.
well.
Religion is a slave. It's a slave mindset.
Sorry, what?
Religion is a slave mindset.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm a Catholic. But
I don't care.
Bad.
So the Earth measures flat. That's the topic.
Oh, Jesus for you.
Co-vagina. Can you tell me some facts that'll blow my fucking head since you're fucking
I'll tell you a fact. If you ever want to lose weight without doing anything, you go from the equator to the North Pole. And you've lost like 9 pounds. Or you climb a high mountain, you lose like 4 pounds. Take an airplane flight, you lose 8 pounds. Just a little, a cheat, a life hack for you.
Yeah.
According to Globe Belief, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you want to mix weight with mass, then yes.
Hey, Sindri, what's mass? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a difficult question?
Yeah, because I'm out of my fucking mind.
You need a more than cursory glance at this material. I think that you should look into it further and come back.
Sindri, you could take some pictures of mass, and they would call it a mass da-da-da.
No, if I would take out my phone and take a picture of a mass, I would be like sued for sexual harassment or something.
Yeah, see, you're just being stupid for no reason.
Yeah.
You're a comedian. You're a regular comedian. You know that. You should take that shit on the road. Why are you here with us? You could be making millions, kid.
Millions.
Oh, I would not make millions.
Well, you'd make EBT million. You'd make food stamps. That's for sure.
There are no food stamps in.
They have no food stamps in this country. It's fucking. Piece of
you
shit.
take the EBT card, whatever. You know what I mean. Tomato, same thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one good thing about food stamps. When you go to Subway and you buy your sandwich with the EBT card, at most places when you have a credit card, it'll say like what percentage tip you want. The girls stand there like looking like you feel like a dirtbag if you put no tip, right? So with the EBT card, it never says that. Dun dun. That's winning, baby, all day long. You know what I mean? That's having your cake and eating it too.
I can add to that. In my country, we don't tip. It's not part of the culture.
Cool.
It's not part of American culture, but we still do it.
You can't use EBT cards at like restaurants, I don't think. Otherwise,
but you can use it at Subway where I live. They do it at Little Caesars and Subway where I live, though. In the hood, you can at fast food places.
No way. There's no way.
No, you can't. No, you can't, bro.
Trust me. In the hood, you can.
You can't. No half food, bro, on EBT. That's bullshit. Otherwise, that shit would be fucking flooded on the first.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you, in the hood, you can, dog.
No, you can't.
There's no fucking way. There's not possible.
I mean, I've done it. I've done it like at least 500 times.
You cannot buy.
You know what? Hey, just for that, I'm gonna go make a video of me doing it and post it on my YouTube channel. Because last night I posted a video about how to get a job at Blenders. I'm gonna do it.
You can't buy hot food with EBT. You know, right?
You can buy cigarettes with EBT.
Yeah, but you can't buy hot food. So this guy's
you can buy anything with EBT as long as the store owner is cool with it. In some store owners,
exactly, yeah,
they let it slide under the table. They don't care. You can buy anything you want in the hood with EBT.
No,
even some people that have signs that say that.
In Massachusetts, you can buy cigarettes.
Cannot buy hot food. Cannot buy hot food.
Singles. You can buy singles.
Cannot buy hot food. Cannot buy hot food.
You're not even supposed to sell singles with. You know what I mean? You can buy single cigarettes with EBT.
That's fucking nuts.
You want. Listen, it depends on state.
I actually used my EBT card to bail out of jail once, bro. So I'm just saying, you could use it for a lot of things, you know. In Vegas, you could use it to get a girl. You know what I mean?
But yeah, legally you can't.
So are you, Flutter says, are you saying that if I have enough food stamps, I can have a good time in Vegas?
I'm not saying anything. Like whatever you do in Vegas stays in Vegas, and don't talk about that too much. But you can do whatever you want, bro. I mean, all I know is you're closer to the North Pole, so you get the best gifts first. You know what I mean? On Christmas.
Yeah, first I have to de-thaw them.
Okay.
Lying on you stink.
Whoa.
My bad. So anyway, you're talking about like A-ramps at the gas station letting you use EBT, huh?
No, I'm saying not every. It's participating stores may vary. I mean, you know what I mean? Void where prohibited.
You can't buy hot. You can't buy hot food with EBT.
Yeah, you're not supposed to legally.
Okay, well, whatever. Okay.
Hot food. You're right, but a lot of things happen that they're not supposed to.
I mean, like I know the dude down at the 99-cent store, he'll trade for power tools for stuff. And most places will be like, we don't trade for power tools. Or like some places in British Columbia or like down in Africa, you could come in with a pocket full of oatmeal or yams and get a lawnmower. I'm saying most places, on paper they don't, but like you'll never know until you actually go in the store and try it. And don't wear shoes when you do it, I suggest. It's fun.
Dude, I know. I see you walk around barefoot. You crazy?
No, I'm actually extremely smart. I'm adding years to my life, so I don't care what anybody thinks. Like,
I really like Latter-day Saints. He's what we call in my country Orthepin. He's very quick with very accurate words.
Well, you like me more than I like myself. I'll tell you that much. Thank you. I don't get no respect.
Yeah, you get respect for me. That's absolute.
And at the end of the day, that's all I do it for, bro. Thank you.
Why? Is it because they got you stuck on what masters? Okay, now you're quiet again.
No, not because he got me stuck on masses.
Then why?
I just said because he has a very quick word follow-up.
I was going outside to smoke a cigarette. You want to come? Well, come on then, babe. Gee, I'm not going to sit here and wait while I want to smoke. Huh?
Come where?
You're hot mic in there, Saints.
I'm sorry, sir.
Hot miking is hot.
Think it's not?
There's nothing hot about hot miking. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not. Unless it's like something sexual is happening. Has anybody ever hot mic'd and like jerked off by accident?
Hey, did you guys know that the Earth measures flat when you go out and you measure it? There's no drop over distance. Yeah, no drop over distance can be detected, measured, seen, found anywhere. No curvature.
Can you swear down? Can you swear down on that?
Can I do what?
Can you swear down on that?
Swear down? What does that swear down? I don't know.
Swear up on it, yo.
What's going on? What do you want me to say? I don't understand what you're saying.
I've only heard of swear up and down, the expression.
I swear up and down that I'm here talking to you.
That's pretty much.
Even if you don't curse. You know what I mean? When you don't curse, it's just right in the middle, glad.
When I don't what?
Yeah, glad.
When you don't curse.
I clicked on your SoundCloud.
When you don't curse, it's right in the middle. I mean,
your music's giving me epilepsy, even though it's fucking audio.
Well, you know, cool.
Yeah. A lot of people tell me I'm retarded. I'm like, how could I be retarded? I was never retarded to begin with. You know what I mean? Come on, homie. You know what time it is?
A lot of people tell you you're retarded.
Co-vagina.
But I was never that to begin with.
Co-vagina. Hey, where'd you come up with that word, co-vagina?
Hey, stop talking about that. Go.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop.
Not appropriate.
Do you want to talk about anything that matters? Perhaps Earth isn't a globe, and here's why.
Oh yeah, dude, that sounds really interesting. Talk about that, please.
It's actually the most interesting thing on Earth. No pun intended.
That wasn't sarcasm.
Hawkeye, I can't hear you. Is there any way that you can get close to your mic?
No, I'm close to my mic. It's
there you go. Way better.
Dude, I'm the same distance. I just turned up my input.
Oh, good. Well, it sounds worse and better.
Worse?
Yeah, there's static. There's like grains of sand in your voice now, but it's louder.
Static, grains of sand. How about, is this better? Shit.
Yeah, no, that is good. That's good. You just had the input up a little too hot.
Okay.
Coming in hot, boys. Coming in hot.
Okay. Please don't do that again, too. That'd be great.
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request. No.
That's not up to you, partner. I'm afraid.
I like. Is your last name NWO?
No.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it? No? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mispronounce it.
Sure.
Is the W just silent then?
Whatever you like.
I'm just asking.
It's New World Order. I think you understand that it's an acronym.
I'm just messing with you, Hawkeye.
Hey, Hawkeye, what is the Earth a globe or not?
I can't be entirely sure.
Okay, that's honest.
If you're looking to try to like bombard someone and like bother someone.
No, I'm just picking on you because you're in here. See, it's a voice channel, so we're gonna speak using our voices with each other. I know it's a novel concept, but
yeah, you can speak, but without being a condescending cocksucker. So there's a difference. So
ooh, wow, damn.
Offense is only taken. Offense is only taken, not given. Offense is only taken, not given.
Okay, well, fences are also erected around yards.
You can borrow it too.
So, does the Earth measure one way or the other? Have you tried to measure it?
The entire circumference? No,
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that.
That's why
I said, did you measure the Earth? That's the question. Those words.
I don't have the money, time, or resources.
Okay, so no, that's okay.
And like I said, you don't have to. You can attack somebody else, bro. You're fucking with the wrong person.
Ooh, damn.
And then that was.
So he's fornicating under the consent of the king with the wrong person?
I was just trying to have a conversation about the Earth.
Yeah. Have it with somebody.
Damn.
I think there's a therapy channel further down somewhere in here.
Not necessary. I've just dealt with this from some people before, and I just don't have time for it right now.
You should just change your name to speak only when spoken to. You know,
I can't even hear him anymore.
Somebody else, I guess. Try to troll.
Okay, yeah, no. If you want me to move on, I'll do it.
Yeah, cool.
Enough
If
said.
you want to be serious? Then we can be serious later.
Hint taken. Well, what do you want to talk about? I'm always serious in here.
Nothing.
Even when I'm joking.
Walk away for a second. I want to come back and
then
listen
go.
to you
Get
guys
out.
talk.
Then fucking go.
I want to listen to you guys talk, not somebody try to attack me.
My god.
Wow.
It's like trying to drive and push the brake at the same time, bro. God, my lady does that all the time, dude. Jesus, killing me, man.
It's actually pretty easy to do. It's actually pretty easy.
You guys see that picture in the live stream voice text that I posted? It's a CGI image of what we should be seeing from space, but a satellite image has never shown us anything like that. Because they don't.
That's so beautiful.
They can't show us sideways buildings. Okay.
That's a really pretty picture.
Yeah,
know, right?
it's a great picture.
Gorgeous.
That's gorgeous, and you'll never see that.
No. You mostly see a big white blurs, like clouds are covering 90% of the Earth at all times. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Flatty posted a GIF.
Wow.
Dope.
I didn't know that you knew every inch of the Earth, my friend. Bravo.
See, what was that? I don't know what that kind of thing was, but it's just not necessary. So.
Well, you said.
It's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. 90%. Not you know 90%, right? Because you said clouds cover 90% of the Earth at all times.
The word "like" was right before that.
What?
Christ. What?
The word "like"?
Yeah.
That's a faux pas.
The grammar error.
Photo ever? No. Some composite photos is like you look at them. There's cloud coverage over a lot of the planet.
You know, if you want to take this seriously,
consistencies. They're there to hide.
Yeah, right.
Consistencies.
I mean, I would if I could hear
take
him.
this seriously. Let us know.
Yeah. We're like Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you, bro. You know what I mean?
Why can't we see that view? Did you see the voice text? Why can't I see that view ever from NASA? Why can't they ever show me anything like that? For a side view of the globe. It's always just the top. What the fuck's that about?
I don't know, but if there's any Globers who actually want to win an argument, don't forget to bring the thing of Mentos. So at the end of the argument, you say Mentos, and it debunks everything we've said at that point. So bring your Mentos in here, fully equipped, and all we can do is duck and cower at that point. That's all I'm saying, though. Because it's a fresh maker. I know you said not to talk about religion, Glap, but like Mentos is like a religion, and I subscribe to it. That's all I gotta say.
That's a religion you can talk about. Yep, that's fine. It's allowed.
Dude, some of the flavors are actually really good. I don't like the mint flavors, but the fruity flavors are pretty decent. I just don't like the texture of the candy.
It is a weird texture, yeah. But I agree. The flavors are excellent.
if you ever want to drive like a maniac down the freeway and get pulled over, make sure you have some Mentos with you, because by the time the cop gets to the window, you just stick that out the window and he's already back in his car and you're good to go.
He's like, "Oh, Mentos. Forgive me, sir, as you were. Carry on."
He's like, do you know how fast you were? And you're Mentos. He's like, all right. He's just like, oh man.
He goes, gotcha. All righty, take care now.
That's what the movie Fight Club was really about. Was about Mentos, and all these people secretly had Mentos in their pocket. That's what Fight Club is about. An underground Mentos club.
Fight Club's about everything in the entire world ever.
Dude, Fight Club's so true. Yeah, I've watched that movie like 500 times and analyzed it. I've broken it apart. I'm over it. I actually read the book and I was like really unimpressed with the book, and then I read like 5 more of his books and I couldn't even finish them. They were so ridiculous.
You know what? I was pissed at the end when we find out the curveball. And for those who haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it, but at the end of Fight Club, like where everything gets revealed, I'm like, shit, really? I don't know about that. I didn't like that twist.
Spoiler alert, he says, Luke, you are not my father at the end. I was like, what? I could swear that was his baby's dad the whole movie. I thought Darth Vader was his dad, and at the end he says, "You're not my father." You know what I mean? It turned into a Jerry Springer show.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Yeah, you know what I mean? The whole movie was about going from planet to planet to get a paternity test, and then he could have just told him the truth at the end, but he didn't. You know what I mean? And if he was his father, who did he knock up to have Luke Skywalker? Like, what kind of chick would mess with Darth Vader? You know? And was it consensual? I don't think it was consensual. No chick would consensually. You know,
it was Anakin Skywalker before he became Darth Vader.
Yeah. Her name was Padme Amidala. She was a senator from Naboo.
Correct.
Classic. Okay. I always remember as a kid CP or 3O or whatever.
C3PO.
Or was it R2D2? I can't remember, but he had a silver leg.
R2D2.
Yeah, I love that silver leg. I remember vividly as a kid, you know?
Don't do that.
I'm sorry, bro. All right.
Yeah. The Mandela effect. That shit is so ridiculous. I know.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, it's really bad, really dumb.
You said that.
And what it is people have seen parodies and not the original, and then they think that the original was what the parody said, and that's all it really is. It's fucking ridiculous.
I think it was created solely to make conspiracy theorists look like fucking morons.
Why isn't it called why isn't it called the Woman-Della effect? Why the Mandela? I'd rather it be called the Woman-Della effect. You know what I mean?
Oh,
shit.
What does Mandela effect have to do with flat Earth?
Nothing. Excellent point.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So, since you interrupted, Sindri, is the Earth a globe?
That is my belief.
Alrighty. And what empirical, physical, direct evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
You got me there. I will never provide any evidence of whatsoever, as I have said so many times before.
Okay. Gosh, that's honest. He's honest.
You could win with Mentos, Sindri. I'm telling you. I'm giving you a cheat sheet here. I'm throwing you guys a bone, and you guys don't want to take it. Bring some Mentos, and you'll shut Glatflobe up. He'll have nothing to say. He can't refute it.
I'll never not have some shit to say. GE Platypus, welcome. What's SAG A? Sagittarius A, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about? Just get in the voice chat, Buster. Come on now. Let's hear that sultry, sexy, velvety voice you got.
I'm in voice. I'm eating a cookie right now. Is doing you the service of not talking with my mouth full.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Is it a gluten-free cookie?
No. Is
it a Mentos cookie? I was hoping it was a Mentos cookie, because that still counts technically as Mentos. You win all arguments, even if it's in cookie form. Like instead of an M&M cookie, they have Mentos cookies. As long as one of the Mentos is still intact in the cookie, you win the argument. One time and one time only. While supplies last, void where prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately.
Back in the 60s and 70s, you could have made pretty penny talking like that. Shit.
Dude, you kids nowadays have it so lucky. All you have to do is go on Google Earth and it'll tell you where to drive, where you're going. Back in my day, we used to have to carry a globe around with us for directions. They didn't even have Thomas guides. We just had globes, right? So it'd take us we'd have to pull over and check our coordinates. We'd get there, but it's just like you guys have no idea how easy you have it, Seriously, man.
Fucking perfect.
You know what I mean? And sometimes like the rotation, like this, it would need to be oiled and it wouldn't spin enough, and like you just had to kind of like push it really hard, You'd have
I
to
feel like we're not talking about the Earth anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
So we should talk about the dilemma that it can't be both ways. It has to be one of two ways. Either the Earth is too big to see curvature ever, or you saw a ship go over that horizon just over there. Which one is it? You can't see the curvature, but you can see a ship go over it.
I know, right? So
gotta have one or the other. Gotta have one or the other.
Now, Glatt, would you consider that indirectly seeing curvature or directly seeing curvature?
When I look at a basketball, I know that it's a basketball because I see its curvature.
When I look down a train track, I see it disappear because of perspective.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce. She's here. I love
Hey,
you.
Shanna. What's up?
Hey, guys.
I see a rattlesnake. I run away.
I see a rattlesnake. I break out the crossbow.
I catch him and I bite his head off.
I break out the crossbow. Boom.
He takes one lunge at me. I got my sleeve in my hand. He takes one lunge at me. I get him inside my sleeve. Then I bat his head against the rock, and then I take a bite of his head so that all of his reptilian brotherhood can see.
Please don't ever let him inside your sleeve.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. I would let him in my pants first. Just get down and dirty. No, I'm kidding.
You're like a snake in the pants.
That's funny. You're a little snake in the grass, aren't you?
What about snakes on a plane?
Snakes on a plane.
Screw that.
Samuel L. Jackson. Oh, actually, that was one of the best movies Samuel L. Jackson's ever been in. He won so many awards for that. That's they actually made it a Broadway musical. It's so famous. It's such a good, like Rocky Horror Picture Show, Snakes on a Plane, Cats.
Are you joking?
Bellas.
Cats.
Huh?
Are you joking?
No, I'm not. Of course not. No.
Well, it is one of his most popular movies. I will say that.
I have to tell you, my favorite movie. I have two. Pulp Fiction. That's one of my favorites that he was ever in. My other one is A Long Kiss Goodnight. I don't know why. I really liked him in that too.
Globe, I gotta correct you on something you just said that was misinformation. You said it was one of his best movies, but technically it's a film.
No, I didn't. I said it's one of his most popular films.
Oh, popular. Oh, you said film. Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I just now said film. You're right. You corrected me on the film part.
Oh yeah, because that's a film.
I don't want to be offensive to the creator of this stuff.
It said Finn at the end. It was such a good film.
Okay, and
it said Fiend.
Y'all probably disagree with me. My favorite was Pulp Fiction. His role in Pulp Fiction was great. Here's what
happened. Quentin Tarantino freaked out at how impressed he was at his character, Samuel L. Jackson, and he said to him, don't ever not play that character. And so every time you hire Samuel L. Jackson, it's basically him doing a different version of the character in Pulp Fiction.
Have you ever seen a Long Kiss Goodnight with him?
Oh no, is it a horror movie?
It's Julia Roberts, right?
Actually, no, it's not Julia Roberts. It's
the one that looks like you're from Thelma and Louise, right?
It's Gina Davis off of
Gina Davis.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Well, that was lady. Yeah.
But that one was a little weird, but what was crazy, the whole storyline, where when they're drowning her and telling her what they're doing. She's like, they're actually you're gonna fake killing this many people, and they're like, no, we're actually gonna do it. You know, talk about a truth drop. You know, and that movie came out like, what year did that movie come out? It came out right before
96.
It came out right before what we all know.
Oh, well, it was a few years before that, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was a huge truth drop. They're like, "Yep, we're gonna kill billions of people," or whatever.
Well, they didn't kill billions, which is
not billions. I know. I'm exaggerating. I'm sorry.
They could be so lucky, right?
They wish they could get away with that.
Fucking losers.
Fucking losers.
Hey, remember what Samuel L. Jackson said in Pulp Fiction? He goes, you know what? He goes, you know why they call this a flapjack in Paris and they call it a pancake in the United States? And they're like, why? And he's like, because everybody over there knows the Earth is flat. The metric system. You know what I mean? Look at the grain on bread.
Yeah. Hey, why is everything measured in square miles if it's a globe?
Yeah, because square miles are flat.
No, I'm saying, like,
square mean round.
Get out of here with that.
No. In my world, everything is in square kilometers. You can't just.
Okay, it's square.
It's still square. That's flat. That's still square.
Well, yeah, but square means round, though. Like level means curve. So square means round. One of the differences is square is round. You know what I mean?
I went to space and I saw it myself. It's a globe.
Yeah. According to mean sea level, it's round. I'm just saying.
No, GE Platypus, if we're going to see any curvature in front of us, we're also going to see it side to side at some point. And that's just a little snapshot right there of what you'll see from the beach.
Explain that to me.
There is no curvature on the ocean. You need to explain that.
Why would you see...
Stop it. Where's the Earth curvature? I'm not going to fucking talk to you about anything else but Earth curvature, dude. Nothing.
What I typed.
Nope. No. Never. I don't give a shit what you say. It doesn't matter. You can say I don't have anything all day, but you still haven't measured the Earth.
Think, McFly. Why would you see the ocean curve?
I'm not asking you about anything. See, when I post stuff, it's information that you can either absorb or shut the fuck up about.
You posted a picture
You really
of a
care
question.
about something that's not true that much. That's
One person at a time. What, GE?
You posted a picture with a question on it. I assumed you wanted that question answered.
Oh, I don't care if you can. It's a rhetorical question if it's in a meme, right? Fucking idiot.
Hey, unless you have to pay money to see the meme, and the only way you can see it is if you answer it back.
Oh, also, it's rhetorical because the question is, if ships go over the horizon at 3 miles, then why doesn't the water curve from side to side? Because it's not a globe.
Why would, even if it, okay.
What do you mean why? Even if why? Go measure it. Go measure it. Nope. Go measure it. I don't care about any of this.
Here's another good question. For long distance photography, why don't we see buildings leaning out from each other in long distance photography? You know, because they should totally be doing that.
Here, check it out. This is what we should be seeing, a version of this in the live stream voice text if Earth were curved. And then, here, GE, come in and say, oh, that's not to scale.
Forget about scale. I don't care about scale. What I care about
you shouldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It could just be theoretical. Eyeball it.
Who am I going to talk to? Am I going to talk to Glatflope or
I'm standing up. Sorry
about that one.
You could talk to both of us about that.
Let's just keep going.
I'm waiting.
Keep going. I can talk. Okay. So
that's you, sir.
If you were standing on a globe, let's pretend you're standing on a globe.
I can't pretend. I can't do it. I don't know what that's like.
I can totally pretend because I did it for like 30 years.
Dude, I can pretend I'm a heart surgeon, but that's not going to be very healthy for someone. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying I can pretend to do it because I did it for 30 years of my life.
Hold on. Let me talk to GE. Okay, all right.
I
really relish this opportunity. So Go ahead.
It is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain an idea without accepting it.
I entertain it my whole life, dude. I used to believe it.
You can't entertain it for 30 more seconds here?
No.
Okay.
Because it measures flat. Why do you want me to entertain something? You just want to go down into a bog so we don't hold you to task.
You asked a question. I was trying to address it.
I'm curious where he's going with this, so let's please.
What was the question that I asked?
Your stupid meme picture question.
Oh, see, I didn't ask a question.
Well, what'd you post it for then?
That is supposed to spark critical thinking in people. Not, hey, I need this answered now. Like,
express that critical thinking to you, but you don't want to hear it.
I mean, I would DM you if I wanted to have a direct, conversation about something with you.
No,
I wouldn't just post it in the chat.
Have it on the live stream? Why did
what
I
for?
Live stream the content?
The only thing this live stream is for is to obviate that the Earth isn't a globe because you can't find curvature.
You do realise the Earth's a bit bigger than the fucking picture, right? Like, the things that would curve are too far away for you to see.
Go ahead.
You have to use
Carry
your
on,
man
guys.
voice.
I gotta do something. I'll be right back.
You gotta use your grown-up voice. I couldn't hear you.
No, like, you're not just retarded as fuck.
Wait, somebody else called me retarded earlier. How could I be retarded if I was never retarded to begin with? Duh. It's like calling refried beans that are whole refried beans. They're never fried to begin with.
I'm loving your reasoning, Flatter.
Dude, Flatter. I gotta go. George Carlin did a bit about how he hates that the words flammable, inflammable, and non-flammable exist. Why?
Right? I've never seen that. I gotta look that up now.
Yeah. He's like, don't you think two words should be able to describe that condition? Like either the thing flams or it doesn't flam.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Do they not have a thesaurus? A thesaurus, where they can use like different words for the same thing. Like
funny.
what?
It's funny you brought up flames because it had to do with my joke. When I was in fire camp, I told my fire captain, I go, "What do you call a hot ass chick with Down syndrome? Fire retardant."
That's sad that I'm the only person that laughed at that.
Yeah, it was kind of offensive. Yeah, kind of negative too.
I actually miss offensive comedy. I actually have a nephew with Down syndrome, and he's awesome. He's like 12 years old. He's hilarious, and I love him. He's the sweetest child I've ever known, and I can still take that joke because it's.
If you can't laugh at stuff, then what's the point?
You got to laugh at shit. It's people are they're way too fucking sensitive. They really are. People are way too sensitive, and you need to lighten up and just go with the flow and laugh at shit.
Yeah. All these people want to brush their teeth with Sensodyne toothpaste, and sometimes you just need to use borax to brush your teeth with. Really.
Absolutely. Listen, break out the borax, man, and the baking soda and
Dude, I've been rocking borax, dude, for like 4 years now. Even before I did the barefoot thing, I was doing the borax.
Me too, borax. 20 mule borax. I've been rocking that shit for like 6 years.
Oh yeah, 20 mule team, baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, baby. I drink
from the
that
best
shit.
stuff on earth. So do I. I bathe with it. I brush my teeth with it. You know what I mean? I clean with it. Sometimes when Jackie's gone for a long time, I sleep with it.
Hey, and I feel the same way about vinegar.
Oh yeah, like apple cider vinegar? Vinegar?
Well, not just apple. I use the white vinegar too for cleaning and stuff. Vinegar in any form, fashion, what way, I don't care. Balsamic vinegar, any type of vinegar is good stuff.
Whenever I hear the word vinegar, I always think of like that one dude in the mafia who's like half African American and his nickname's Vinegar. They call him Vinny though, you know what
I mean? Oh, that's hilarious. You're totally joking. His name is not Vinegar. His name is not Vinegar.
I mean, that's what his name would be, though. If like like Jimmy Two Times, they called him that because he said everything twice. Like, I'm gonna go get the flat earthers.
Y'all are being pretty funny tonight, you guys.
I remember when I came home as a teenager, and my mom goes, "Flat Day, you look like a flat earther." And I was like, well, ever since I could remember, I wanted to be a flat earther, And you know what? One time, all the kids, they carried my mom's groceries home all the way back to the house. You know why? Out of flat Earth. That's why.
That's too funny.
Yeah. I walk down the street and all these people are tucking their globes. They're like, "Oh my God, here he comes!" I'm like, Debo, you know what I mean? And you're wearing that globe around your neck. You better tuck that shit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, though. Or get a peel real quick.
Oh my gosh, you're hilarious.
I
don't know why nobody else is laughing, but that's freaking hilarious. That was. What do they call it? Oh man, I don't know what the word is, but
Asperger's. It's called. I have Asperger's.
No, that's not Asperger's. That was like you just dropped some lines. Great shit. That hilarious.
This meme is for you, hon, right here. I just posted a meme for you.
I got back out here and go find it.
Better back that thing up.
She got the flux.
She got the foe. It's pronounced foe.
I'm sorry. I've had this song stuck in my head all day. You got the baby. You got the only thing in the world. You know what I'm talking about? It's an old school song.
Yeah. I might have butchered the lyrics and you might have just set me straight. I'm sorry. I do know what you're talking about.
She got the
when I made the meme, I
in her hands.
Mm-hmm.
She got the whole world in her hands. Yeah, the faux world in her hands.
Yeah, she does. Right. Look at those fingernails, man. She's a well-bred human being. You know what I mean? She comes from a good livestock.
Yeah, you don't want to see my fingernails right now.
Dude, when I first met my girlfriend, the first thing I did is I lifted up her gums to look at her gum line, peeled back her eyelids so I could look at the white of her eyes, checked her hair, checked her reflexes, and I'm like, all right, you can move in. You know what I mean? She's an actual human being, and she's of high thoroughbred breeding, you know?
Does she have some dirty fingernails?
No. I mean, like, I don't let her wear makeup anymore. She's not allowed to wear makeup or perfume, and I strongly suggest she doesn't wear shoes. So, like, 65% of the time she goes barefoot. But yeah, so like, no makeup in as far as like being with me, no perfume, nothing like that.
Ugly and she stinks.
Yeah. Basically, now she only uses borax to wash her hair with, which I highly recommend to anybody, female or male.
It's actually, I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but
I'm dead serious. When you use borax on your scalp, your hair will feel softer than any shampoo product you have ever used.
I know this. Borax. You know, borax has on the side of its box saying how poisonous it is and everything. Listen, you guys, borax is actually in the same. If you use borax on your food just as much as you do salt, it is actually less poisonous to you than salt. Borax
the thing on the side of the box is for insects. It's poisonous to insects. That's all they're speaking to is insects. So if you're an ant or whatever, borax is going to kill you because you have an exoskeleton. You know?
Exactly.
Do not eat this.
Just like DE, diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth is very good for me, but I can put it and sprinkle it on bugs and stuff, and it is like fiberglass to the exoskeleton, and they will die on my plants. You know?
Dude, I just thought of a really good. You could sell your own diatomaceous earth. We call it DEFE, right? Diatomaceous earth flat earth.
Diatomaceous earth, just soda ash.
Or FEDE.
Ooh, I like that even better.
I like flat earth, diatomaceous earth. Yeah.
Damn. You better go patent that right now, because there's a lot of ears on this thing, a lot of hungry eyes. Seriously,
hungry eyes.
Hey, but I love the meme you posted. That was pretty good.
Any mod, go delete those last 15 seconds, please. I gotta go. I gotta go to the patent office before it closes. Talk to you guys later.
No. We're gonna record that one.
Flatterday, real quick, Flatterday. Were you able to buy those Aspergers on your EBT card?
Oh, hey, you know what? From White Castle, yeah. You know what I mean? Nice. I would have had more. But I had to sit on it for a little while. You know what I mean?
Otherwise, they're not Aspergers,
right?
Hey, Flatterday. My dad actually has some patents on some cookers he built, which is pretty. Whoever's listening, they're pretty freaking cool. My dad, he's a super genius, I swear. And he
like Bill
built
Nye, but way smarter.
No, Bill Nye's an idiot.
I'm joking. Oh no, I'm joking.
Hold on. Bill Nye is somebody's dad, you know.
And I'm sure all y'all got the availability to Google stuff. Google like Hutton cookers. My dad built these cookers. You can put like 2 or 3 logs of wood in these cookers, and he literally he's got the patents for this thing to open up inside there that gauges. You can cook a brisket on like very little wood. It's amazing. It's amazing. I cannot actually tell you exactly how it works because it's so insane, cool. And I've been talking to him to try to build me a cooker refrigerator because I know that is probably sounds stupid, insane to a lot of people, but used to back in the day, a lot of refrigerators worked off of propane or
propane. Did you say propane?
You what?
I'm just joking.
What'd you say?
Continue. That's not propane. That's cocaine.
But used to refrigerators, they worked off heat, off propane, and it was like super weird. And I was trying to get him. I'm trying to get him to work on a patent for a wood cooker refrigerator. Yeah, I know that sounds insane.
What? I'm picking up what you're putting. I see what you're saying.
Because
yeah, it could be possible.
It is very possible because, like, you could put elements inside the refrigerator, and heat can make those elements come alive, and it will actually cool. It's so bizarre that through heat you can cool a compartment. I don't even know how it works.
That's what they do in space. Everything's so freezing cold yet boiling hot at the same time. It's just like the perfect level, but it's not level because the level's curved. You know what I mean?
Well, I will tell you. Listen, I will tell you. When I moved to my house on the farm, there were 5 propane old school, like from like the 40s or 30s. There were like 5 refrigerators out there. They're heavy as hell. But they had all these coils running through them, and they ran off of propane. How does propane cool
you don't know how a refrigerator works with propane?
Yeah, they did that experiment on the ISS, and they figured it out. That's why we have everything we have, because of the ISS. They deserve way more than $66 million a year. Seriously, we should give them double the amount. Even then, they'd be very humble in accepting that, but. Yeah, they just deserve so much more than they get. They brought us Tang and Dawn Pettit.
Oh, when you said Tang, I was thinking you were talking about like Tang, like the orange drink.
Yeah, supposedly because of astronauts, we have Tang. Now, if that's not worth $66 million a day, I don't know what is.
Tang came before that.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what I mean? I'm just siding on the side of the more probable.
Are you playing the devil's advocate tonight?
No, I don't play around with the devil.
Sounds like you are.
No.
Anyway.
When I say level means curve, I speak of the devil. I'm just saying, though.
I wish
I better be careful because Jackie's going to get jealous if we keep talking. Just me and you, you know what I mean? She already is jealous of you because I talked to you one night for like 3 hours. I haven't talked to Jackie in 3 hours for like 3 years.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm talking to you.
I don't know who Jackie is.
My girlfriend.
Oh, well, is she here?
She's here with us in spirit, you know what I mean? She's always whenever I say a buzzword, she's like, "Oh, I heard that." You know, I'm like, "What the hell? I haven't seen you for like 6 months."
Well, Jackie, if you're listening, you have nothing to fear because I've been married to my high school sweetheart. Well, right out of high school sweetheart for 24 years, and we're super happily married with our one child that's also 24.
Shane and I posted how a propane refrigerator works in the live stream voice text for you. He gives a rough explanation.
Cool. Well, I mean, my dad's tried to explain it to me, Ricky, and how cool would it be if he could make one work with wood?
I don't know about that, but you know, hey, who am I to?
Who are you to judge, Ricky?
For the pressure involved because you're boiling ammonia, and I think that builds up quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, there is a pressure. He did tell me there's a pressure issue, and because there in the propane there's ammonia and a lot of other stuff going on. Anyway, his wood burner cooker, he sold like a couple of these that are like they're only like 2 feet wide by 2 feet tall, and got like 2 racks in them, and he's selling them like for $5,000.
Wait, when you say 2 racks, so it already has $2,000 in it? So he's only making a $3,000 profit right then, right? Plus the expenses of making it, because it had 2 racks.
No, there's 2 racks in it, like that you could place food on.
A rack is $1,000.
I'm talking about the.
She's talking about the rack that you barbecue on. The grill.
Oh, okay.
Metal grate.
Everybody says racks nowadays, and they mean $1,000.
I know, I do not mean that. I don't mean that. And he also gets these racks, the racks that are in the stove. They're what's that stuff called? Lined. They're like lined with the old school. What used to line your sinks?
Asbestos?
No, it starts with a P.
Lead? Pneumonia?
Pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
P.
Yeah, pneumonia is spelled with a P.
What are your tubs? The old school tubs.
Porcelain.
Ceramic. Porcelain, yeah.
Porcelain. They're porcelain lined racks, so nothing sticks to them. You can scrub them off clean, cool. Very cool. Okay.
That would explain why they're so
expensive. What if you were afraid of those? Would you have arachnophobia?
No, you'd have a phobia
of rats. I'm just playing Shannon.
It's Shannon.
It's Shannon.
Oh, Shannon? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Shannon. It's Shanna.
It's Shanna, like Anna.
Okay. Or like Shanna Montana. Formerly known as something
Shannon better. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not good. Listen, I don't ever correct my name with people, but since you were trying to correct him, I wanted to set the record straight. It's Shanna. I really don't care when people.
The way you said it, the way you told me how to remember it and then I've just remembered that. Maybe that's why.
Well, it doesn't bother me when people will say my name wrong because, like, literally, my uncle has known me forever, and he still
like
pronounces
Shannon without the end. So it's Shanna without. It's like Shannon without the end. Then Shanna.
Shannon.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I won't get it wrong next time.
It's like Anna with sh at the beginning.
With an S. Yeah.
Like Shanna Montana.
There's no Shanna Montana. There's Hannah.
Well, but there's Hannah Montana. But if you had an S, then you get Shanna Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Hannah with the S at the beginning.
It's
and
just
then you'd
the
be like,
boy.
I
It's a
come
guy
through
thing.
like a
Guys are
wrecking
retarded.
ball.
Don't feel bad.
But seriously, I really, if you mispronounce my name, I promise you, I really don't care. I never even correct people about that shit because there's so many. You will rarely actually meet as Shanna. Most people are Shayna or Shauna or Shannon. There's very few Shannas, which I think is cool.
Right.
My name's kind of
Yeah,
unique.
it is. That's why I thought it was a cool name. That's what I told you when I first met you.
My name's Shanahan. Have you heard of Mike Shanahan?
Mike Banahan?
Mike Shanahan. He has a son now too that's following in his
That's
footsteps.
his last name. And it's Shanahan.
Yeah, Shanahan.
No,
Yeah,
I ain't never
Shanahan.
heard of him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I think he was a coach for like
Can you
a little
imagine
league
being
football team.
Shanahan?
That would really suck. I'd be like, what were y'all thinking, parents?
Then they just call you Shanahan.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I would really probably ask that to my parents one day. Be like, what the fuck were y'all thinking?
I'd be like, I plan to give Shanna a hand when she's planting plants in the garden.
I know a guy
in
named
the
Alex
garden.
Alexander.
I mean, it's almost like that's almost like a porn name or something. I don't even know.
I remember when I was in jail. I knew this dude named Mason Masonry, and when he got out, he was free. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was free.
But
that was one of those late retention jokes. Takes everybody 3 minutes to figure.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
It's called a delayed reaction joke.
Yeah.
Like you tell the joke, and then 2 minutes later you leave, and everybody starts laughing, and they're like, "That was a funny joke." I'm like, "Where'd he go?" I'm like, "Oh, I gave up."
Yeah. The ones you started off with, man, I was laughing my butt off. Nobody else is laughing. I'm like, you were like laying down some bars, man. Like I was laughing my butt off.
Yeah, I was trying to lay down some racks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I loved it. It was great when I first came in. Like you had me rolling. It's very rare that anybody actually gets me to laugh these days. So thank you for that.
Like really laugh, right? I mean,
Yeah, like really laugh. And he had Saturday had me laughing.
Right on.
Well, you know, my job on the side is I'm a stand-up comedian on the side.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No wonder. See, that explains it.
I don't get paid anything, and usually people walk away. But I tell jokes all the time in like the line of the store, like whoever I'm around. You know, in my mind, I'm like a famous comedian.
Hey,
the people who laugh at them.
You're a comedian. You're a comedian too.
I'm a flat earth comedian.
I think you're very funny.
You're a comedian, yeah.
You're a full
Hey, when you say funny, you mean like I'm a clown? Like I'm here to amuse you? What do you mean funny?
No,
like I'm here to amuse you?
Yeah, like funny, haha, or funny, like I amuse you.
Yeah, like what do you mean by funny? Huh? Like I'm here to amuse you?
I mean, you entertain me, and I find it wonderful.
I'm just fucking.
You want to hear something funny? Last week, this prick asked me to christen his kid. I said for $7,000. Pow, ping, boom. You guys can laugh now if you want.
No, it went over my head, man.
It's from a movie called Goodfellas.
Between my legs.
I've never seen Goodfellas.
Well.
Really? Wow. You better go watch it, man. You better go watch it. You're missing out. It's funny. I mean, it's a comedy. It's a gangster movie, but it's a comedy. It's pretty good. I don't even remember what it's about. I just know it's funny.
It's funny? Is it supposed to be funny?
Well,
I thought Goodfellas was supposed to be like a serious,
so maybe it's not supposed to be.
I thought it was like a.
If you figure every horrible thing in the world that happens, somebody can look at it and laugh at it, right?
Yeah.
It's funny to somebody, right? Well, at least later, after all the bad things have happened and all the bruises have healed, then that's when it's funny.
Hey, I got a question for you. This is totally off topic, random. Have you heard The System by Tom McDonald?
Yep, I like him, even though everybody says he's a shill.
I know everybody says that.
Paul McDonald?
Yeah.
Oh, you never heard him make a flat Earth reference in one of his songs?
Oh yeah, he makes them all the time.
Well, no, he literally said it.
I really like the System
Who knows?
song.
Maybe the Earth really is flat. That's what he says in one of his songs. Buttholes, I believe.
He doesn't say those exact words, but.
But did you like the System? I mean,
yeah, I've heard
I know
it once, but yeah, I thought
we
it was
don't
decent.
like the System, but did you like the song?
Yeah, I do. I like all of his stuff. I like I don't know. I look at everything differently than most people do. Like, he might be a shill and all that and whatever, but you know what? There's a lot of bands that everybody says the same thing about, but I still like their music. I don't care.
Yeah, same here. And I will.
Nice trying to run it
I
for me,
will
but ain't
totally put this out there for this whole. Everybody's probably gonna be like, "Whatever, Shannon." I loved Mark Sargent back in the day. Everybody says he's a shill, and you know what? Whatever you want to say about
it would
him,
seem as though they used all of the original Flat Earth people that were putting it out there as shills. I don't know whether they were in the beginning, but yeah, it's kind of weird that way, isn't it?
But he woke me up. I watched his 200 proofs, same as Eric Dubay.
That was Eric Dubé's 200 proof.
I always thought Dubé was kind of weird, and I knew Matt Powerling was crazy, but I don't know about the rest of them.
I loved Matt Powerland, man. I loved him.
I did. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, I never met the guy, but it was interesting at first, like when he was talking about. Oh, come on, really?
No, I really do. I love that dude.
Who?
Okay.
Who'd you say?
I mean, my brother.
Nathan Thompson.
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Nathan Thompson. He used to be.
Nathan Thompson. Yeah.
Him and Whit were buddies for a while. They went on tour at the beginning.
Nathan Thompson. He's like a really biblical flat earther.
No, he likes to drink though.
What's wrong with that?
He does. A lot of us do.
No, I'm talking about water. Everybody's
drink. What's wrong with that? I'm sitting here drinking a strawberry daiquiri,
That's right. I'm not sipping on your stuff.
I'm sipping on my stuff.
Why is he in here or something?
No. You guys are just bringing up old flat earthers, and so I was like, somebody that most people don't like. So I always go against the grain. You know what I mean?
And which one was against the grain for you?
So I'm not going to say that I don't like him or nothing.
I forgot what we were talking about.
Listen, I was subscribed to Martin Leakey of Force when, or however you want to pronounce his last name.
Over that, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I was subscribed to Martin when he had like 100 subscribers.
Yeah.
I was watching him back before he had any subscribers.
Really? I like him too. He's a nice guy.
And now it's a little different now. He's kind of weird now. But I was subscribed to him way back when he had like no subscribers.
No, he's not weird now. It's just that we all know it's flat. So now, what information do we need to get into?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm. That's where I'm at. Like, I'm kind of done with flat Earth because it's like we already all know it's flat. So, and this is not the right place to have this conversation because this is a flat Earth Discord live stream, and but all of us we're like, yeah, it's flat.
Yeah,
so
if you're done with flat Earth, you know where you live, right?
What?
If you're done with flat Earth, tell us where you live.
I live on flat Earth. What do you mean?
You live on flat Earth. Well, Earth is just one substance in this place where we live.
Don't listen to him.
You've got water, you've got wind, you've got fire, you've got weed. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, you could say you live on flat Earth, but that's not where you live.
And you got brains too.
I live where I live. That's where I live. And what I was
Is the
getting
Earth called the Earth? Or is it not
Yeah,
called
if you
the
think
Earth?
you
It's called
live
something
on
different.
Earth, you're mistaken.
What?
Do we live in a simulation or something?
No, I know the name of the place where I live.
What is it called?
Called the Paradise of Pleasure.
Paradise of Pleasure? Did you say Paradise of Pleasure?
That sounds like a rap song.
No, it's actually a hotel from Back to the Future 2. He came back and Biff Tannen owned Pleasure Paradise. Yeah.
Well, I
right.
personally live where I live. I live in Eastland County, according to my government. You know,
According to
where you live too.
but I consider I personally feel like I live on like a pillow top kind of thing, you know, or
So you have no
possibly.
clue where you live. Okay, thank you.
Possibly.
But possibly the edges are rounded up at the edge of that pillow. I don't even freaking know. I mean, really, none of us.
Oh, I
None
know
of
where
us.
I live.
Hold on.
100%
So
aware
nobody
where
knows
I
what
live. Thank you.
it really is.
Oh.
No, you don't know. You don't know
How can you say that?
because you've never
How do
seen.
you know what I know?
Tell me how you know exactly where you live and what you
Because I
exist
created
upon.
it.
Yeah, because you have Mentos. Did you bring the Mentos for the show? If you have the
Bingo.
Mentos, you're right.
Wow.
He's got
You're the
Mentos.
fresh maker.
Yeah, leave this guy alone. He's right. He has the Mentos. So, that's a get it out of jail free card. I'm telling you guys.
I mean, he does not have a Coke on hand. He's fixing to throw that Mentos in that Coke.
Yeah, when they bring the Mentos in, nothing you say matters because he's right. Because he has Mentos. But only if he has Mentos.
Ugh.
Yeah, you didn't know the rules?
No.
Yeah, that's one of the rules. That no matter what the Glober claims, and we debunk him, he's right at the end if he has Mentos, and he has to turn around and show us. Then we all understand. Oh, he's got Mentos.
To play, I personally don't like to play games, you guys. I may have to bow out and go to bed because I don't play games. I like to talk to. I don't like doing that.
You don't like talking?
I don't like playing games and talking stupid shit.
Right.
I'm a straight shooter. I don't like talking in riddles and stupid shit. I don't like bullshit.
I hear that.
All right, Shanna, what's your best proof of the globe?
The globe.
I would say long distance photography for me is probably a really good. I don't know how people
it's easy
could
to see the
argue that
curve
one
from far away. I hear you.
because that is my best argument because it is like and also like long missiles from ships and stuff. They can target things on the ocean like 200 miles away. That's like pretty impressive. And we're talking, this is not using some kind of satellite positioning. They're using long range targeting. So that's also a pretty good one,
And they don't even take Coriolis into effect, huh?
Nuh-uh. No.
With those long missiles on the ocean?
Those are my two best ones is long range missiles on the ocean and
What about the one that when we look at the moon and the sun, they look like flat discs? So why wouldn't the Earth be a flat disc? That's probably one of my best ones.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
I don't like looking at the sky to try to prove flat Earth. I think that's very questionable to a lot of people. So I don't like using either of those.
All of our hands are flat, so why wouldn't the Earth be flat? Because all of our hands are flat. That's a pretty good one too.
Why are you being so facetious, man?
I'm just messing with you.
He's being funny. Come on, he's not
I
trying
know,
to make
man.
that.
I know, but
Funny. It's hilarious, I think, but I'm sorry.
Shanna, I'm almost out of Mentos, but I just used one of my last Mentos. I have 3 more. Hear me?
Listen, you're fixing to make me fart.
Make me fart. I didn't expect her to say that.
All those Mentos and Coca-Cola.
Well, if you're gonna fart, make sure you have a vacuum with 10 to the negative 17th torr going right by you. You know what I mean?
That would come in handy, wouldn't it?
Hell yeah!
It's like rolling down the window.
Have you seen that
from
new
hell,
Kevin
man.
Spacey commercial where he's selling vacuums now? Kevin Spacey selling vacuums.
Oh no!
I think NASA makes the vacuums. Pretty cool. He really did something with his life.
Are you talking about him
Right.
giving BJs or
About what?
something?
Nothing.
When you say BJ, do you mean blue jeans?
No.
Or biodegradable.
Billie
Or is
Jean.
BJ biodegradable?
Billie Jean. Billie Jeans.
Oh, okay. I thought it stood for biodegradable.
Oh, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Billie Jean's not my son.
Yeah. Because when he's saying that, he's talking literal, and you can't interpret his music in any other way but literal. Like most music, it has to be taken literal.
Oh, man.
No, like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds literally means what he's
Have you
saying.
heard
Like,
about these
there's
literal people? They're called literalists.
Yeah, and they're throwing garbage out their windows and driving down the street.
You get their feelings hurt. They're like, literally, dude.
Hey, that's just Reaganomics, man. What are you talking about?
Like people that litter, they're littering everywhere. It's just despicable.
Isn't that Reaganomics?
Reagan like a gun that shoots lasers, or Reagan the ex-president?
Like Reagan, the ex-president.
Yeah.
He said, oh,
President-
throw your trash out the
President
window. We will hire people to come pick up your trash. Don't you remember that?
Thank God for Nancy Reagan. She created the DARE program. Good thing Nancy created that DARE program. It helped millions of kids. You know what I mean?
Dare to teach kids all about drugs? Yeah, I know. That was a funny one.
Dare is actually
That's what they're doing. They teach them all about it. How to do it safely, so that way they can all try it out.
Drug abuse resistance education.
You remember the stupid commercials back when in the 80s and 90s where they'd open the egg on the frying pan and say, "This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs."
Johnny Depp. Question? Can you believe it?
Yeah. Have you seen the one with Pee Wee where Pee Wee Herman says that? He goes, "This is your brain." That's a really good one.
That's like putting Mike
Pee Wee
Tyson
Herman
on for the spokesperson for Anger is Anonymous or whatever.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
What were we told when we were children?
Beat somebody up on a plane.
We were told all of this shit when we were children that was supposed to be coming to fruition basically by our lifetime now. That nothing's changed really. I mean, a lot of stuff's changed, but not as far as these
Not
things
really.
that we were told.
It's just now we agree with our great grandma and grandma.
Well, Shannon, you realize the calendar with time, Shannon. They split time with the calendar, so everything pre-Mentos can be debunked, but everything post-Mentos can't. So that's why we have this shift in paradigm. I'm just saying, though.
I mean, really, the only thing that has changed, in my opinion, is that society has gotten way more liberal, and
that's post-Mentos.
There's no liberal anymore. It's the lack of liberal.
You know what happens when, as far as, because a lot of us have looked through history because we're, digging into stuff. What we know about history, what we're told that may still be all bullshit, is that most civilizations don't ever live past 300 years. Most of them. And
based on what?
And towards the end of all of those civilizations, they had a sexually deviant end, like where people just got debased. And anyway.
Yeah, because people stopped eating Mentos and they started just taking them up there, you know what?
Yeah.
And they had to bring people
And then
back
drinking soda afterwards.
Assholes exploded.
And then getting mad because it all squirts out.
Like,
yeah, Mentos only work when you pop one in your mouth.
They get butthurt, literally.
And then you turn around and show that you're eating Mentos. You be quiet, Jackie.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I swear,
my girlfriend telling me to be quiet.
My rock wall pillar is smiling at me right now. It's literally grinning at me. It's like, hey, what's up? I'll take a picture of it if you want to see it. You want to see my rock wall smiling at me?
Your Norman Rockwell paintings?
No, I have a rock wall around my rock wall house.
Oh, I thought you said rock. Never mind. Okay, I thought you said something else. At first, I thought you said Rottweiler, like your Rottweiler was smiling at you. But then I figured it would be more logical if you had a Norman Rockwell.
That's what I heard. I thought you said Rottweiler because I'm sorry. That's what I heard.
What is it called? It's like pareidolia or something, where you see. No, where you see faces and things.
Yeah. Pareidolia.
Pareidolia. I swear, I have on this rock wall going around. It's pareidolia. And a lot of people in the sky watching community suffer from this. I swear. I used to. It's natural. I used to see this, and now I'm like, I still see it. We all do, but I used to actually think it was something going on, and sometimes I still do. So, whatever.
Didn't Stevie Wonder write a song about that? Or is that Ray Charles who wrote a song about that? About something we all see?
Yeah, we all see
Stevie Wonder who wrote that song.
But he's blind.
Ray Charles, maybe. He wrote that song. That we all see the same thing.
How can he? He can't.
Really? Oh, I might have that wrong. And Jackie said he could. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's because he's blind. He can't see shit.
Oh, then I have it wrong. Then I'm sorry. I was saying somebody else. I must have that wrong.
And Stevie Wonder, they're both blind. The two blind guys that you mentioned.
Yeah, the two blind guys that know all about what's in the sky, right? Yeah, that's,
I know. What are the odds of me
sounds just like Clover logic to me. I thought that was delivered all the way down the line. I was like, yeah, go on, spill the beans. I was waiting for punchline, and then you were like, wait a minute, what did I do? That was an accident, really.
Yeah. You guys should see when I go get acupuncture from Helen Keller. It's wonderful.
I know, right?
I bet it's super painful.
They put blinking lights on the edges of the furniture so she didn't walk into it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I go out to the parking lot and my tires popped. You know what I mean? I'm like, no wonder why I didn't get the full treatment.
We should have just got pressure without.
Why did they put blinking lights on the furniture so she doesn't? She can't see the blinking lights either.
Called fix a flat.
When she touches my face, she gives me the best.
Who's more hardcore, you or your girlfriend, when it comes to the truth?
Hey, I'm curious. Since the last time I talked to any of you, have you looked into the name that I talked about to y'all of Yahuwah?
Have I heard about it? Yeah, of course.
What was that?
Did you look into it?
What am I supposed to look into?
It?
I actually read a paper that Stevie Wonder, he looked into it, and I just read the book that he wrote about it.
It was that comedian that makes a joke about him. It's Eddie Murphy. He's like, yeah, when you're riding in the car with Stevie Wonder and he cracks a joke, you just be like, here, you want to show me something funny? Here, hand him the wheel and just be like, here, drive. Just show me something. You want to impress me? Take the wheel. That's one of my favorites.
Hey, remember how he talked about how he was when he grew up and like how they didn't have anything,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Dude, that's literally like my life. You know what I mean? Like we couldn't afford all the good things, the things that the kids get. So my mom would crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster, and that was our thing. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we had a Nintendo 63. We couldn't get the 64.
Yeah, yeah, they couldn't quite afford it.
Yeah. No, you know what we had? We had a
They call it Super Famicom. It was 63. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we used to go outside and play with a hula hoop and a stick. That's what we had.
And it was all in Japanese, so.
Yeah.
And we only had 4 games because it came from China.
These kids nowadays got Gucci bags and Gucci backpacks. We had leather straps for our books when we went to school.
Gucci wallets.
I used to have to walk 911 miles barefoot in the snow in September.
Uphill both directions, right?
Yeah, I was free fall to school, but
yeah. Oh.
I'm not trying to talk about what's that guy's name, baby, who sings that song Free Fall? What's his name? Over the free falling vampires Hollywood Boulevard. What's his name, babe?
Tom Petty.
Tom Petty. Yeah. I'm not trying to be nitpick for Petty, but yeah, his name was Tom Petty. And the Heartbreakers.
Yeah, the Heartbreakers.
Heartbreakers.
If Glaplobe was in here, he'd be able to fix his heart. If Glaplobe's a neurosurgeon.
Of course, he never wrote any own.
The first time I ever got high, I was listening to Tom Petty and Heartbreakers. The song, let's get to the point, let's roll another joint and head on down the road. Yeah.
Keep going.
No, I think that was DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince who sung that song. You might have that mistaken. I think that was DJ Jazzy Jeff.
That was the first time I got high ever.
Okay, well, if Tom Petty made a song about it, he was just doing a cover of DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince because they're the ones who originally made that song. I'm just saying, though.
And the next song we listened to was Moonlight Ride, which was really good.
Hey Saints, I saw that video of you in Blenders, man. That shit was kind of funny.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, but I'm right though. Like, dude, if you guys, it's a way to get it. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna start putting one of those out every week. It's gonna be like a for dummies or whatever. How to. That was the first in a series. You know what I mean?
For dummies.
I went to Blenders last night and to get a job application, and I explained to the people if you take the whole stack, it increases your chance of getting the job. You're lowering the applicant ratio.
No, all those jokes.
I had a cigarette in my mouth, and it didn't even matter. Because I asked him, I was like, if I get a job here, can I smoke while I'm working, or do I have to wait for my break? You know what I mean? And they said, you can't smoke while you're working. I'm like, well, I could just have the cigarette hanging in my mouth, then I won't light it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll just make it like that.
Whenever you go to Blenders, wouldn't you rather buy Blenders from somebody with a cigarette in their mouth than a girl who doesn't have a cigarette in her mouth? I'd rather buy it from an overage guy who has a cigarette in his mouth. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Speaking of Blenders, I will be right back. I'm going to go make me another daiquiri.
Maybe I don't know what Blenders means.
After these messages, I'll be right back. Dun, dun. You guys ever feel like your whole life is just it's like an 80s commercial?
Yeah.
Constantly, that's all that's going on.
Yeah, you know that show that was...
You have to like try your hardest not to just spit them out of your mouth, but they come out anyway.
What?
Oh, here comes another one, baby. It's coming out. I know, but it tastes like little chocolate chip cookies and milk. Hey, this isn't medical advice, but kicks are kid tested and mother approved. I'm just saying, though. I hope I don't get banned for that one. The Jello one? J-E-O. What do you like better, Jello or Jello pudding pops? Which one?
Jello Jigglers.
Jello Jigglers. Now in blue.
Mom loves them. Jello Jigglers.
What about this one? We got the soda, milk, water, purple stuff. Sunny D. You know what I mean? The kid always wants to go to what's his name's house because he got the Sunny D. You know what I mean? I remember when I was a kid, kids were jumping off buildings, killing their grandparents, and stealing for people for Sunny D. It was like crap.
Disgusting.
Yeah, right?
Remember?
The best part of waking up is Flat Earth in your cup by Nissan. No. There's still like 3 more minutes left of commercials before we go back to the main show. What other commercials should I put on? Babe, if you were a cheerleader, I'd be like, man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie Mason pom-poms. I'm not even allowed to go back in Vons.
Bonbons.
Yeah, right.
I'm 6353 right now.
Babe, do you think tonight I'm gonna get my record deal and get signed as the Flat Earth Rapper of the Century? I think it's coming in. I think they're gonna be knocking on the door any minute. Oh,
That's your question.
mm-hmm.
Don't leave your future up to them, bro. Take it by the horns.
Right? Or if it's a unicorn, just take it by the horn, non-plural, you know? I'm not trying to ring my own bell, but you can ring my bell. I just found some physical globe proof. Oh, no, that's a globe proof vest. Never mind. I thought that was globe proof.
Yes.
I found a globe proof vest online for $49.99.
Yes.
It says it stops all flat Earth arguments, but only 10 times because that's how many Mentos fit in a Mentos pack. So I'm gonna order the globe proof vest, but
It's good.
okay, really?
You got all tentacles, which means money. You got 9, 3, and 4.
Cool.
So the 9 of Pentacles talks of independent wealth, and then the 3 of Pentacles. The 3 of Pentacles is actually the Mason card.
What about the whole like 9 of 10 maids of milk, 3 turtle doves? Don't you think there's something to that? 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves. Well, what's a partridge in a pear tree? What does that even mean? So does that mean the fruits coming from that tree are earth-shaped? Pear? Maybe that's a tree of life because the earth is pear-shaped, right? Whatever. Act like you don't hear me. I'm not going to pull out this last Mentos and use it on you. You hear me? I'm trying to do research right now. I've almost come up with the conclusion to the answer of life. So 5 minutes, I'll have it. You know, I'm about 5 minutes away from finding out what the answer to life is. Yeah, huh? Dude, as soon as I can open this Mentos pack, which will take me 5 minutes to open it, because I forgot where my hands are, I'm going to have the answer to life.
Oh. Okay, unicorn.
Where's the dogs? Are they all asleep?
All right, I'm back. I got my full 4-cup daiquiri made. I'm sorry, I'm not your typical person you were asking for to come back.
Yeah, we want the more typical person. Where's that person?
Yeah, I'm not your more typical person. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm probably your more typical person, but I'm not your typical person in here.
Dude, you were philosophizing right now. That was beautiful.
Oh, I missed some beautiful philosophizing.
No, you are the beautiful philosophizer.
No, I'm not.
See, and you're even humble, but you're so humble too. Wow. You know you are, but you.
What are you talking? I just got here. What are you talking about?
Oh. I feel like you've been with us in spirit the whole time, you know?
Well, I have been with you in spirit the whole time. I have been in this movement since 2015. I only started my own personal stuff in 2016, so because back in the what?
No, you said you've been in this movement. What do you mean?
I have been trying to convince people that the Earth was not a globe since like 2015 and 2016.
Oh, you're never going to convince anybody, especially if they have Mentos. You got to catch them when they're between supplies and Mentos.
Oh shit! There went my whole
enchilada.
Yeah, there went my whole enchilada, man.
Shebang, I was going to say.
I just spilled my 4 cups of strawberry daiquiri.
Oh man! If I was there, I'd get down on the ground and lick it like a dog right now.
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
You would.
Yeah, I would. Especially if your ground was curved. If your ground was curved, I would get it. You know?
It's not even moving. It's all like staying where it's at. It's not even running off.
No need to worship.
Well, if you got one,
let's make another one.
Man, I'm so pissed. That was a lot of ice and a lot of rum and a lot of strawberry daiquiri shit.
No crying over spilt milk.
Yeah, the honeybees are going to be super happy in the morning.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Because they like drinking alcohol?
Well, the honeybees are probably going to be really crazy tomorrow because they're going to go after.
Well, once they drink it, they'll be buzzed. Get it? Buzzed? Buzz.
They're going to be buzzing all around, man, like super buzzy.
Yeah.
And only because the sugar in it, they will come after it. But
so
I wasn't saying it as a movement thing. I wasn't meaning as a movement. I just mean like, talking to my family and friends and stuff. Because when I woke up, I was like super woke up and like it pissed me off. I had this like fire in me. I want everybody to know that I've been lied to, and we've all been lied to. It hit me super hard, really, really hard.
Shanna, I heard that when you woke up quick at about noon, you just thought you had to be in Compton soon.
What?
Dude, seriously.
Who just said that? I gotta go make me another daiquiri.
It's our flat Earth rapper.
That's right.
What do you mean, who said that?
Second round's on me, girl. Second round's on me. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not.
You better start using your reasoning.
Well, your first drink was on the floor, so if I go over to your house and I'm on the floor and you spill it on me, second round's on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, come over, man. You can totally lap this up if you want to. It's like on the concrete.
Well, I could just suspend myself in midair for a little while, and eventually the globe would spin, and I'd just drop down to where you live. So give me about 5 minutes, and I'll be there.
Do you know how to
climb up on the suspension?
Do you know how to astro project?
No, I'm just using the spinning of the globe. If it's moving, I could just jump in the air and then eventually land where I want. I have this thing that suspends me in the air as long as I want.
So you're gonna do a whole helicopter thing?
It's not really a helicopter. This thing's just a carpet that I have floating in the air, and I get on it, and then wherever I want to go, I just wait till they're suspended and I drop down.
You got a magic carpet ride?
It's not magic. It's just a carpet that hovers.
That's the magic carpet.
Well, I don't consider it that, but you can.
I keep trying to reach for my drink, and it's not there, and I'm thirsty, so.
I hate it when I forget how to use my hands. Every once in a while, I'll be like, oh my God, I just dropped my phone or something. Yeah, because I forgot how to use my hands.
Do you smoke?
All the time, like a mad chicken.
Do you ever, like, drop your cigarette and you're like, fuck, how did that happen? It just falls out of your
only when I'm driving, though. Only when I'm doing 90 on the freeway. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What the fuck? It's only when you're on the freaking road and it drops down and you're like, I'm fixing to set my car on fire, damn it.
Yeah, and I have happened to go pick up a bunch of kindling that's laying all over the car. Yeah, I hate that.
You got hay laying in your floorboards and shit.
Yeah, it's like lights on fire. I'm like, should I pull over or can I just wait till I get to where I'm going? I roll like Cheech and Chong. You know what I mean? That actually rhymes. I reach for the bong like Cheech and Chong. To each his own.
I had to put my microphone up for that one because I was laughing so hard. That was too.
Yeah. On the flip side of that, when I'm really sad and drunk, I'm not funny at all. Oh my god. Yeah.
All right, I'm going. I'll be back.
All right. You can go, but just don't come back. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, you can go away mad. Just go away. I'm just kidding. Shanna, Shanna, go away and come again some other day. Yeah. Especially when you got that drink all sold up. I met this girl named Shanna.
Shut up.
She didn't have a cup holster. And when she met me, I suppose that I gave her a cup Costa in Costa Rica. Now she never spills a mimosa drinker on the carpet. And I'm walking around with black things on my feet like I walked through the tar pit. Girl, you need to start shaving your armpits. Trust me, I just look dangerous, but I'm harmless. I knew this dude whose dad passed away. I guess his dad had spent his whole life working for some aerospace company in Santa Barbara, and he created a part that went like, you know, what are they called, mud, like the thing that goes over the tire, like so dirt doesn't go up on the Luna Landa. And he was crying after his dad died, and he goes, the saddest thing about my dad dying is that I'll never live up to what he did. And I go, you realize your dad worked for a fake company? Like, space is fake. Oh, come on. I hate to burst your bubble, but you know. Anyway, I know we need cigarettes. Girl, you got a hot butt like a lit cigarette. Chick cigarette.
You mean you love to burst the bubble?
Yeah, well, you know. If it is a bubble, then I can burst it. But if it's not a bubble, then I guess I can't burst it. Right? You know what Globers could say if they ever beat a flat earther? They'd be like, I mopped the floor with that guy. You know what I mean? I really leveled him out. You set me straight after I bent you. Yeah. I really leveled the playing field, which means curve, speak of the devil. Dude, I've been waiting all day for these things to download, and so it's just like a little kid waiting by the window for Santa Claus. I'm just hoping they come. Maybe if I make some cookies, they'll download faster. Seriously?
Yeah.
Dude, you really? He says that they're not downloaded because they're not at his office. When he gets home, they'll do it. He's really waiting for that, huh? Dude, wow. Whatever happened to the honor system? Whatever happened to... Well, you know, I try, I try. If we could make payments and pay for everything with, like, our intentions, then I'd have an A for effort. Well, you know what I mean? If we couldn't pay with cash or EBT and all we could pay with was our intentions and our word, like, I best... Whatever. Any Globers want to say anything? Now's your chance. You got the stupidest flat earther in the world online, and you could humiliate him. Now's your chance. Come on, guys. You're not going to get this chance very much. Glatt's going to be coming back any second. And when he does, better watch out. You better watch out. You better not try. Anyway, I'm just saying, trying to throw you guys a bomb. Supplies list. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. I've measured the earth. But the devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, don't never mean curve. It never means curve. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. I measured the earth. The devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, don't never mean curved. It never means curved.
I got my lighter burning for you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, how'd you know I was a pyromaniac? Pyromaniac. Da-na-na.
I think pyromaniacs kind of gravitate towards each other, if you believe in that word.
Well, I don't not believe in that word. So that was a negative quadruple entendre right there. Right back at you.
What is a better word to use for that? Because you know how
magnetic, like magnetized, I guess.
I
feel attracted to that, like an electric stick.
Magnetically attracted to fellow pyromaniacs.
Me too. You know what's a really weird thing is too? I'm attracted to women that cut their wrists, not like deeply, but have like little slash marks from like a long time ago.
Why?
God, I just feel like I can save them all. I don't know. Like I'm really attracted to that. Like blondes, oh God, forget about it.
I'm guessing you're in your like upper 20s.
Dude, I'm 43. My girlfriend says I act like I'm 12 and I look like I'm 15.
Why would you be I don't even know girls that cut themselves back in the day.
Really?
I grew up, never knew a girl that cut herself in my entire life until my son's girlfriend was doing that.
Yeah.
I never grew up with girls that cut themselves. That's kind of a new thing.
About it.
So if you're like gravitated to girls that cut themselves, are you like a pedophile or what?
Whoa!
That's what the atheists do in California.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably.
I'm sorry.
Because when you say that, I picture a stack of papers on the table, and somebody's like rubbing their hand over it. They're petting a file. And other than that, I don't know what you mean.
I'm just saying that girls back in my
day. You want to hear a funny joke? Here, check this out.
They didn't do that. They did not do that. Girls did not do that. They were anorexic and bulimic, but they did not cut
the detective pull. What file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
Sorry, ask again.
What file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
I don't know.
The Geppetto file. You know what I mean? Usually the parents are the first suspect. I'm just saying, though, Latter-day Saints peep the halo over the head. Peace.
Are we trying to speak in code? I shouldn't have said something, and I apologize for that.
You don't need to apologize. God. Never say you're sorry. Jeez Louise.
No, I'm just saying, when I was growing up, girls did not cut themselves when I was growing up. That's a new thing.
You never heard that song? It goes, I don't want anybody else when I think about Drew. I cut myself. Anyway.
Yeah, but that was like maybe Hollywood weirdo. I don't like that did not exist in any form of fashion.
I was just kidding. So I wasn't trying to give any type of medical advice or anything. So I just like normal people to live normal lives.
I'm curious, literally, I'm really curious where you lived because I grew up in a very rural town. Very rural town.
Yeah, I grew up 45 minutes north of Hollywood, right along the 101 freeway by the beach.
So maybe
minutes away from Black Swan.
So maybe girls were cutting themselves back in the day, but where I grew up in Texas, in a very rural town, that didn't exist literally till like in 2010 maybe when the
Dude,
girls
you know why? Because of where you grew up, I hang my hat in Tennessee. I bet you didn't know that, huh?
You live in Tennessee now?
No, I said because of where you grew up, and a lot of women I used to date live there. I hang my hat in Tennessee.
Where you hang your hat is in Tennessee. So are you telling me you
live in Texas? That's why I hang my hat on the FE.
Yeah, I knew that was a song, but I wasn't sure if you were being literal or not.
I'm literally usually being metaphoric, literally most of the time.
But seriously, I'm very curious. Were girls actually cutting themselves back in the day when you were in high school?
Well, all of my girlfriends were, but I don't know about every girl because I didn't date every girl. You know what I mean?
What were you doing to them?
No, it's more like what they were doing to me. You know what I mean? I just see those things and I just be like, oh, like, I don't know, weird. I would just like, most girls, I don't care what they say or do. Like, I don't give it no thought. But then certain girls, I'm just like, I don't know. That's like they have me hypnotized or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I will tell you, here where I live, that was not a thing until like 2010, where girls where I live in high school started to cut themselves. When I was in high school,
that's they didn't have the production company where you lived to make metal sharp enough to do that. So until they did, that's why.
Well,
that's
we
the
had razors. We still had razors here. You know,
I don't know. Was that post Mentos or pre Mentos?
I think that was pre Mentos.
Then everything pre Mentos is theoretical, and everything post Mentos is literal. Whether you want to believe it or not, it just is. It's like I think the 222nd law of thermodynamics is anything post Mentos you can get away with if you have the Mentos and you pull it out at the right time.
And I'm very curious. I'm very curious of your idea and possible explanation of why do girls do that now?
I mean, why would they lie? I mean, I don't know. I can't really tell you why they would do it. I just wish that.
Is it an attention getter?
Shauna gets my attention. That's all I can tell you.
I think it may be just like for a cry out of attention, possibly.
It's like that video game Far Cry, but like times 100.
I don't know that video game.
I don't know either. I mean, I don't play video games, but I hear the titles every now and then.
Oh, did you say Far Cry?
I think that's what it's called. Either that or Short Cry. Or Short Laugh.
You love me. I need to feel something.
Listen, you can't always break everything down into comedy. Sometimes it's okay to literally have a conversation and be serious about stuff. So, I can't tell always with you if you're being comedic or serious. Like, it's okay sometimes to be serious.
Hey, you'd be a really good crime partner because even if I got away and you got caught, you can't tell. So
I play
you want to sign up?
I play the bad cop. Okay.
Oh.
You be the good cop. I be the bad cop.
Yeah. Right.
Because I literally, this is a hard thing for me. Is in
what? Not spilling your drink.
Fuck, I'm still pissed about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's hard for you not to spill your drink sometimes. Because you know what? God damn it, sometimes these hands of ours just don't work, especially when you really need them to work. Like when you're drinking a drink. They work all day long when you don't have a drink. And as soon as you get one in your hand, they stop working.
You don't understand this table I'm working with. It's a stool that has been left out in the rain. It's
so the surface is curved.
It's super curved. The surface
so once it was level, now it's curved. I understand.
And it also swivels and
it goes
sitting
at 1,091 miles
and it's sitting on an unbalanced surface and
it's called its access.
So it's really the worst circumstance for me to sit a drink on. Okay. I'm super pissed about that. Anyway, that being all settled, I'm working with like the worst circumstances to set a drink down on, okay? But sometimes it's okay to not be joking about things and actually be serious about things. And yeah, I know it's better to jokingly talk about some things because that's how most people actually are acceptable and like they are like, well, okay, maybe, and they talk about things in that way. But sometimes it's okay to be serious about conversations as well. and
well, you said people, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if I don't identify as a person? Then what you just said excludes me, and you're not being
What do you identify as?
A bumblebee. That way, if I ever get 15 years in prison, I'll have to do 3 days because they live 5 days for every human year. So I just beat the system. Bing bow.
Listen.
And I'm gonna come to your house the next day and drink that drink off the ground too.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Listen, it's okay to be serious sometimes.
Especially while you're on Siri.
Speaking of Siri,
I got kicked out of here the other day because I wasn't talking about fire, and we've been sitting here talking about like nonsense and joking about stupid shit, and I'm sitting here thinking, why the fuck is not any of us being kicked out of here for this bullshit?
Because I have enough Mentos to cover all of us for tonight. Because I have Mentos, that's why.
Why are we not being serious talking about serious shit?
Well, you didn't have Mentos the other night. That's why you got kicked out.
But I was talking about serious shit. So
yeah,
this is,
Mentos ain't no joke, dude. I'm dead serious. Look at this. You busted a thing of Mentos, and you can make boats go over the horizon and actually pinpoint where the physical horizon is. And no flat earther can say or do anything about it because you have Mentos. You lose that Mentos, you're going to get kicked out of the server because you're just talking hogwash. You know what I mean? So it basically boils down to that. Does that make any sense to you? I'm no theologian, so I try to explain it the best I read it off the back of these instruction manual right here.
So Mentos just means you ain't friends with the right person in a server, and
No, it has nothing to do with who you're friends with.
Well, yeah, it does.
I don't think so. It just has to do with if you have Mentos or not. It pretty much blocks anything,
all right, serious topic, Shanna. What's one thing, one health advice? You have any health advice?
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I looked at your thing. I'm like, wait, what? Okay. Hell yeah. I like how he's talking. I was all checking the stats. Dude, you're more statted up than I am.
I would say
I told
drink vinegar.
I told a Glover the other
Vinegar's
day.
very good for you.
Yeah,
you
I was
guys
just
are like
thinking about that.
games simultaneously. There was like a minute of silence. You guys both started talking. That's very serendipitous, dude. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, my buddy's a hardcore Glober, and I was telling him you should squeeze lemons in the morning, and he was like, "That's bullshit, man." I'm like, "All right, you're fucked, buddy."
Like in like to drink, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
my best advice to anybody literally is to drink vinegar. I think vinegar is an amazing antibacterial that will go through your entire digestive system, and it does a wonderful job. Like, I don't know, all my life I've suffered from bladder infection type things, and
type things. You're all getting technical now. Look at you all technical.
Well, like
all hybrid
bladder infections. It's not a type things, but
no,
bladder infections.
You're getting all technical. You know what I mean?
And as soon if you're, I don't know how it feels for a man when you get a. I don't know how it feels when you get a bladder infection or kidney infection for a man, but for a woman's perspective, I know how it feels. So when you get
how that
like
feels too
pain,
from a woman's perspective
when
and
you
a man.
start, no, you don't. Not from a woman because you're not a woman.
I was identified for one for a week though, and I didn't have Mentos, and it worked out pretty good. You know what I mean?
But when you start getting like some kind of back pain or something, or like a lower abdomen pain in the front.
Yeah, like okay, have you ever felt like you go around and you're losing all these things? Like, let's say, here's a perfect example. You know you're messing up until you meet the perfect person in your life, right? So let's say when I was a woman for a week, I was leaving blood spots everywhere until I met a pause, and that's the day my life changed. And I haven't been the same since. It's been great. You know, it's been a sunshines and roses since the day I met a pause. No more blood spots everywhere.
Hannah, we spent 5, 6, 7 days ago, we go till 5 a.m. in the morning talking, and I know it's actually antitoxin. It's not the anti-other thing. So we can talk again sometime till wee hours of the morning if you want. But anyway, thanks.
It's whatever it is. I actually think that the whatever causes the urinary tract to become toxic is some kind of bacterial infection. It's definitely not viral because I don't believe in viruses, but something's going on. And I know anytime I feel that I'm fixing to get whatever kind of infection might be coming upon me, and I drink like a quarter cup of vinegar, either the white distilled or the apple cider, whatever I've got on hand that's handy, I drink that, and the next day I'm fine. That's all I'm saying.
You're fine without the vinegar. You know what I'm saying? You fine any day.
I try to drink vinegar every day, every single day.
I'm just saying, you're fine with or without the vinegar. You know what I mean?
I know I'm fine. My husband tells me all the time I'm fine.
Right? Oh shit! I hope I didn't. Hey, sorry, Mr. Shanna. I didn't mean to offend you, sir. I keep forgetting you don't have a husband. You know what I mean? Man. Oh well. It's okay for me to drink.
I've been married for 24 years.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Well, I guess I'll move on then. You know what I mean?
We're old. He knows I'm good, and I love him, and I know he's good. He loves me.
Sounds like a Barney song almost.
We've had like.
You have a happy family?
Yeah, super. I grew up I was homeschooled most of my life.
Cool. I was just a homeboy most of my life.
I grew up on a peanut farm, and we also had cattle. My grandfather had like 1,000 head of cattle. Like I grew up on a weird homeschool farm, and like 5 families homeschooled together in one house. Like we had like a house we went to, a schoolhouse where we all came together. All of my grandfather's children homeschooled their kids, and we came together. And
that's anti-New World Order right there. Good stuff.
But we were super not. We were super not New World Ordered schooled. Like we were old schooled, and like as soon as like noon time came around, school was over. Time to go out into the fields and hoe the fields and get all the weeds out of the fields and change irrigation, go clean out the pumps we'd go out in the tanks and water moccasins and shit. Like we.
Hey, whenever your hose started acting up, did you ever have to check them hose to make sure that they function properly?
Well, no, these were hose on the end of a stick with a sharp.
I'm saying sometimes you have to check them hose though to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know.
Well, we had to sharpen them. We had to sharpen them sometimes, you know.
But before you sharpen them, you got to check that hoe, right?
Gotta check them hoes.
Gotta check them hoes on the regular. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, I grew up super old school. Like most people have never experienced how I lived.
So you're younger now than when you were growing up. So you're like almost like a female version of Benjamin Button, if you will.
I literally feel younger now than I did when I was a kid. Yeah.
Dude, you metaphorically sound older than you were when you weren't a kid. So wow, that's really interesting.
I feel way younger than I did when I was like 5 or 10. Yeah. It's really weird.
Hey, Shannon, everyone, should we have an I love you moment? Are we ready to go? Join in. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family.
We're a happy family.
With a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too?
I hated Barney all my life. My son, I never allowed my son to watch Barney. I hated Barney. Now, the Teletubbies, I let him watch them because I just love the son coming up and giggling. The cute little baby.
There's nothing nefarious about the Teletubbies. Huh.
Oh, it is. I have to agree now. I hate the Teletubbies. But back in the day, I thought it was the cutest thing.
Just to clarify, I'm not giving you cartoon advice. Just to clarify. You know? If anybody's listening.
Listen, I don't take advice from nobody. I do my own thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I grew up very, very secluded. Very secluded. I didn't know many people outside of my family.
That's not what I heard.
When I went to public school in 4th grade, there was like 12 of us in my family that started public school at the same time in one school in a tiny town like of 3,000 people. That was the town size. So the school size was very tiny. They thought we were a cult that just moved into town.
Well, if there's 45 members in your family, you guys would be a cult 45, right? I'm not giving you guys alcohol advice either. Or firearms advice. I'm just saying.
I grew up very different than most people. So
that's not what I heard. I heard you grew up very, very much like everybody else. That's just a rumor on the streets. But I'm glad you're here to clarify it.
So you grew up on a peanut farm, hauling hay and feeding cattle and doing all kinds of shit like that, changing irrigation, going into the tanks and pulling the moss off of the pump.
I grew up hoeing hay and checking my hose to make sure that they were properly working, you know. I grew up doing stuff like that.
You grew up as a pimp?
No, I was hoeing hay and then making sure that I had to check my hose to make sure they were sharpened. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring in the money they normally could, you know. A hoe left to her own devices is not going to function properly. You got to check that hoe if you're going to make the money off of it. You know what I mean? Tilling that weed, you know? I'm just saying. Don't you think? I might be wrong, but I know a thing or two about hoeing, you know?
How many rows of horticulture have you hoed?
How many rows of horticulture have I hoed? 69? You know what I mean?
In your entire life, over your lifespan?
Well, I grew up hoeing, basically. From that, you know, all I ever knew was hoeing since I was a little kid. It got to the point where, like, I could, you know, delegate the hoeing, so, like, other people could hoe and monitor the hoes, and I wouldn't have, you know what I mean? It was like Reaganomics, basically.
I was just going to say, I probably have hoed over 10,000 rows in my entire life. Okay.
Really?
So,
wow.
So
I wouldn't say one. I would say you're one shy of 9,099.
Okay, so I'm a super hoe. Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
Listen, this was actually, you're making fun in light of this, but when we actually went to public school and we still had, when we got out of school, we still had to go do our farming and stuff.
You had to go hoe, basically, right?
We had to go hoe. And the whole school actually called we had one brother but the rest of us were sisters, and they called us the Hutton Hoers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. They called us the
Well,
Hutton Hoers. Yeah,
you know what I mean? You have to get it how you live. You know what I mean? And you know what they say? Doing whatever you just said ain't easy, but it's necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody's got to be the hoer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I got 99 problems, but a hoe ain't one.
But Larry, that was a joke in this public school. They called us the Hutton Whores. Jamie, my brother, he was like, maybe they called him the pimp. I don't even know if they gave him a joke or not. But all of us sisters, they did call us the Hutton Whores.
Maybe they called him a gigolo. Maybe they called him a gigolo.
It wasn't actually funny at that time because I was a child. I was literally in 4th grade. But my older sister
in 4th grade? Because usually most 4th graders only metaphorically in 4th grade. So if you were literally, you had a lot more going for you than most kids. Yeah.
I was literally in 4th grade. I don't know what you mean metaphorically. I was in 4th grade.
That's amazing that you were literally in 4th grade. That's really cool. I must have metaphorically gone through 4th grade like 5 or 6 times before I went to 5th grade.
I was in 4th grade, and they were calling me a whore because they were like, ha ha ha. Jana grew up on a farm, and she's out there hoeing the fields. Yeah. You know, it was actually pretty brutal growing up, literally.
Better hoeing the fields than hoeing on the corner, you know what I mean? Because the cement really, there's only a couple of weeds in the cement, and you really dull that thing quick. But on the field, you can hoe all day without having to check it, you know what I mean?
I have no response.
Hey, Shanna, what does THC make you feel like? Like when you're as high as possible, what do you feel?
It's been a long time since I smoked. I mean, it's been many years. Many years. But when I did, I actually got super paranoid. But that could have been like the strain of whatever I got my hands on, you know? I have no idea, but it was like super really good, pretty buds. Like what do they call the top?
It was illegal, right?
Oh yeah, super. It was super illegal, but it was a tops. It was like it looked like a corn cob, man.
Oh, that's called the Chronicles of Narnia, isn't it?
I don't have a clue. I just know it. You know, a lot of people top their plants off so that you get more production, but I got from somebody that didn't top their plants off, and I got the top, and it was like a huge crystal, beautiful thing. purple, beautiful corn cob. And
dude, Cyber Blitz, if you're listening, I love that meme, bro. That's so funny. Low birth tool to prove curvature. That's hella hilarious.
But I was super paranoid, and you know, I just I hadn't smoked since. I used to back in my 18s. Well,
I heard you used to spill your drink all the time when you were younger.
Shut up, man. I never spilled my drink before. It's only now that I'm older. That's
Yeah,
I
when you
told
forgot how to use your hands.
my
From
table
all
is a
those years of
piece of
hoeing, Shanna. Your hands are tired from hoeing all those years, you know what I mean?
yeah. All those damn hoeing jobs.
Yeah, after I mean, you know, your body, parts of your body just give out after a while from hoeing for so long. So things like holding your drink, stuff like that, you know what I mean? They come naturally to most people, but it's just a sign of that you've been hoeing most of your life, you know. Like people who are welders most of their life, they go blind when they get older. So,
I used to be when I graduated high school. Back in the day, I was the second best welder in my class.
I thought you're going to say the best hoe.
I could run a beautiful bead, too. It wasn't just pretty. I could run a beautiful bead, and I don't know. A lot of people probably don't know what that means, but a beautiful bead means you're welding a beautiful pull. You're pulling, and yeah, probably that's not the best word to pull. Like it's.
I think you're getting too technical with some people. You got to simplify it for most of the listeners right now, Shannon.
So a pull when you're weld is like when you're pulling. Okay.
You got to start using big words.
When you're dragging the stick along, you're running it's melting behind that, and the metal is pulling up and like a pool, you know.
You're talking too. Can you slow down a little? You're talking a little bit too fast.
Anyway, I was the second best welder in my class, and the number one welder in my class was actually the teacher's son. But I could weld like a motherfucker.
That's right. So you went from hoeing to welding, huh? That's right.
I am a creature of all sorts of trades. I can do a lot of plumbing and handiwork around the house. I was cleaning a house. I was cleaning a house the other day, and he was like, "I don't know. I'm sorry, my sink's not draining." And so I was like, "Well, I got this." I cleaned out all underneath his sink.
All the stuff, huh?
No, I took everything out from underneath his sink. Took out the U-trap and put a bucket under there and drained it. And oh my God, there was like a gallon of dog hair stuck in his fucking drain. And I mean, I was like, dude, what the fuck? You've been living like this? Like, I had just started cleaning his house, and
you gave his drains a colonoscopy, basically.
Yeah, I gave his drain a colonoscopy. And if my sister actually owns a plumbing company, and if she would have had her company come out there and do that, it would have cost him $100 to do what I did. It would have cost an
arm and a leg, or in your case, 2 hands, right?
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you just had to open up this little thing. You just untighten this bolt. Yeah. And when I say bolt, it's a PVC bolt. It's like a
you probably had to put a new O-ring in there too after you blew that one out, right?
No, I didn't. It didn't leak or nothing. It was fine.
Oh, that's cool.
Anyway, I'm a very handy girl.
Dude, I can imagine.
Because my daddy taught me to be that way. And like,
and you were hoeing too.
I know how to jack up my tire, change my tire, do all that shit. Like,
what do you need a tire for? Can't you just drive with air with no tire?
Man, come on. I'm just trying to be. I am not your typical woman. Most women don't know how to do all that shit.
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't it be theoretically possible to drive down the street with air in your tire with no rubber? I'm just saying, could that be possible? Anybody listening, maybe? All right, I'm just wondering. I've just heard people say that before.
No, it's not possible. I promise you.
Well, your promise is better than fact. Your promise is as good as gold with me.
I will tell you, it is not possible.
Dude, you'd be a really good debater because if somebody you want to prove a point, all you'd have to do is tell the person you promise. And if you didn't have the Mentos, I'm sure that would work. It's like a rain check. You know what I mean?
I'm not a good. I will never debate anybody because I'm not a debater.
I was actually one time in my life a master debater.
Mr. Debater, but I'm not a debater.
Yeah.
This is not happening. Like that's why you will not. You won't see me in any. I don't go to
I saw you debate Fight the Flat Earth last week. Come on, you wiped the floor with that dude. Don't be so modest, Shannon.
Who are you talking about?
Craig. I thought you debated him and wiped the floor with him.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, whatever. Be all modest. All right. I feel you.
I really don't know who you're talking about.
All right. We'll let it go at that then. You know what I mean?
Let it go at that. I don't debate people.
Yeah, you just declare the facts. You don't need to debate anybody.
I just declare facts.
Yeah, straight up.
I don't like to speak about things that aren't facts. Sometimes I do, though, because, I like to talk about religion and stuff, and a lot of people get angry. That's why I'm like, well, we better go down to a different room when I get like that,
When I get like that, when you have one of your little spells or episodes?
Yeah.
I wasn't always this way.
It happens to me pretty much every time I talk to people. It does.
Every time you go away, Shanna, you take a piece of curvature with you.
The Earth, in my opinion, and I can't actually 100% say it's 100% flat because me and my husband have talked about this, and he kind of, how.
Does he think it's pear-shaped?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What about an oblate spheroid? Like bulging in the middle a little? Or like a pizza dough?
No, it's flat. It's flat, but he thinks it might be either maybe pillow topped, kind of like where it's.
Are you talking about one of those really nice pillows that doesn't get your head all hot? You're talking about, what type of pillow are you talking about? Like a regular pillow, or the kind you sit on in the car?
Like a really nice ottoman.
Ooh, girl, nodding in enough on the ottoman. At the Ramada Inn. Swallowed all the pills in my pill bottle then.
Or, sometimes we discuss maybe does it curve upwards at the edges?
You guys have pillow fights, basically, you're saying. You and your husband have pillow fights all the time. I get it.
Hey, don't get into my sexual life, man.
Well, you said he thinks it's pillow shaped. So you'd be having a pillow fight, literally,
And when I say pillow shaped, he's not talking about the bottom of it. He's talking about the top only.
Yes, you're talking about a pillow that's curved on one side up and then flat on the other side.
Well,
kind of like you cut a Mentos in half.
Let's just say, if the Father is sitting up somewhere in heaven and has a footstool, that thing is definitely not a ball. And
well, what if he has a footstool that you have at your house? You said it's warped and everything, and you spill your drinks on it. Maybe that's why it rains? That makes a lot of sense, huh?
Say that again.
So you said the Father has his footstool, yada yada, and I said, well, if the footstool is shaped like the stool that's curved at your house because it's warped, then maybe that's why it rains all the time. It's raining pina coladas.
Oh man, I wish it was raining pina coladas, man.
Girl, if a wish was a whiff, if was ifs, we'd all be drunk off a fifth. You know what I'm saying?
What do you drink?
Whatever I can. Water, grape. I won't drink anything or buy anything at the store unless they don't have the glass bottle. Everything I drink's out of a glass bottle, basically. So I get pear juice, grape juice, cranberry juice. Very, very rarely, because I get really, really, really super, super, super crazy and almost like suicidal and just like punch car windows. And every once in a while, if I have a drink every once in a while and there's like cool people around, I'll be cool. But
And
yeah,
you're
other than that,
42?
Yeah, because I take a couple drinks of vodka and then I want like 1,000 more. Because one's too many, but 1,000's never enough.
Oh, see, I'm not that way.
Well, I wish I could be less like me and more like you, girl. You know what I'm saying?
I know my limit, and I try to I'm very good at. Not always, not always. I'm pretty good at limiting myself, and I try to stop at a certain area. But
yeah, you sound like Lemony Snicket's, girl. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it rhymes with Jiminy Cricket, so let's just leave it at that. You know what I mean?
I know every time I come in here, I'm a bit tipsy, and y'all know that. Y'all know that.
You sound perfectly sober, actually, right now. You know what I mean? If we got pulled over, I'd tell the cops she was driving because she could probably pass it better than I could. Because I have a problem. My feet are always dysfunctioning.
I just try. I never try to come in here super drunk. I rarely get super drunk. But
it just happens. You don't try it. I'm just kidding.
No, I literally I want to come in here with a pretty sober mind, but it takes me. It's very difficult for me to talk about these things when I'm not a little bit tipsy. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cause my if I'm super sober, I don't want to talk to anybody about anything. Literally.
No, I feel you on that. Like I can't talk to people unless I breathe air. So like I usually fill up on oxygen before I start speaking. I take a deep breath. So I can totally relate. You mean? I feel you on that. Yeah.
I'm super filled with oxygen. Super filled with oxygen.
How weird. So what's your favorite kind of oxygen to inhale? Mine's air, but I'll settle for other stuff. I like helium every once in a while.
Well, I don't know how it is where you live, but
have you ever been hooked up to an inhaler or a breathing machine? Man, talk about some good oxygen. You gotta try it sometime.
Actually, deep sea divers that that's their livelihood. They just going and working on the pipelines and stuff in the
people
deep
work at
sea.
NASA, like the astronauts and stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No. I'm talking about people that go and work on pipelines and stuff in the ocean. Those
they're changing the solar panels and stuff.
They
underwater.
Come on, man. Listen to what I'm saying. Don't add shit. These people that work on that shit and they live only on oxygen, their life expectancy is actually cut in half by only living on 100% oxygen. Isn't that crazy?
So they never actually just breathe. As soon as they come up from the ocean, they have the oxygen thing in their nose at all times.
No, but because they.
I was gonna say you have to eat sometimes too, but I guess you could take it off when you're eating, but then you got to put it back on.
But because it is their job to be underwater, living on 100% oxygen most of their life, it actually cuts their lifetime expectancy in half.
Wait, are you talking about those people who have that SpongeBob SquarePants job? They literally live under the sea?
No, I'm talking about basically, because they're the people working. Their job is to go work on the pipelines that are coming out of the ocean, and so
yeah, like the undersea cable, right? Where our satellites come from, undersea cable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those guys, their life expectancy is cut in half because they are living on oxygen alone.
And probably sipping some of that mermaid juice too, you know what I mean?
So all of these people talking about climate change and this and that, and literally we need all of this we do need all of these other things in our air to actually help us live.
I disagree with you. I think we metaphorically need them in the air, but as I say, we literally need them. I'd have to disagree with you on that. But it's just theoretical.
What do you mean?
Well, you said we literally need these things, but I disagree. I think we only metaphorically need them. But it's just theoretical, so.
Well, my son swears. My son swears he does not need to eat. He does not need to drink. He does not need to do anything. He swears he can, like, just exist and live on nothing.
Tell him to not talk about it, but to be about it. You know what I mean? Straight up.
He did it for, like, a month, where he was like...
He was trying to beat Jesus' record of 41 days or something?
He was homeless for a while, and he swears, he's like, Mom, you know, my spirit can live off of nothing.
Yeah.
He's like,
I believe that totally.
And he was like,
this isn't medical advice.
He was like, I am just existing off of the cosmetic energy of the universe. He was like spitting all this shit out to me.
Maybe it's the energy from black holes or something had a good reaction with him. Or maybe, like, I don't know.
Maybe he was taking some good acid. I don't know.
Well, the best acid you can get is from a battery. So if you get that copper top and you break it open just right, you're good. It lasts like 5 or 10 minutes. Just put it on your tongue. No, I'm just kidding. That's not medical advice either. But you can tell if it works still by touching a battery to your tongue. You can see if it still has juice or not.
Listen, stop giving medical advice because you're doing. I
actually wasn't. Job. I was giving contained power advice.
My son is actually a very good example because he believes like we do, but he's not super religious, and he's just very.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
I don't know the word. I don't know the word for him to be. I can't describe him.
I literally know exactly what you're talking about then.
And he's like, and I worry about him because and I shouldn't, because he's like, Mom, I'm good. I haven't ate for 5 days and I'm fine.
Just buy him a Mad magazine where it says "What Me Worry" and he'll be fine. You know, Alfred E. Newman stuff.
But from a mother's perspective, I'm like, you haven't ate for 5 days. What the fuck? You know, I want to go feed him, you know? And he's like, I'm good, Mom.
Cool. That's awesome. I'd love to follow him around for a day with a camera.
He's quite a specimen. He's like 6'5".
You called your son a specimen. I love that. That is so cool. Now we're talking.
Well, I mean, as far as like,
no, I know exactly what you mean. That's so cool.
He is very well built. He's just like I said, he's quite a specimen. And
so he's well built, meaning like his hands and feet function. Have you lifted up his gum line lately? Checked his gums? Have you looked at the whites of his eyes? Look at his fingernails. Test his knees and his elbows for for reflexes. And then just tell him to eat an apple a day. Pat him on the back, give him an attaboy, and say, I'll see you in 30 days. You know what I mean?
No, I haven't done all that.
Well, I was just giving parental advice. But I'm not a parent, so I'm not equipped to do that. So disregard.
He would never let me do any of that. He's he's a very guarded person. He doesn't he's super a guarded
person. Does he use Scotch Guard on his clothing?
No, I'm saying he's a guarded person. Like, he doesn't like me to even call him and say, how are you doing? Like, he's like, what do you mean? I'm fine. Leave me alone. You know?
So he's basically like the guy in the beginning part of the song "Hate Me Today" by Blue October. That's interesting.
I don't know what that is. I'm just saying he's a very reclusive person, and he doesn't like for me to dig into his shit.
Well, then the happiest thing he'd probably be right now, the proudest moment of his life, is if he knew you were talking about him right now. He's probably grinning from ear to ear. You know what I mean?
I know he's probably not. He would hate that. He would hate it. He would hate it. But I love the fact that he might go long periods of time without eating.
Literally,
and he still is a very thriving individual.
Dude, you should give him some literal food for thought next time you see him. He might metaphorically enjoy it.
Well, the last time I went over there, I gave him. I just had a half a beef. I split a
beef chop ramen soup.
I just a whole cow. I just bought.
Oh, I thought you meant like a Tupac and Biggie beef. I was like, those are kids like those kind of beefs. You know what I mean?
No, my parents raised beef, and my parents said, "Hey, you want to split a cow with us to go get butchered?" And
yeah, after you guys were pulling all day, I understand. I lived like that for a little while too. I mean,
we split a beef, and I took like
you split 10 pounds. Beef. That's so cool. You guys, that means you guys basically squashed it then, huh?
Yeah, it means we paid.
Where I'm from, we don't squash the beef. We never stop beefing. We don't squash that beef. You know what I mean, girl?
Anyway, I took 10 pounds of the beef over to my son because he was he just literally started watching videos about food and all.
Don't let him watch Big Asshole. He'll try to eat the beef raw. That's not medical advice.
He literally just started watching videos about our food stuff in America.
I literally just started watching videos about metaphors. That's crazy.
And he was like, Mama, I can't eat any of this food I've got in my house. Blah blah blah. He was like, he was freaking out.
I'm telling you, next time you see him, you need to literally bring him some food for thought. I'm telling you, it'll work. Kids will eat that. Kids eat food for thought all the time, literally. You got to literally bring it to him, though. You can't just bring it to him in theory. Literally bring him some food for thought, and he'll never be hungry again. Does that make sense?
Well, he begged me to bring him some of that beef because he's like, I know what Granny and Granddaddy feed their beef.
He's like, Granny and Granddaddy are beefing again.
They only eat the grass that Granny and Granddaddy had, and they ain't got no of this bullshit in them. He's like, I know it's gonna be pure beef, and so I took him some of that
ironically,
beef.
I think that they actually would have bullshit in it, literally, because
why would it?
When they die, they don't just everything doesn't come out at once. There's still trace elements of it in there. This isn't animal or farm advice.
What are you talking about?
You said that's no bullshit, but you're talking about serving beef that you killed, but I'm actually literally it does have bullshit in it. It's not completely devoid of any excrement. So therefore it does have a little bit of bullshit still in it.
I'm talking about I know my mom and dad only raised their cattle.
Did they raise foster farm chicken? Or were they the foster farm chickens? They're like always trying to breach in their free range chickens. You know what I mean? But you could tell if you really know more, you could tell. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying I know what my parents do to their cattle, and they are all grass fed. Okay. They only eat off the land.
Right.
That's all they get.
Do they ever get any food for thought off the land, or is it pretty much just beef?
Listen, stop. Why are you going to bullshit? Why can't we just have an honest conversation without going into stupid jokes and bullshit?
Well, how about this? I'll make you a deal. If you don't like the way I talk and you want me to change how I talk, then basically you want to control how I am, and I don't feel comfortable like that because I don't want to control how you are. So I'll let you continue talking, but I'll disengage at this time because I don't like to be molded into something I'm not.
You don't have to disengage, man. I'm just saying I'm just actually literally trying to talk about how my parents grow their cattle, and they don't have a lot of cattle. They're small. They've got like 30 heads of cattle, 30 cows, and they're having calves, which is, it's a very small farm. But I know where that meat comes from and how it's grown, and so I trust to eat it. I'm happy that I have that. And my parents literally gave me, they fed that cow throughout its life, and the only thing I had to pay for was to have it butchered, which only cost me like $200. I paid $200 and I got half a beef. My parents suffered the loss of the actual cost of that cow, because that cow was probably worth $2,000, but they gave me half that beef and I paid $200 to have it slaughtered. And I gave my son, I'm just saying, because he's freaking out about the whole food industry thing and what is in all of our food. He was freaking out about it. He's like, I can't eat nothing in my freaking house. So I gave him 10 pounds of that hamburger meat. He's like, because I know because he knows where that comes from, and it's not got any kind of whatever you want to call it, Soylent Green or any kind of bullshit in it.
Evil spirit.
Listen, I'm not telling anybody here. Please don't back down and shut up and not talk to me. I'm just saying.
You're good. It's all good. Don't tell me what not to don't do now. Well, as if that wasn't uncomfortable enough. Thanks, Glat, for fucking everything up.
Oh my God! I hate you! I hate you! I was almost at my point, and you interrupted me, Glad. How dare you?
What do you mean your point? You were not talking.
I know. I'm being sarcastic.
Got it. Well, yeah. I mean, I interrupt all the time. Half of it, I could say it's half and half. Half that I'm dumb as shit, and I have a very hard time with regular conversation consistently, flowing freely. But then also, I'm just kind of a dickhead.
Well, listen, Flo, I just hate it when people actually where they try to like make fun of like true conversation of people trying to actually do shit the right way, and I was talking about my parents actually tried to raise their cattle the right way, and I was trying to discuss that, and I just don't think it's funny to make fun of that.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean offense. I truly don't. I'm just trying to bring some levity and talk about Earth measuring flat. But I agree.
And I didn't give these Globers a warning. I gave these Globers a warning, and I said, you guys can come and make me look stupid all you want. You have about an hour. Once Glatflub gets back, you know what I mean? All bets are
I heard that.
You better tuck those Mentos, boy. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm just a loudmouth and I hold them to task. Other people like to get really, really deep into the technical stuff that still proves disproved.
I'm really a coward when it comes to that. Like, people be like, the Earth is curved, and they're like, no, it's not. They're like, it is. I'm like, please stop saying that. Please stop. I don't know what to do.
Well, so, that's too bad.
Well, I was harassed by a lot of Globers when I was younger, and you either grow strong or you tuck tail. So I've been tucking tail most of my life.
So, have you been a flat earther for most of your life?
I've been a flat earther my whole life, but I barely realized it in the end of 2017.
Okay.
I was gonna say everybody's been a flat earther most of their lives.
I just didn't realize it.
I just didn't know it.
Yes, I've certainly been living as if it were flat and stationary. I have no idea how I would live if I were on a globe. Like, how would I pretend to do that here, there's no way to do that. So
yeah.
But I've only realized that I was living on a flat plane since 2015 or so. You know.
Yeah, me too.
And but truly, nothing in my life has changed except for like the ostracizing from my family in some areas, you know. That's pretty much the only thing that's changed in my life is that.
Sharon, I didn't know I thought your parents were farmers. I didn't know they measured large birds. That's interesting. So they were actually ostracizing ever since you were little?
Wow.
It's very profitable, actually.
Wow. That was ridiculous. That was funny.
Yeah, that was.
But I said wow twice instead.
That was pretty ridiculous, man.
Oh boy.
My family has. My grandfather had like a. He was very blessed because he was in the military and then he used his military thing to come out and he got like about he got, I want to say 5,000 acres, but that might be wrong. I might be a little overboard.
Hey, that's a little bit of land, huh?
A pretty big chunk of land. It might not be that much. It might be a little less than that.
Hell, 500's big.
Yeah. I mean, my husband's grandfather had like 4,000 acres, but he had to sell it over the course of his elderly life.
Nobody has that many acres. You couldn't even count that many. Come on. Are you being real?
Yeah. In Texas,
no way.
In Texas,
that much.
Yeah, in Texas, that's nothing to smile at. That's
like 186,000 miles per second, dude.
In some places in Texas, there are ranches that are like 300,000 acres.
It's bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're really huge down there for no reason. Okay, hey, we got a person in the live stream here. His name, he or she's name is Bumblebee, and the roles are On the Fence, Ladies' Night, and Link Image.
Is Ladies' Night still going?
No.
Dude, I identify with Bumblebee. I can't wait to hear this.
Right. So,
I love Bumblebee.
If you're there, we'd love to chat with you about whatever you'd like to speak with us about here on this Friday evening, Saturday morning.
Hello. Yeah, it's Saturday morning here.
I'm guessing Bumblebee is a lady.
Yes.
Good evening or good night and morning, Bumblebee. Where are you coming from? You sound like you.
Finland. Finland. It's morning here.
You sound like you're from Australia.
No, I am from Finland, next to Sweden.
Yeah. Okay. I love your accent.
Well, Finnish is its own kind of language, so of course we have this accent.
Do you have a love for bumblebees? I have a love for bumblebees. I think they're the most beautiful creature. I love bumblebees.
Yeah, bumblebees are cute and useful.
They're so cute and very useful, and they defy all laws of nature. They're so freaking huge and flat. They should not be able to fly with their little tiny wings.
That's right.
That's what I find fascinating about bumblebees.
Good thing they got that insect-like carapace geometric structure. I bet they have a really light body.
So Bumblebee, what do you think about the flat Earth?
Well, I'm still thinking about what do I believe. It doesn't really affect my life too much, what shape it is. I'm just living my simple life.
That is such a honest, true answer. That's me too. Like the fact whether it be flat or round, it really does not affect my life at this point in my life. But at the same time, I know a lot of this globalist agenda going on around us has to do with the earth being one way or another, and a lot of our tax, like where I live in America, a lot of taxpayer dollars go to fund NASA, which is a ton of money. It's a lot of money from taxpayers. So they take a ton of money out of my paycheck to pay for this thing that doesn't exist, in my opinion. And so that kind of pisses me off. They may not do that where you live.
Yeah, you know what those 3-letter agencies are? All bark, no bite. Huh? That's what I'm fucking saying. Get your shit together, guys.
Finland is a very expensive country, and right now, because they want to join, not me, my country leaders want to join NATO, and
NATO is a piece of shit.
We have had this peace for decades with Russia, and we haven't really had problems with them. Just it makes me angry that they want to join, because it means they already crashed the economy of Finland. So now, if they join NATO, we will pay even more money out from our empty pockets. We don't have money. We are just taking more debt. And then when we go to NATO, it means war. Russia already said if you make that step, it means war. So I'm enjoying each day right now when I have peace.
Right. I hear you. That I literally, when NATO started, I don't even know what year did NATO start, you guys. Anybody have the fact check stuff bullshit? You know, when did NATO start? NATO's been existing for a long time. And NATO, in my opinion, NATO is a bad thing. And when any country wants to join NATO, this is like a bad thing. Anybody else want to chime in?
I don't know much about NATO, gonna be honest.
Well, you need to look into NATO. It's like, are you familiar with the UN? UN? Yeah. You probably don't like the UN and how that works.
I don't care about the UN. I think that it's a big deal to some people.
Well, all of these things, NATO, UN, they all work together for the Klaus Schwab bullshit one world order, okay?
I've heard that. That's the rumor.
They all tied together. And so they keep trying, like she's saying, they're trying to get her country to join NATO.
Right, that's no good.
I'm not sure exactly what year it formed, but it would have been after World War II, shortly afterwards, I think.
this really makes me sad that our president and prime minister and all these people, they're not even planning to make us vote. They are making the decision, not the nation.
Yep.
Yeah, that is how it's been going on in a lot of countries, even in the United States. They're making all these decisions without the people talking about it.
They've been doing that from day one.
Yeah, they're doing this in all nations. And all the time there's people standing up against it, but it still happens. It's still happening. It's still going to happen.
I hate to cut you off right there. I'm sorry. We've got Ent Monk, who's apparently a Glober and reality denier. Ent Monk, hello. Welcome to the chat tonight.
I'm a Glober.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's what the target's at.
Huh?
Hello. Hello. Welcome.
Hi. Hey, man.
How's it
What's
going?
cracking? What's crack-a-lacking? What are you doing?
Not much. I'm just chilling. I haven't been in the server in like maybe more than 6 months or so. I pop in every once in a while.
Okay. So do your roles reflect your reality?
They do. They are fairly accurate.
Fairly accurate. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Reality denier is yeah, I guess that's what I am.
I mean, it depends.
Do you cuddle with a globe when you sleep?
I should get a globe. I don't have one yet, but that's a good idea. I should. Yeah.
You know what's weird? You know what's really weird? You can't find one globe, whether or not it's in a classroom, at the Smithsonian, in someone's home, in the kid's bedroom, whatever kind of globe you have, it can never be used for navigation at all. There's no way to do it. Isn't that cool? Kind of strange.
So cool, man. That's so cool. Why not? Why couldn't we
Nobody uses globes for navigation. That's why. Find somebody using a globe for navigation.
You can still cuddle with it. You can still cuddle with it though.
That's true. I mean, if we have a big enough globe, right? If we have a big enough one where it's so big that the map that you're looking at is almost flat, then maybe
Did you hear what you had to navigation. You had to start making shit up just to believe what you were even saying.
Think about this.
You literally had to say it's so big it's flat. Come on, man.
I mean, if it's flat if you make a globe big enough, then in a small enough, if you take a piece of it, the bigger and bigger the globe is, and the smaller and smaller piece you take, the more flat it's
That's a fun hypothetical.
So how far do you want to push these goalposts?
Hold on. I'm on that. I've got a question. I have a question, sir.
I don't want to push the lady out that just came in before Etamoc.
No worries. Bumblebee, stick around. This is going to be good conversation.
What was her name? I'm trying to find
Bumblebee.
her.
Bumblebee.
Yeah, I don't want Bumblebee to be pushed out of the conversation.
She's not?
Because she seems like she's a very meek person that doesn't like to speak out, and I don't want to push her out of the conversation.
Bumblebee, if anybody's pushing you out, let us know. That's not the intention ever at all. Just trying to keep the conversation going.
Nah, keep going. I'm listening.
All right,
Cool.
she's listening. All right, back to
Is it Aunt Monk or Ent Monk? Can I just call you Monk? Because
Monk is good. I really should change my name to Monk because most people on Discord just call me Monk. So
right, because that first 3 letters is a nightmare.
Yeah, it is.
I was just gonna call him Int.
Entertainment.
Are you an ear, nose, and throat doctor?
I am not.
No, he's one of the Ents from Lord of the Rings.
That is originally what the name came from. Was one time a friend of mine was playing a homebrew D&D game, and I was a Ent Monk. Yes.
Wow.
You need to speak more slowly.
Have you ever delivered a baby?
I have not. I have not.
What the fuck? Wow. Hey, KJ.
Hey, that's a good question to an ear, nose, and throat doctor. You know?
Well, he's not. No, the first 3 letters of his name are ENT. So anyway.
I know. And so I was curious if he's ever delivered a baby, because there's, a lot of people.
I don't think ENTs deliver babies, but maybe.
Listen, if he's in that kind of position, a lot of people like that.
Do people's faces get pregnant, or?
A lot of people
babies have
in the
ears,
ear,
noses, and throats. So
That's true.
A lot of people in the ear, nose, and throat area do actually do home delivery. So that's why I was asking.
This is a really
And
pertinent
also,
line.
these are very wise. I'd expect them to know how to do that.
All right, so Mr. Monk.
Yeah.
That's actually a valid question. If you know anything about birds and the way they deliver the babies, then that's a valid question too. The storks, I think they're.
They hatch from the eggs.
Right.
Okay. Great. So, Mr. Monk, we're trying to figure out where the Earth curves. My friend, where does the Earth curve? Where can we find the curvature? We need to directly, physically measure drop over distance. That's what we need.
I think if you took any section of that ball out, there's got to be some kind of curve on it there somewhere, right?
Somewhere.
Have you ever seen it?
What's like the criteria for an answer that I could give?
Like I said, drop over distance.
Yeah.
So like, check this out. When you go to a hill, you see a hill right over yonder. Mm-hmm. You're going to measure the downward slope of that hill. And you can do that. And you can get a direct physical measurement of that downward slope, the angles and everything. Where the fuck is that on the Earth?
I mean, you could go to a really flat area, like no.
We need a location.
Could work.
The ocean is all flat all the time. So what is that? How is that evolved?
If you take a picture of the ocean, and then you scrunch it down.
If I take a picture of the ocean,
that's a good idea.
If you take a picture and then you scrunch it down, you can see the little You can see the little curve. It's not visible when you're just looking at the picture.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
well, I'm just going to have to take your word for that.
Radius value?
I'm just going to take your word for that, dude, because that's all we can do. Do you have curvature measurements, though?
Okay.
You're not even needing to take his word for anything. He didn't say anything of any relevance.
Well, he said that if you go to the ocean, it's flat enough that you will see it curving. But actually, that's not what happens at all. Have you seen the Black Swan, sir?
So funny.
Hang on, just a second. He said you take a picture. Have you ever seen long distance photography of people taking pictures 200 miles away? Like, that's impossible. It's totally impossible on a curved Earth. There is no curve on the Earth. You could never, ever, ever take a picture of something from 200 miles away of something else. 200 miles
Depends on how
away.
high up you are.
It doesn't.
A sphere with the radius that they give us.
Actually, it does not even matter how high you are. If you're standing, I don't care where you're standing on Earth. If you're taking a picture for 200 miles, there's no way in hell you're gonna see something.
Yeah,
200 miles away.
She's right. Listen,
because the curvature would take anything away from you, further away from you, that you would never be able to see that ever. It's not possible.
She's right, and check this out. See, there's a
take it beyond your
major point. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just saying it's not possible.
Cool. Thank you. So there's a picture in the live stream voice text that has a question on it, and in that photo, if you believe it's a genuine photo, that photo shows over 120 feet high in the air. This photo, okay. Now,
120,000 feet.
Yeah, okay, and this person doesn't know if that's exactly 500 miles from left to right, but that's not the point. The point is the thought experiment. If we can go up to 120,000 plus feet and get this flat fucking photograph, where's that curve?
I mean, it depends on Like you need to get really high up to see curve. You need to get really high.
Well, how
up
much
to
higher,
see
partner? How much higher?
I don't have those
No,
numbers. for you.
let's stop with this. Stop, please stop. So it's subjective. You guys are arguing about something subjective. So you and I, we go up in an airplane. We both look out the same window. You say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out the same window and I see a flat Earth. So the question is, how are we going to figure out who's telling the truth and who's not? We have to land the airplane, land the balloon, and measure the Earth directly from the surface. Measure the surface directly. So do you have an arc segment measurement of this globe Earth you speak of? I'm guessing not.
I didn't hear. I think you were breaking up there. Could you repeat?
Robot.
All right, so you would have to. So did you hear the part about subjective reality and objective reality? How going up and looking down on the Earth isn't a way of measuring the Earth? Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we would have to do is land the airplane and measure the Earth directly to know if it's conforming to the shape of a sphere or not. So do you have a measurement of an arc segment of the alleged globe Earth you speak of to show us? You know, like say over a few miles, constructing a straight line, marking the distance, how long the line is, and marking where the Earth deviates from the line, down the line. Do you have an arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth you speak of?
Arc segment measurement. So, like, what would that look like? How would we test? How would we measure such a thing if it were real? What would a measurement of that look like? I like the
So you know what a circle is, right? You know what a circle is, right?
Sure.
So a section of a circle is an arc segment.
Right.
Got it.
That makes sense.
So, so now do you understand the question? So do you have an arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth you speak of? Does anybody?
An arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth. I mean...
Yeah, because that would prove that the Earth is a ball. Anything less than that is just...
Well,
stupid.
okay. The question makes sense. My question is...
I posted in the chat.
What would a measurement of that look like to you? Like, if I were to provide one, what would it that satisfied you? Which you don't think I could, but if I could provide a measurement, what would it look like?
Of the Earth from the laser.
Well, it would have to be constructed with one material or another, or not out of material, but using light, like a laser. So either a rail that you'd use for train tracks, just one rail, a laser, or any kind of material or thing you can use to construct or simulate effectively a straight line. You have to construct a straight line and show where the Earth is deviating from it. Of course, we can see too far over water, so we kind of already know it's flat, but I'm just trying to help you understand, if it were a ball, it would be easy to prove it this way.
I mean, the difficulty with I don't want to bring up laser tests because we could throw laser tests back and forth all day. I'm sure you guys do that, and it's very frustrating. Like,
you can make excuses about why they don't show any deviation. Yeah, you can do that all day.
Is it frustrating?
So do you believe that the lasers are do you believe that the lasers are curving around a ball magically?
I know that like atmospheric lensing has something to do with it. I know that
just answer the question, a simple yes or no. Do you believe that the lasers are actually hugging the alleged curvature of the Earth and just staying the same distance above the body of water as it travels over the globe Earth? Like, is it actually conforming to the shape of a sphere, the laser? Do you believe that?
It doesn't conform with the shape of the sphere, but the I know that atmosphere
sphere and it's not deviating at all over any distance that you can measure.
Just by the nature of light, we have to take into account this lensing effect if we're going to do a measurement of, do a laser measurement. And when we look at how lensing works at certain distances and conditions, it does turn out to be looking like the light is hugging the curve.
Okay, so the answer is no. You cannot measure any deviation from a laser or show us any Earth curvature.
I have not done
your subjective opinions of these things. Because let's be honest, everything you just said is subjective. Like there's no objective reality involved with what you just said. You're just stating an opinion, just an opinion, a subjective opinion about laser tests
I don't
And
have
then,
any
like,
laser
really, what am I
tests.
supposed to do with that?
I don't have any laser
I know,
tests.
no, but I mean, like, you're not even acknowledging that the laser tests measure the Earth flat, because they do.
The laser tests that I've seen.
it's still actually a globe.
Listen, you guys, he's not really good at talking about this, but I will tell you what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that because of atmospheric lensing, that the laser actually bends because of the atmospheric lensing. The laser literally bends to the curvature of the Earth. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah, he's trying to say that where there should be hundreds of feet of deviation and even more from that laser and the Earth, that it's
lasers,
just pretty much level with it
lasers
the whole
don't.
because light is
From my
bending.
understanding, lasers do not bend. Lasers do not bend. From my understanding.
No, they don't. It's just an excuse and a cop out for this curvature they can never show you. But that's obvious.
That's what this guy's trying to say is lasers are bending around the atmosphere.
I mean, you can see.
Yeah, he's trying to say that the air is functioning like fiber optic.
You can see a laser like bend as it enters water, right?
You can see it
No, that's
bend at 8
refraction.
inches per mile squared around the surface of the Earth for miles and miles. You can see that.
So the bending that I'm talking about is just like over layers and layers of air, because as,
so 8
air
inches per mile
has different
squared,
pressures, right?
So the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and your laser, no matter how far we try to measure it, it never deviates from the Earth. So it's bending at 8 inches per mile squared through the atmosphere too.
I mean, it depends on the laser test that you're talking about. It depends.
Well, we
on
never measure
lots of
deviation, so
factors.
that's what it would have to be doing.
Let's talk about a topic that I saw the other day that I thought I'd want to bring into
how
this
about
chat.
this? You said that you go to the beach and you see the flat ocean curving away from you. How did you determine that? Did you measure the horizon to be in a specific location at a specific distance that tells you, yep, the Earth's dropping away from me at this rate?
My belief that the Earth is round does not come from these kinds of things. Yeah, it's a belief.
It's not empirical. It's just it's a belief system. I got you.
A lot of things.
Come on.
I mean, I haven't been able to prove it empirically, like ground up from myself. But a lot of things that I rely on in my life, I have not been able to prove empirically ground up. Like my belief that my my family loves me. I can't empirically prove that, but I believe it, and it's functional in my life.
Yeah, but you have evidence of that. You don't have any evidence of the Earth being a globe.
I have evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Wait, hold on, guys. Let's not get objective reality and subjective reality confused. You're going into the subjective reality. Let's stick to subjective reality.
So let me bring. Can I change the discussion a little bit? Bring up something.
I mean, if you can't show the Earth to be curving at all, then it just can't be a globe, no matter where you want to go next. But
if it's possible that I could prove the roundness of the Earth in a different way other than the Earth curving,
other than the way that the Globers say that they did it in the first place by measuring curvature on the surface.
Ostensibly, there should be lots of different ways to prove that Earth is round.
But if you can't do it that way, then you can't do it at all.
His Mentos with him. If he has his Mentos, he can do it one time.
Entmonk, do you remember what I said a few minutes ago, Entmonk? I said that anything other than an arc segment measurement would be stupid. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
There's no other possible line of evidence that we could look for than that.
The Earth is not curving.
Hold on. Let me help you understand this a little bit better. If you were to try and measure the dimensions of your dining room table, let's pretend it's a square. Would you just look at it? Would you point a camera at the ceiling and take a picture of the ceiling? Or would you pull out a yardstick and measure the table directly? How would you figure out the dimensions of your table, how long it is? And how
I understand I understand the thrust of the argument, right? But what I'm saying is because
I'm going to totally look at the ceiling fan above it and the lights and say there's 5 lights there. They look round, and there's all these things going around. That's what I'm gonna do.
So because of the nature of the Earth, right? Because of the nature that it's such a large object. Obviously, the procedure that we would use to measure it is going to be really complicated, and that's one way to try to establish whether or not
It shouldn't be that complicated.
But there's other ways. There's other possible ways. Like we could talk about. Like I have this gyrotheodolite thing that I wanted to bring up. Have you guys heard of that before?
I love
gyrotheodolite.
Well, you're saying that it's so large that we just can't directly measure the curvature of it, but the claim is that it's not really that large. It's supposed to be just large enough that you're supposed to have a horizon at every 1.2 miles times square root of observer height. So at 1 foot, you would have a horizon at 1.2 miles in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that far away, and that wouldn't be that hard to measure if that were there. But you're just saying,
this is the exact question I asked Matt, and he posted the answer for it, remember? This is the exact question I asked him. So I could post the answer from somebody who has a PhD in mathematics, and you want to hear the Glober's answer, I'll post it right now, and you guys could figure if you think it's true or not. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Let me see that.
But when they say it's so large, that wasn't even the initial claim. They gave a specific claim as to the dimensions, as to the rate of curvature, the radius. The surface is supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles distance, that's 66 feet a drop. That should be easy to measure with a laser. There should be 66 feet of deviation between that laser and the Earth at 10 miles.
But it's
You're saying
66
it's too
feet.
hard
So
to demonstrate that?
think about it in terms of like a triangle, right? If you make a triangle that is 66 feet on one side and 10 miles on the other side, it turns out that the angle between the angle of that triangle is tiny. It's less than a fraction of a fraction of a percent.
Though, be really obvious. It's a lot of deviation between the laser and the Earth.
But
I know that you're trying
think about it as a
to
triangle,
put it
right?
into terms where it sounds like it's not this big thing because you're talking about it in terms of degrees of this presupposed radius that you say that you can't even measure at the same time.
If we
But
found out the
it's
angle
66
of that
feet.
triangle, right?
It's enough deviation that we can see it, we can measure it.
Could you tell if a door was open? Could you tell if a door was open by 66 degrees or 66 degrees plus the angle of that triangle?
In terms of degrees of what? Your radius, your Earth
degrees
curve
of
that you haven't measured, that you can't measure? You're begging the question with that. All you have to do is...
66 feet is 66 feet. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
66 feet, but what we're worried about is the angle.
And they're seeing less than 5 feet over 26 miles in these FE core experiments. So what are you on about?
And the other thing you can do too is measure the distance to the
These
horizon.
laser tests are complicated. There's a lot of variables to them.
Okay, forget the laser tests. Let's do the horizon. Do boats go over that? Do they go over the geometric, physical Earth curve horizon?
Why don't y'all keep talking about
Why is it? I just posted a thing from a PhD in mathematics.
Wait,
this is a heliocentric version of a PhD. Okay, go ahead.
Who's a PhD?
Okay, yeah. So boats go over the physical Earth curve horizon, you say. So why is it then that when the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height, with the ball with the radius they claim of 3959, that the horizon is actually at 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. We've measured it within orders of magnitude beyond what that radius would allow. Why isn't it where it's physically supposed to be if it is a physical geometric Earth curve that blocks boats?
I mean, I don't know the specific examples that you're talking about, but I know that atmospheric lensing can impact where the apparent horizon is.
Listen, if it's a physical Earth curve obstruction based on the
by
curvature,
several hundred feet, you fucking clown. Oh my god.
I'll ask it like this: if it's a physical obstruction of
is
Earth curvature, if it's a physical obstruction of Earth curvature, right, then it has to be in a specific location every single time, right? The Earth is curving at a specific rate in all directions, so that obstruction always has to start at the specific location determined by the radius and the rate of curvature on the surface, right?
I lost your train of thought.
I don't know why y'all gotta make this also difficult. Okay, listen, if these long range, long range photography has been. This is like what is that? Book
Guinness Book of World Records.
Guinness Book of World Records long
distance photograph.
photography is these things.
5 miles.
These things should not be possible on a globe. Okay, this is a fact because it's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Okay, I don't even know how they allowed this to be.
Look, he thinks this is maybe a better way to go about
this is so simple.
He thinks that boats go over the physical Earth curve, the geometric horizon. Well, we just got to get him to understand that they don't. Maybe one way we could do that is by showing him videos and GIFs where a boat goes over the horizon and we zoom it back in. Did you know that we can do that? Do you think that it's going over a physical Earth curve obstruction if we can still zoom it back in?
I mean, if we can zoom back in, that means that it just hasn't gone over yet.
Okay, so you said that when it goes over the horizon, i.e., when it vanishes, right? Right?
You
It's
could
because
zoom
it's being
into
blocked by
that
Earth
thing.
curvature.
You could.
It hasn't
Okay,
gone up.
I have
It's
to
being blocked
interrupt.
by Earth curvature when it vanishes, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
You said that when boats disappear, i.e., go over the horizon, right? That it's Earth curvature that is blocking your view of them.
Yes.
Okay, so then when I zoom it back in, it's not Earth curvature blocking my view of the boat when it went over the horizon?
Oh, okay. So if you zoom in all the way, right? If you zoom in as far as you can zoom in, and the boat is still moving away, eventually you're not going to.
Okay.
The closer you zoom in,
physical Earth curvature isn't the reason why boats go over the horizon.
That's cool.
it is zooming. Zooming just allows us to see it closer.
Then why can we zoom them back in?
So you're telling me you're okay? The guy that is the Globy,
So why can we zoom them back in?
Monk, listen. How can you say a boat disappears and then I can zoom back in on it? Are you telling me that my zoom on my camera or whatever is deleting
around the curve
curvature? It can see over the curvature. What are you talking about? And this is what I'm saying. With this, listen, people have taken pictures. They have taken pictures. This is in the Guinness Book of World Records of pictures that have taken pictures over 200 miles away. How are they taking pictures 200 miles away when they should be like 1,000 miles over the curvature of the Earth? Do you hear what I'm saying? This makes
She's saying that the math doesn't work out, bro, and you got to show us curvature.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Could I try to show rotation? Could I try to prove rotation to you guys?
Does rotation actually
want to prove that you're on a spinning
You're telling me
rotating ball
rotation
before you
brings
the
the
ball?
picture back into my side of my picture? What has rotation got to do with this shit?
Well, okay. If I can prove that that whatever we're living on is rotating, then maybe it could help my case.
If you can't prove that it's curving at all, then it's definitely not a ball.
You reckon there's a single thing wrong with your model?
Don't even go to rotation until you can prove the curve.
Well, maybe if I can prove, I mean, you guys don't think
No. Listen.
Prove curvature, or is your
Listen, you could lie and say it's moving, and we still don't know if it measures flat or curved. Like, that has nothing to do with the point.
But if I'm lying and I can't prove that it's rotating, then obviously
you can't, and I can't. No one can.
You go on to you.
No, but I'm just opening up. I'm opening up a new part of the conversation.
Hold on, guys, time out. I got to ask him a quick question to kind of help us all out here in Manos. And Monk, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Yes, for sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
100%.
I've been like in and out of the flat Earth community for like 7 years now.
Oh yeah, dude, you're totally one of us. Yeah.
No, all right. Well, then continue. I just had to make sure, that you could give us that answer to that question. Before we continue.
He's totally one of us, guys.
I want to ask you a question real quick. You know how shadows work? Like if you're like in your house and you get your hand close to the light, the closer you get to the light source, there's a big how your shadow works and stuff. How do you explain say, if the sun is 93 million miles away and the moon is only like 200 and something thousand miles away from the Earth, how is the shadow of the moon on the Earth when there's an eclipse only like 70 miles wide? How do you explain that?
Let me just see if I can understand. So like when when you see maps of like the eclipse path, how it's only like 100 or so.
Shadows don't get smaller.
Or something.
Shadows never get smaller, ever.
Yeah, what are you smoking?
If you have ever had like a really big light, a very large lamp.
Did you not hear us?
And you shined it, and there's like an object that's smaller.
You mean like a bat signal light, like to summon Batman? That would be a big enough light, possibly. Continue.
Sure, yeah. If a shadow can get smaller if the light rays are coming in. So if the object is smaller than
they're always coming in. I don't know how are light rays not ever coming in.
What did you say?
Aren't light rays always coming in?
So light is emitting for like an object that's emitting light. The light is going everywhere. There's light rays going in every direction. And if the object is smaller than the light source, then the shadow can be smaller than the object, because the light rays are like covering up. They're passing by.
Okay, great, cool story. So if we give you that, then you have to demonstrate that that's what's happening with the sun and the moon. You can't do that.
Why not?
There's no way
because you can't go to the sun or the moon, dude.
And if you want to say that a lunar eclipse is the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon, you're going to have to first show that the Earth is actually a ball in the vacuum of space lining up with the sun and the moon in that vacuum.
Right.
Tell me if this makes sense.
The first thing you have to show is that it's even a ball.
If I say, listen. If I say this red apple tastes good, but I've never had that red apple before, I'm lying to you. It's the same thing with the sun. You haven't been to the motherfucking sun, so you don't know what it does, nor have you been to the moon, so you don't know what it does in relation to each other.
But I could make models. And
no, it doesn't matter. That's not reality.
Yeah, we know.
You can model the world as a teapot.
Dude, listen, and I have the model thing. Check this out. Okay, does a model of a Lamborghini have to exist before the Lamborghini exists? Thanks.
No, but if I make a model of a Lamborghini, then you can either just disprove or prove the model of the Lamborghini.
The model does not correspond to reality.
Earlier, you asked me.
Brain. That's what it is.
Yeah, he's right. Doesn't correspond to reality at all. You got a model. Let's go test it. Let's see if we can find that 8 inches per mile square.
Especially if you made a model.
Okay, your model is invalid.
Okay, I've fielded some questions. Could I make a pitch myself for this Giotto satellite thing?
Could I demonstrate
curvature?
I mean, is this an open forum? Like, can I make a pitch for
well, it's not going to make your non-curving Earth into a globe, but I got to do it.
But you could hear me out, right?
I would love to hear your pitch, please.
So there's a device called a gyrotheodolite. I posted it earlier in the chat. Yes, there were some jokes made about it. So what
is a geothermal? I can't even pronounce it.
I'll explain that. So it's an instrument that's used in surveying, and specifically, it's simply used as a way to find true north. Right? Okay. It's just a device that finds true north for you. The reason that we use these things, that surveyors use these things, they use them in places where star sites are not visible, GPS doesn't work, and compasses are not available, right? Oftentimes this is in caves.
Why are compasses not available?
So let's see. There are places like in caves, right? Oftentimes in caves there are veins and things in the caves that prevent the magnetic field from interacting accurately with the compass, right?
Okay.
And if you're looking for true north is different than magnetic north. So that's when you need stars and you need GPS to tell. So often, if you're like people do this all the time, miners, they need to know exactly what direction is true north to know where to dig. So they use this device called the gyrotheodolite. Now, the name gyro should tip you off to what's in this device. Inside of the device
Greek food
is a gyroscope. The inside of the device is a gyroscope, and it finds true north. It finds true north by using the rotation of the Earth to impact the movement of the gyroscope.
So you realize the only way it would work is you could test that is if you look at
I have to argue that because you could.
How do you know it's the rotation of the Earth that it's using?
You can start
because of the nature of gyroscopes.
Gyroscope.
Because you said a bunch of big words.
Catching the Earth to work though.
Gyroscope
Oh my
at many
God,
different.
stop.
You can start a gyroscope at many different angles, and that's where it starts. And the gyroscope is a. I'm gonna have to put that into question of the gyroscope.
Hey, Shannon, real quick, I just want to put in a good word for Ed Monk. I know that sounds a little. What's up? I just want to say this Ed Monk dude's actually cool as fuck. He's not a typical Glober. So just talk with him. He'll be cool. I DM'd with him.
I like him as well.
But more of the other guys. Because you've been talking a lot tonight, Chef. Sorry, I didn't mean. But they've been talking like some other people are trying to get in. I noticed as well, just to let you know.
How long has it been, New Perspective? It's been like 6 months or 8 months or something. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
how are you
it's been a
doing?
little bit, man. Been good.
That's good to hear. I was just
well.
looking. I haven't hopped in. I haven't hopped on Discord in a long time, and I just decided to hop in. Yeah, I'm doing good. Pretty much the same. Just working.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good to hear you're doing good though. I've been meaning to reach out.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep DM. I'm not going to try to butt in though on the conversation because I want to hear you go at it with these guys a little bit.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
I won't try to battle you. I battled you enough in the DM.
For sure.
All right, have at 'em, guys. But be nice.
Right on, Dave. Thanks, man. Cool, man.
What's up, Kenny? Ant Monk, Kenny, one of my best friends in the world, right here. Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
Kenny?
Yeah,
yep.
Kenny.
What up, dog? Flat Earth dude.
What's up, Saints? How you doing, brother?
I'm
Saturday.
Dude,
Saturday, you were making me laugh my ass off today. You've been so funny, dude. Have you been listening to him, Kenny? Oh, it's been hilarious the whole night.
I
always think laughter is a good humor, good for the soul. You know what I mean?
Your ass fell off.
So
So now
I
you
almost
got
wanna
flat
be recorded.
What's been going on in the flat Earth world the last couple months? What would have been the big news in the flat Earth world the last few months?
Big news.
Sextant, Ewar.
In the beginning,
big news. Big news is that fucking black hole, man. Everyone's world was rocked by that, right? What do you think of that?
Yeah, that was actually really scary. Yeah, they spotted it a couple days ago. The James Webb Telescope spotted it, and it was worth every penny that we paid for that thing too.
It was the highest resolution image ever taken, they say.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
$10 billion telescope. $10 billion.
It looks like the exact same thing we got last time.
For that little picture, yeah. When I saw the picture on on Twitter or whatever, I was like, that looks like the same image that we saw like 2 years ago.
Right. No, and actually, when you were looking at the picture, you were looking at a live feed of it, live via satellite, like as it was happening too. So that's even more interesting.
Really?
Oh.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, it's such.
I got a bridge to sell you.
We were actually looking at it happening as millions of years ago because it's millions of light years away, but actually live millions of years ago via satellite. So,
and this is the one. Is this the one like in the little tweet that I saw about it. It's the one that's supposedly at the center of the galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, and the James Webb Telescope had to go really fast to catch up because space is expanding. But it's millions of years ago that it happened, but it's live via satellite, and we have like a 12-second delay. So pretty much you get it. It's pretty simple. Yeah. No, their telescope's going super fast because space time.
Far out.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, didn't they say it's doing like 300,000 miles per hour or something?
Hey, what's up, Ruth?
Yeah.
Yeah, where is how long has this been? Launch date 2021.
For eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to realize once you go into space, time for them is different than for us.
I want to treat you guys.
Wow, how do you figure all that?
We got a fucking lunar eclipse coming up tomorrow night, man.
No shit.
Less than 24 hours. We're gonna have a fucking
where at
eclipse, man. North America, most of it. I'm on the west.
Will it be like the one in 2019?
I don't think it's going to be full for us out here, man. I think we're going to
generally that kind of thing happens in the sky.
Right? Yeah, I'm just saying, man. It's something to do tomorrow night.
No, what I meant was he said, "Where's it going to happen?" And I'm saying the sky.
Yeah, I love driving.
How fast are these telescopes moving out there in space?
I was just trying to look that up. I'm curious. I don't know what the...
About 20,000 miles an hour.
I bet you could take really good images and photographs when you're moving that.
They're all moving so fast that you can't see one of them from the ground.
Dude,
hey,
the faster you
all the vectors, though, man. Vectors, man. 11 vectors. You'll figure it out. It's easy. 11 vectors.
Yeah, I'm not finding it easily.
The speeds of the shit out there, man. It just breaks down every time.
Think about this. Even if you saw the black hole live via satellite, in a year from now, you'd still be watching it live, and it would still be a million years ago that it happened. So just try to simplify it for you guys.
Yeah, dude. Wrap your head around that there.
So you're talking about the light left the black hole supposedly a million years ago or whatever.
Probably a lot more than that, but yeah, let's just say a million years for gravitation.
Correct me
but then the feed that we're seeing, if the feed is live, then we're just seeing the time. We're just seeing a feed of when the light hits the Webb satellite, right?
I thought black hole. I thought black holes sucked in light, so they don't emit light.
Yeah, but there's light on the outside of it.
The light that
actually they have a particle and an
It's a black light. It's a black light, bro.
Yeah.
It's dark light. You know those things.
It's dark light. Yeah, it's dark light.
You know the coin little like things at the museum where you drop a coin in and it swirls around down.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Were you ever a kid?
My dad invented that machine.
What about the gumball machine? Did the same thing.
Were you ever a kid and you threw the coin?
No, I was never a kid.
you threw the coin across, right? If you toss the coin, if you got it going fast enough, you could make it so that it passes.
You did this recently, it sounds like.
Oh yeah,
so
because you're still a kid.
Let him get his point across, please.
So the idea of this picture, the idea of this these black hole pictures is that if you toss a coin down into that little funnel thing fast enough and close enough to the center hole, then it could potentially just if there's enough momentum pass right next to the hole and just its path gets bent a little bit.
All right, class, let's just go do that. We'll go on a field trip. All of us here listening.
That's why it's a ring. That's why it's
in this guy likes to go to.
Are we talking about why they emit light? Are we talking about why they emit light?
Yeah, like what the image supposedly is.
Well, I used to be a big Stephen Hawking fan, and I was what he wrote was that there was a particle and an antiparticle that would cancel each other out. Yet the powerful black hole would suck the antiparticle in, and then the actual particle would be free to roam away because it didn't have a partner to cancel out with it. That's why it would.
Hey, did Stephen Hawking really write it himself with his own hand? Stephen Hawking wrote that himself with his own hand.
That antiparticle particle thing, that is a real effect. That is a real effect on black holes. But these images that they say are from black holes, that is not the effect that they think produces these images. They think these images are produced by just light that passes.
Hey, Ed Monk, I gotta warn you, I can only save you so many times tonight.
I know, and it's getting late here, anyways. But
no, I'm just kidding you. When you say real, it's a real thing that you're gonna get pounced on.
Hey man, I've been in here long enough.
Monk, what is it like believing all these fairy tales? What's the? Just explain it to me.
Well, Bumblebee was talking earlier about how
all this stuff about the black holes. I mean, what is it like speaking on it as if it actually exists?
Let me talk about it. So Bumblebee is a woman from Finland who was talking in here a little while ago, and she was saying how she's on the fence. She's not sure what to believe either way, but that it really doesn't impact her life either way. She lives a simple life.
I'm asking you. When you chance. When you chance these things about watches going backwards.
Hey man, everything's a philosophy class with me.
Monk, didn't you come on here describing yourself as a homebrew D&D guy? Is that your profession?
It's not. It'd be cool if it was a profession. I have not played D&D in a long time.
Explain how it is that you don't care about it and you sit here and pontificate about it as if it's real.
I love to talk.
Well, that's what he does for a living. He plays games for a living. So
hey man, I wish I was a professional. I don't even know what that is. A professional D&D player. That my name.
Player.
When I was in high school, my friend made up a D&D game. We couldn't buy the books, so we made up this D&D game, and that's where my name comes from. That's how D&D came up.
So kind of like space, right?
So okay, but the point of my
it wasn't made up. You wouldn't have fun, right? You make up shit for fun. That's what you do.
It's fun to talk about stuff. And space and these things. I think everyone here, a common thing that I've heard, New Perspective said the same thing. We all had a very big interest in space early on. We all like to talk about it, whether or not we believe in it. You guys love to learn about this stuff.
I never liked space. I always thought that shit was stupid. And I hated Star Wars even when I was a Glober. So you can't get me on that. Yeah, I can't stand sci-fi, even when I was a Glober, dude. I thought that shit was so boring.
You're lucky because now it's kind of it's not really ruined. I still enjoy it, just not in the same way.
What got you into it, Flatter? If it wasn't what got you into it then?
My girlfriend told me about it, and then a video came on, and it started saying these things. And as soon as I heard a proof, it just I went from being completely cog dis to 100% focused, and I wasn't going to stop, go to sleep until I could prove it to myself. So by midnight that night, I was knocking on all my friends' doors. I didn't know barely nothing about it, but I was so enthusiastic. But I just studied and studied and studied because I want to know the truth. If my parents aren't my parents, or my girlfriend's, having sex with a neighbor, even though it could be painful and she's rich and I might lose everything from the divorce, I don't give a fuck. I want to know. I'd rather know the truth and be poor than be rich and living a lie. Fuck that. That's just me though.
Nice. Hey, Edmund, you know what? I think these guys would like to hear you, maybe if you want, explain a little bit about how quantum mechanics is threatening gravity, and the Einsteinian relativity model is, the classic model is in trouble, and that there might be a day where we give up the idea of this gravity because it does not comport with quantum physics. Correct?
I mean,
mathematics.
I think I know what you're getting at. There's a conflict. There's a conflict between two big models, and I'm sure you guys have probably heard this. This is a very common kind of soundbite that you hear in physics. Is there's two really accurate. I mean, you would say they're inaccurate, but from the scientist's perspective, there's two models. There's relativity
and utter nonsense.
Right. But there's two of them. There's relativity, which that's one model of how things work, and there's the standard model, which is quantum mechanics. And when you go to when you go to black holes, when you go to the really small things or the really big things, these theories disagree with each other, and so obviously. One of them is
it's all conceptual. I can't fucking believe that you're taking any of it seriously. Really?
Yeah, that's called the Pepsi versus Coke challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, concepts are what we live with.
He'll admit it's conceptual.
This guy's he works in
it's what you live with.
He's not totally he's not so sold on it that he's not willing to give it up if that's what it calls for. Really, I've talked to this guy. He's
it's
not
all
totally
concepts.
like so.
He's chanting rhetoric.
I mean, concepts are what
I've
we're
gone
stuck
back
with.
and forth with this guy a lot. He does
Hey,
think that
Emma,
we're.
do you get a lot of hot chicks being into D&D? I heard chicks really like that stuff. I'm just curious. I've been stuck with the same girl for 6 years, so I don't know.
My girlfriend does not like D&D at all.
Are there female characters in D&D?
There are, and some of her friends like D&D, but I've never been able to get her into
it. All right, well, let's not make the topic about D&D, although that is pretty funny. Flatter.
It's hilarious, dude. You gotta love it.
D&D's legit, man. You make your own characters.
No. It has nothing to do with anything at all. Nope. It's not important. Let's talk about curvature and where it is.
Or is it?
Go. Where's the curvature?
Did we get an answer on the gyrotheodolite? Like why?
You can't even pronounce it. Why do you want to talk about it?
I know, man.
You talking about mechanical gyroscope?
It's a different topic, sort of. It's than one that we've talked about before. New perspective. It's actually one I heard somebody reference.
You're out of season right now.
Wasn't there a regular on this server that was like a surveyor?
Yeah, we got a couple of them. Yeah.
He mentioned this device, and I looked it up because I heard the name gyro in it, and I looked it up, and it turns out that there's an interesting rotation proof inside this device, like in the way it works.
Yeah, you can't.
Are you talking about the device that finds true north on its own?
Yeah, it finds true north.
Ring laser gyro is what he's trying to do.
No, it's not the ring laser gyro. The mechanical gyroscope is the one that finds true north, and they use it on boats. And it's mechanical. You have to plug it in. Also, you have to put your latitude in, so it goes off the latitude probably to find true north. It won't even go unless you put the latitude marking in. So, and it does have a spherical thing on the inside that is like somehow oriented so that it could actually find true north without having the magnetic compass do it for it, which is usually how those gyroscopes are reset. You have to use a magnetic compass to actually direct it towards true north, so it knows where to go. It's not. They claim it's based on the rotation of Earth. And it's not, bro. I'm sorry. They claim that, but it's not about the rotation.
This one is a different one. The one I'm talking about, this tool of surveyors that I'm talking about, this is used often like underground. It's in places where we can't see the stars, and we can't use like GPS from satellites. So that's where surveyors will use these gyrotheodolites.
Underground or underwater?
Underground. So
like
they're underground because we have to use them underground because we can't see the stars to find true north.
Well, when you say underground, what if you're underground in Australia? Then you're not really underground here. Like underground where exactly?
Seriously, dude. That's how bad it is. That's how bad the global belief is. It's that fucking retarded.
You don't even know anything about this instrument. You're going to a bike store and asking them about a Mercedes, bro, and you don't even know how to ride a tricycle. You know what I mean?
Like in a tunnel, and where you need to find true north, you can't use a compass,
right?
Because that's a magnetic north. You can't use the stars to find true north, and you can't use a GPS. You have to use this gyrotheodolite, which uses the rotation of the Earth to point the gyro towards true north.
Where are you coming up with this bullshit?
This is
color by numbers, dog.
All right, drop a link.
You just ran out of Mentos. You have no more Mentos left.
Drop a fucking link.
I'll just post the name of it. You can just look it up. It's a commonly used device.
Just look it up, dude. What you're doing is you're coming here and telling us, who observe objectively, that the Earth is flat. You're making a claim against objective reality, saying Earth is spinning and it's a globe. Okay, so you have the burden of proof. Hold on, I'm almost done. So since you have the burden of proof, you've retained it, you own it right now until you give it back to us by giving us Earth curvature measurements.
Okay, I'll whittle down my exact claim to exactly what I'm trying to say.
Like one sentence, dude.
No, you have to address our point. If there's a single counterexample to your model is shit. I mean, you still are trying to dance around that. You're just trying to throw some stupid bullshit you came up with instead to distract us. No, dude, there's fundamental flaws with your model.
What I'm doing with this gyrotheodolite model,
you kind of seem like you just
I'm trying to provide a piece of evidence for why for rotation.
Be fair. Listen, be fair. Nobody in this room has used it as this theodolite thing. So you have to talk about something else if you're going to try to make a point. No one fucking knows what you're talking about.
You could always go in a private room with Shanna. I think she might know about it.
I don't mean to get worked up, but I do. Like, come on.
Dude, I love it when he gets mad. I love it when this guy gets mad. It's so sexy, dude.
Yeah, this is pathetic, globe proof, very
So, Ant-Monk, basically, Ant-Monk, you pick something you barely found out about, right? That really intrigues you, and you can barely pronounce it. And you know most people in this chat room right now probably aren't experts on it. So it's like you trying to learn how to ride a tricycle, going to a mountain bike store and asking them about a Mercedes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure. I think the fact that it's a device that's commonly used in an industry all over the world, that means something. Like, it's used in industry all around the world.
Our eyes are also used all around the world every day in every industry, and they show there's a flat horizon.
If this device didn't work, then this industry could not use this device, right?
Yeah,
if the device didn't use it, then people wouldn't be
check this out, bro. They said it's easier to fake going to the moon than actually going to the moon, and I agree. It's easier to pretend to be a millionaire than be a millionaire. But you know what I mean? I could pretend. Think about that. No, I mean harder. It's harder to pretend.
Any piece of equipment and say you're using it on a globe Earth.
Yeah.
Say this is impossible to use unless it's a globe Earth. Really? So if I just tell you that a pencil, a fucking
I'm just trying to explain to us how Tampax work, bro, and we don't care. Theoretical.
My balloon floats. We definitely live on a globe.
See, exactly. You see, Ant-Monk, you see what Flat Earth Dude just said there. It's equally nonsensical to what you just said. So you see, in order for you to have a device and say, this device does X, and because this device does X, it does it because the Earth is rotating. So in order to prove that, you'd have to stop the Earth from rotating and observe it not doing X, and then start up the Earth again and watch it do X. Have you done that?
I think there's an easier way to see if it's working.
The only other way would be to use it.
It's the easier way
something
to
that's not touching Earth.
consequence?
It would have to be levitating and not touching Earth for you to get a different variable to understand if it's that thing. So nothing that goes above Earth that can hover would be still enough to measure this thing. So you can't prove it, bro.
If the Earth was not rotating, then the gyrotheodolites would not be able to be used.
My aunt house ball should be my uncle, dog. You know what I mean?
It's a great story.
Dude, we just have to listen.
You haven't demonstrated it.
Yeah,
cool story,
that's
bro.
the thing.
We have
He's
to
right.
take your word for it because you can't fathom any possible way that this would happen other than the world that you live on spins around.
Well, how else would a gyro be able to point?
I don't know. Did you manipulate Earth rotation to prove that was the cause of the effect?
How could I manipulate Earth rotation?
I don't know. And why are you presuming that rotation is going to tell you you're on a ball anyway? My ceiling fan rotates. Is it a ball?
And I accept that. With this specific example, I'm just going for rotation. With this specific example,
the pendulum, I mean, we're going to have the same reaction we had to the pendulum, which you guys are convinced proves that it's rotating too. So there could be another cause for all of these things, and you can't just claim there's no other way that it could work because it has to be Earth rotation. For whatever reason, the stars are moving 15 degrees every hour, and whatever that force is could be acting on us or anywhere in the Earth, on the Earth, wherever. We don't know the reason for it. The device does not prove Earth rotation because we're obviously not spinning. Sorry.
I think the easiest way to look at that is this gyrotheodolite, the laser gyro, the what else? The pendulum. All of these are very different phenomena. They're different phenomena that operate on different mediums. And why would they all be affected? Why would they all be affected by the same force from the stars? They're
why would your eyes and your body tell you the Earth is not moving?
Why would they be affected by your imaginary gravity, dude? You're just manipulating reality now just to suit your.
Why would that building smell like pumpkin spice? Who gives a fuck, dude? It doesn't measure curved.
My sister.
Let me try to help them understand this, guys. I got an idea. I got a strategy here. So you know what a compass is, right?
Sure, yes,
you know how,
I do.
and you know how it points north typically, right? Most of the time.
Magnetic north. Magnetic north.
Yeah, magnetic north. Points towards magnetic north most of the time in most places. You know, but not everywhere necessarily. So you see how a magnetic field is something you can't see with your eyes, but you can see it affecting something in your hand, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So how do you know that there isn't something you can't see affecting the pendulum and that other doohickey thing you were talking about?
Oh, well, with magnetism, we can study exactly how the field affects the thing in my hands, right? We can make a model of magnetism,
Making a model
and make predictions.
Making a model is not making a model is not changing reality.
But we can study magnetism, right?
Yeah.
This force that is causing all of these things to rotate at 15 degrees, we have not been able to find a way to study it or why it would affect all these different phenomena in one way. Or in all these different
You
ways.
can't test it. You have to test it on something that's not touching the Earth. If you could hook that thing up to something that has nothing to do with Earth, but that's not hovering like any aircraft would be, then you'd be able to do it. But until then, we haven't found a
Another
way to do it.
manipulatable reference frame. Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm just trying to understand that, you know, it could be something else, and it doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. Like, you still haven't proven that that means the Earth is spinning. Because, again, you'd have to have two Earths, either one constantly motionless, that thing doesn't do that on, and while you have another Earth that's spinning, or you'd have to stop the Earth and then observe it not do that, and then start the Earth spinning again and observe it do that, in order to prove that it's doing that because the Earth is spinning. Now, we're not expecting you to do this. We're just trying to get you to understand that you can't do this, and it's not happening anyway, so don't worry about it. But don't you understand how it doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning because you haven't gone through the scientific method? You haven't manipulated the independent variable, which would be the Earth spinning?
The independent variable doesn't have to be to make a good experiment, right? We don't have to.
Is because that's what you're claiming is causing the effect.
The independent variable.
The most dishonest person I've heard in
he said he's playing D&D, bro. He loves D&D. You ran out of Mentos already. Your Freshmaker's gone, homie.
All you Mongols.
Listen, if I'm going to detect the rotation of something, I need to be on something else. Okay? That's simple.
With a gyroscope, you don't need to be on something else.
I'm not asking, brother.
We're talking though. Come on, we're
but
chatting.
you're just doing hypothetical nonsense, and everybody's getting sick of it.
Stuff you don't even really know about as far as that.
Yeah, you're the only evidence I've seen that antimatter exists.
I should probably get going. This was a good time. It was
Yeah,
good
you gotta get to your D&D game.
Yes.
Hey, you gotta just give these guys. These guys are. I hate to see you go on a bad note, but you know they're not going to buy the theodolite thing right now.
We give you a point.
This guy's got a lot of knowledge for being a baller. You know, he's not really a baller either. He'll totally consider some of these things. He wants to fight for the ball till the last breath.
Let's hear something that you actually know about them.
He's just like Matthew. He's like Matthew.
Yeah.
And he's probably like Matthew, so we should treat him with respect like Matthew. Ed Monk, I have a question to ask you. So, if every morning I observe a rooster crowing after the sun rises, does that mean that the sun rose because the rooster crowed?
No.
Nope.
But you're saying this thing does X because the Earth is spinning, but you don't have it, you know. Never mind. I don't know. I was just
You're
trying
saying that nothing else could cause the spin in that little device in your fucking hand that humans made based on a presupposition? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, correlation is not causation.
Something else to measure on.
Hey, you guys, you know what? You know what I thought was cool about
don't let the door hit you on the way.
Sorry, I'm a dickhead. Listen, I'm sorry.
The reason Ent Monk and I hit it off is because he was in here talking about how it's good what we're doing because everything should be challenged. And that there's some things that he brought to the table that night that, you know, he didn't get a chance to put through, and I DM'd him and we started going back and forth. If you saw the DMs that I had with this guy, I mean, it's pages and pages and pages and pages. He's actually cool on a lot of levels, and he knows that the globe model's in trouble. and he's putting forth some ideas that still somehow support it. But I think that he knows it's in trouble, and he knows that there's other things about like the future that may entail like some crazy things that he'll talk about. Like there's some cool things that he'll talk about. It's not just globe beliefs.
Tell him to come in here more prepared. Tell him to be more prepared.
Tell him to read his script next time. That's the best leaving note that I could ask for. Thank you. It was nice to meet you all. Have a good night.
I like the mustache. That's really cool.
Hey, man. Fuck. I wanted to have like another hour with him so I could like say some nice shit later, but whatever. He'll be back.
Actually, it works out great on paper.
That's a really good tactic he's doing, though. That's actually a really good tactic he has, you know what I mean? Bringing something in that he knows most of us don't specialize in, and he just barely learned about. He can go on and on. You know what I mean? It's like a color by numbers, dude.
Great on
You're
paper.
trying.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Actually,
it works. What he's talking about must work the same way that mechanical gyroscope thing that they use on boats works.
It works
actually. FE Core did a whole thing about that, and they're they're not sure exactly how it works, but they did say I actually recorded the end of the whole thing for another argument I was having with people, and they do have to put the latitude into the mechanical gyroscope, somehow punch that in. Then it has this little spherical thing, and that works, that it keeps its tension, it keeps its rigidity that's inside the thing. So I'm thinking that because it's mechanical, it has to be plugged in. It's got the latitude. So then it goes off of that and uses that internal sphere as a way of recreating their ball so that it goes to what true north would be if we were on a ball. And so it can trick you into thinking it's a ball.
So the only way this thing works is if it's plugged in?
It works out great on paper.
Yeah, so what if it's just the electricity that's making whatever it is spin around 15 degrees per hour?
Or GPS, a hidden GPS code or something like that, yeah.
Man, speaking of GPS, the kids nowadays have it way too easy. When I was little and I needed to go somewhere, I used to have to bring the globe with me. We have to stop all the time and check our coordinates and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I said it earlier, man. If you find me a globe that people use to navigate with, I'll wait.
Right? I'll bring you my grandma's globe. I gotta go find it, but you gotta believe me, it's there. It's really nice globe. It's made of brass and all kinds of shiny things and unicorn farts.
Remember when sailors back in like ancient times used gyrotheodolites because they needed to know about the Earth's rotation and refraction and all the gravity?
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That must have sucked.
Dude, I remember there was a time in my life when we used to have to knock on wood to be safe, dude, and it really worked, dude. I miss those days,
Yeah.
Doesn't work anymore?
Yeah.
I haven't.
No, hey, remember those good old days, Flat Earth, dude, when we were down in Hollywood and like they came up to him and said, "You want to be in a movie?" And like, dude, I miss those days, dog.
Yeah, I got asked to be on a bunch of shows and shit.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, they're banging at our door, dude. Hollywood's banging at our door right now. You know what I mean?
I don't need your fuck off. You come down here and film me doing what I'm doing right here on the fucking street.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey,
you guys already
Saturday,
on camera.
Seen the day I punked Kenny at Flat Earth Hollywood? Did I ever show it to you? I'll send it to you. I went and acted like I was a baller and let him convince me it was a ball in one conversation.
So he claimed to be a former flat earther who went back to globetardism.
No. He was a total globetard. He showed up.
Okay.
I was on the street, never met the guy in my life. And I was doing a live stream on YouTube, and he came up. He's like, "Well, what's up with the flat Earth shit, man? Dude, it's ball, bro." And he fucking played it up for like about 20 minutes, man. He played it up pretty good, man. And then
it sounds like a normal.
I got to.
No, I was in the chat. They knew me in the chat as New Perspective for a long time before that, but no one knew my face or my voice until I went and punked them, the whole panel. So I knew everybody I was talking to. They didn't know who I was though until the reveal at the end of it. I was like, I gotta confess, guys. My username is New Perspective. And they're like, oh fuck. There's only one chance to do that.
Anyway, it was hilarious. Anyway, you can post it.
I'll post it.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the answer that when I talked to Matthew the other night, and I said, since you specialize in math,
I'm gonna need
I posted that shit.
I grabbed it, Saints, and I'm gonna I'll have to go with the professor, but have him explain it to us, right?
Well, I mean, dude, he pretty much put me in my place with that paper, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he socks your fucking rocks, man. Right there, man.
Well, because he had Mentos in his pocket. Jack, come on. Jeez.
I have to know. Please break down Mentos for me.
Welcome to the panel, Sean. No.
Do you want the biological makeup of it, or do you want the theoretical makeup of it?
You laughed, Dave. Fuck, that was pretty good.
I want. You say Mentos a lot, and I really want to know. Because listen, I'm a.
You're fucking hammered, Shauna.
Okay,
Come on.
Check this out.
I'm not.
Shauna, this is what you do.
No, I'm not hammered. Listen.
Go to YouTube. Type in Mentos commercials and watch the Mentos commercials, and you'll understand what I mean. Each one's about 20 seconds long.
I know I've seen Mentos commercials. I know what Mentos are, but you're using it.
Have you seen the commercials?
Yes.
Go back and watch.
So basically, here it is. No matter what they do in the commercial, no matter what wrong they do or how silly it is, it doesn't matter, because in the end, they show the protagonist what they have in their hand, Mentos, and everything makes sense. And like, oh, okay. Basically, like that. It's your get out of jail free card. It's you could talk about whatever you want about the globe, and I'll let you get away with it because you have your Mentos. But when you run out, your ass is done, dude. You know.
Okay, I was just really curious about what the Mentos metaphor was. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I'm taking anymore.
So Mentos is
only for you would I have done that.
Thank you. This is the get up jail free card.
Basically, yeah. O.J. Simpson used it. You know what I mean? A bunch of people used it.
I'm just saying. I wasn't familiar with this term, so I had to ask you what this meant.
They've been using this term for thousands of years now.
No, they haven't. Because Mentos have only been around. Mentos have only been around for like.
I think.
Okay, but Shanna, I told you I identify as a bumblebee, right? 5 days of my life is a year of human life, so it's been around thousands of years in my life. Okay? You got to respect the gender.
I identify as a Chihuahua.
Cool. Then it's been around hundreds of years.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is one that's like, wow, which one is it?
Man, I could go down many rabbit holes with you, and
Shauna, you could probably spin my mind around.
I could take you right round, baby, right round with the Ricker, baby, right round.
You'd break my brain. You'd break my brain, seriously.
And I don't do that, though. Yeah, I just don't do that.
Hey, no brains, no worries, right?
Right?
No brain.
I personally don't like to take people.
No headaches, man. No headaches.
Like rabbit holes.
I like literally giving you food for thought. Literally.
Unless I feel a person's ready to go down a specific area, I don't want to take them there. It's just you can feel out people and know if they're ready to go down a certain area.
Dude, Helen Keller was really good at filling out people. She was a professional at it.
I bet she was really good at filling out people.
No, filling out people. That's what she specialized in. I'm just saying though.
I'm just saying, filling up people.
Yeah. Well.
Do you even think Helen Keller was a real person?
Shanna, I think tomorrow you should cook your son a plate of literal food for thought and bring it to him.
I don't even think Helen Keller was a real person.
It does sound like right. Or something.
I don't know. I think Anne Frank was posted up in the attic, though. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, she was.
That's a tough call, man.
Yeah, I was with the ballpoint pen that wasn't invented until after World War II. So
yeah,
I don't believe any history, dude. I don't believe no history. I don't even believe the weather from yesterday in the newspaper, dog. Come on.
You're a smart guy.
I like
seriously.
I just got super chill bumps. Somebody said something that gave me super chill bumps.
Super chill
Really?
bumps. Super
Was
chill.
it Mentos? The fresh maker?
More. It's acetaminophen.
Somebody put into a York peppermint patty. Huh?
I'm not kidding. Like seriously, y'all gave me super chill bumps and made my hair grow like a quarter inch.
I just bit into a York peppermint patty right now. That's what it was.
Damn it. Fucking A. Don't do that.
Well, you want me to stop? You're gonna have to jump on panel and talk.
What is this York peppermint patty going to eat itself? Come on, how can I not do it? You know what I mean?
Oh, York peppermint pies are so good.
Yeah, when you open it up and crack it by your ear. It sounds just like when you pop a Camel Fresh. God, I love that sound. Nothing like it except a York peppermint patty.
I think there's something to it.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's like measuring the curvature on a nice sunny day. You know what I mean?
Hey, do you think it's best to plant your potato plants on a full moon?
I think it's best to plant your potato plants in Mars if you're Matt Damon.
It's actually, it works out great on paper.
I was seriously asking that.
Yes.
My girlfriend said yes, so she's usually pretty serious about this.
The answer is yes.
Because I've heard planting your potatoes, your spuds out on
Unlike
full
that guy,
moon,
your girlfriend
they
exists.
work better because something about the coolness of the moon.
Just don't count them. Don't count them all before they hatch, and don't put them all in the same basket, okay? Or putting them before the cart.
Well, that's with everything you do, man.
Wow, which is it?
I've been laughing at this all night. She takes everything you say seriously, and nothing you say is serious.
Did you guys ever hear my girlfriend yelling at me to be nice to her? Though?
One that
Sorry,
Jackie yelled at me so many times. Be nice to her. Be nice. Be nice. I was like, God damn, Jackie. I had to mute her because Jackie's like, stop being so mean to her. I'm like, I'm not. I'm just talking to her. Jesus.
Yeah, why are you being
Jackie
so
had
mean?
your back.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Man.
Well, that's what I'm
You-
saying.
When
Like,
you,
this is
when
one
you
that's
mean mean, you mean like mean sea level? Or because sea level is pretty nice to me.
Your girlfriend thinks you're being mean to me.
She thinks I'm being mean to her if I don't give her a cigarette, though. Even though she smoked half my pack earlier. Now we got to go get more. I have 2 cigarettes left.
We got whose money? Mine. So check your mouth.
Okay, but I supported you for 7 years. Now you're supporting me for like 6 months. That's cool. It's tit for tat, whatever. Let's just go get cigarettes and not argue.
Listen, my husband literally worked in the oil field. He worked for 17 years supporting me, and he fell out and had a heat stroke, and then he had another heat stroke and another. He had 3 heat strokes in one summer, and so I went cleaning houses, and I've been supporting him now for. I did that for 10 years, and.
Do you think I could move in with you and I'll support you? I just need a place to live out of state quickly.
But now he's gone.
Just between me and you.
He's gone back. Listen, marriage is it's a give and take. It's a give and take. You know, my husband took care of me for that long, and then now I'm taking care of him, and now he's back. He has recovered. He's doing good, and now he's working and doing a good job taking care of me, and I'm still doing what I was doing.
Works out
And
great.
You know,
That's wonderful.
listen.
Does he like chihuahuas?
Does he like what? Does he like what?
Does he like
Watch, is he
chihuahuas?
Mentos?
This is one that's like, wow, which one is it?
I don't know. Too many people talking. I don't know what y'all are asking.
Do you think your husband's ever cheated on you when you play Monopoly?
Like I said, too many people talking.
I think we're talking to Sean and right?
What?
Sean na.
Yeah, Shana.
Hey, do you think your husband's ever cheated on you when you guys play Monopoly? I'm just asking.
Well, I know my husband has cheated on me.
In Monopoly or in real life?
In real life.
I think there's something to it.
Well, I hope you had a Mentos. I hope you had Mentos with him that day. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that.
I know my husband cheated on me in real life.
Probably just in Monopoly, not in real life. Theoretically. But I mean literally maybe in real life.
No, in real life. I know that happened. And I cheated on him in real life too. And that was back when we were really early married, and we listen,
You're saying you cheated on him when you were playing the game Life, right? That game called Life? Or were you eating Life cereal? Well, I was eating some Jell-O.
No, we're talking about real life. And
not theoretical. Okay. So give me some food for thought then. Give me that food for thought, girl.
And we're still together after 24 years. Shit
Together in
happens.
spirit, right?
And sometimes people do things that they wish they could change, and it just happens. And there's a lot of people that can't get past that, or they're just like done with it and whatever. But we trudged forward and kept going. And
dude, that happened to me. I got an operation, and I can't go back from it now. And it's just like, well, I just got to keep going forward. You know what I mean? I sit down when I go to the bathroom, but
An operation for what?
Don't make a joke out of this. I'm talking about real shit. Real shit.
An operation
A little bit awkward. I'm sorry, a little bit awkward right now.
Stop it. Stop making jokes. I'm talking about real shit. I cheated on my husband.
Do you?
Because he was like, girl, I don't know if I love you anymore. And he took a break from me. He left me for a little while. And we had only been married 2 years. And he left me for a little while. And I was like, okay, well, so I went and did my thing. I felt totally abandoned. And I went and cheated on him. And then we got back together. He had cheated on me with lots of women. And, we got back together. And we're still together after 24 years.
Sounds like you both got a good taste of each other's medicine.
I'm just saying shit happens. And, if you truly love each other, love comes back together. And me and my husband have been together now for 24 years. But that was really, we had only been married 2 years when all that shit happened.
Well, I'm glad it all got figured out.
Congratulations on 24 years.
And, a lot of people think that, that a lot of people would be on the other stance of this.
Hey, there's the globe.
Yeah.
I hope it brought you Mentos.
I need to get off. I need to get off here. So I love you guys.
All right, Shauna, get some sleep, baby.
Take care, Shauna. Drink some water.
I drink water nonstop. That is my fuel. Water is my fuel for thought, man. I love water.
Make sure it's blessed water first.
Who is that person screaming in the background? I keep hearing this like, ah!
It's
Shanna Montana. Shanna Montana.
That's not
It came through like a wrecking ball. You know what I mean?
Hey, so we got KJV1611. Hi, hello.
Hi. Who's the person that mentioned that he has an operation soon?
Good night, you guys. Love you.
Good night, Shauna. We'll see you later.
Good night, Shauna.
Oh, yeah, I do. I am a surgeon, yeah.
Who asked?
Someone said, I have an operation soon and I can't get out of it.
That was Latter-day Saints said that.
Yeah.
What was it? I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
You have an operation. You can't get out of it?
You have to sit down when you pee?
What's the operation for?
What's the operation
Well,
for?
I decided I wanted to change. I felt like what? Okay, my girlfriend's telling me not to go there, so I have to leave the room because she doesn't feel comfortable when I call her.
Don't do it. Exactly. Don't do it. Don't go there. Don't go there. Yeah.
Okay.
You got the elder statesman here. And
I was talking about the game. It's called Operation.
Yeah,
You
the
know, where you're
Operation
the doctor
game.
collecting all the pay. Operation.
She's too young to remember the game, man.
I'm an adult.
Well, I know, but you're younger than I, man. That's all. Do you remember the game
I'm probably
Operation?
older than you.
Operation.
Okay, well, I'll break it down. I was born a dog, right? And all my life I felt like I've been a person.
Okay.
Right?
Born a dog. Stop that.
KJV, do you have a question for us about the Earth?
I joined the biblical side. I was on that all day of this channel, and
It's all you go.
I want people to, want to show up there because I have more information than this channel. Because I feel you guys go a lot around in circles, and you're never progressing. You're never going to progress, and you've pretty much hit a wall. And I can help a lot of people get past that wall.
What else is there to find
Well,
out?
basically, it's just repetitive. Like, yes, you're going to learn new things, and you're going to learn things from each other.
Right.
But you're going round and round and round and round in circles and not progressing.
Where's the curvature?
Your end goal should be to go beyond the flat Earth.
No,
Well, we're going around in circles, and we keep. That's why we keep hitting the ice wall. We're going around in circles, and we can't get out of this thing.
Come on. Listen.
You're going around in circles like the sun and the moon.
KJV, listen, this channel in this server is for Flat Earth. You're speaking in a Flat Earth channel. I don't disagree. People should think about all kinds of other shit. You bet. But this is Flat Earth.
Thank you for agreeing on that.
I totally agree. Yeah, but like I'm saying, we have to keep it on the subject here.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the subject. You asked me a question, and then that is the subject.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know if you've looked into this Discord, but we got rooms here for biblical. We got
Yes, I know. That's exactly what I mentioned. That's what I said.
we got so many rooms.
She's been in here. She's been in here talking on the biblical already, Kenny.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're good, man. Welcome.
I haven't spoken to anybody there because there was no one there. I was on it for hours.
Now, do you expect people to just see you in there and be like, "Wow, I'm gonna dive right in and just hey"?
Well, somebody mentioned, like somebody said, KJV 1611, are you there? And she had like an American accent. But by the time I replied, because I replied straight away, she had already gone. She had like an American accent.
All right. Sometimes you got to come in here and say, "Hey, man, I'm down here in biblical. Check it out, man. If you guys want to, hit it. I got some cool information. I'll be down there. Come check it out. And then people will follow you. You know what I'm saying? Just let us know.
I like the way you said it. You said it very nicely.
So if anything, what you should do is come up here and type into the live stream voice text. Say, hey, I'm down in religion or biblical or whatever, and if anybody wants to chat about that stuff, I'm down there. And, just drop us a line here in the live stream voice text so everybody can see it.
Some of us are on our phones, some of us are driving.
5 minutes right now if you want.
Many people come through
and
here,
the lady was drunk and stuff.
Weirdos,
Yeah, you never know how it's going to go. But Latter-day Saints is willing to go down there with you right now if you want to go there.
Latter-day Saints. Oh, okay.
I'm Latter-day Saints.
You guys should go.
Sorry, I was scrolling. I wanted to
with them.
Yeah.
I'll join you too.
I was scrolling. I wanted to see. Yeah.
All right, you go, Storm.
Here we go.
I'm going to stay here for now. You guys go. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, keep it flat. Keep it flat.
All right.
Hey, that worked. That was good.
Just simple things, People don't know. They come in here. They're like, fucking guys never talk. There's more stuff than. I'm like, yeah. Well, we got a room for that, man. We're here for Flat Earth. Where's the curvature, bitches? Come on. I want to shut this damn server down. We'll just turn it into a Hot Wheels server. It'll be great.
Hot Wheels. Okay, that's fine. Micro Machines guy gonna be there.
I want to daydream about going into space again. And maybe do it.
Exactly. I want to daydream.
Bro, if you think about it, when are you not in space? Whoa!
I had this song, Glad, called, I think it was called Spaceship Earth. It was the name of it, man, I wrote. And it was all about, we're on this fucking planet Earth, spaceship Earth, you know, something like that. It was fucking stupid.
Is this before you were
yeah, it was way before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spaceship Earth, man. Yeah, like fucking that's cool, man. Far out, man. Smoke a joint on flat Earth. Smoke a joint on flat Earth, man. Fuck. Do you guys remember Ernest? He used to go out to the I think it was Harvard, and he would yell at the professors and everybody was teaching on the school and the students. It's like, I'll take on any one of your professors. Bring them. Let's go.
I don't remember that. Who was that?
It's Ernest. I forget his channel name. New Perspective Left. Damn, he knows who. Remember, he might have remembered. I forget his channel. He was really big on Facebook too for a long time too.
What's Facebook?
It's this thing, man. You go and you like look at pictures of people's fucking poops in the toilet. I mean, they're taking pictures of their food before they eat it. And then I always say, hey, man, can I get the after shot, man? What's it look like after?
Yeah, I'm sick of these pre-dump photos. I want to see what you make out of that.
Well, I want to see how that worked out there in the other end of the spectrum.
That's funny.
It is funny, man. Because people that take pictures of their food and put it on Facebook drive me fucking kook, man. That's why I'm like, I got to get out of here, man. Fuck this. This is stupid. Hey, man, I'm at this restaurant. I get this killer taco plate with, fuck off,
It's so narcissistic. It's like, let's check in everywhere we go so everyone who's watching me can see where the fuck I'm going and what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, I hate
what?
that. It's super narcissistic, man.
Yeah, it's like, it's creepy. It's like...
It's creepy.
I said it. I said it there.
It's cringy creepy, man. It's like double fucking creepy.
Yeah, like...
Yeah. Stop it. If you're posting pictures on Facebook of your food, stop it. Please stop.
Unless you're a chef.
But unless you take a picture of it coming out and dropping into the toilet, I don't want to know about it.
I don't even want to know about that. So there you have it.
Well, we all have to shit, and it is funny sometimes, man. Doesn't always, work out like we plan, but
Well, laugh or cry, yeah.
Sometimes you might shed a tear on a deuce.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Hey, you might blow a gasket. Yeah, cry a little bit. Shit.
Yeah,
it's only natural.
That hurts, man. It hurts. Oh, that hurts.
I can't talk anymore about it, man. Sorry. This is.
You gotta laugh, like belly laugh, occasionally.
Here's the problem. My best humor is bathroom humor, and I try not to use that too much here.
Yeah, this is not the place for it, but this late at night, we can kind of get away with it, I think. But
I'm not gonna do it because that would make me a hypocrite, and I am narcissistic too. So I want everybody to, like me for the wrong reasons.
Just drop the killer fucking gift, man.
Oh, it is good. I just want some waffles now. So
that's so funny, dude.
I'm almost saying fuck that gif.
Mm.
But no, that's true. That's
I took a picture of my waffle. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, fuck.
Dude, you didn't even make the waffle. Like, at least get a shot at the person who made it too.
There you go. It's like, dude, I made these tacos. Okay, I can maybe go with that. But no, I'm at a restaurant. I ordered tacos. Oh yeah, look what I'm eating. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Really? Anyway, that was the whole Facebook kind of rant there. Yeah, that's what Facebook's good for. I mean, that's what it's really good for.
Division. That's the only thing it ever did was division.
You know,
and it was supposed to connect us.
Well, so was, you know, all the other platforms that came along. It was AOL, and there was, you know, it was MySpace. Oh my God, MySpace is amazing.
Right.
You can drop links, and
But what I'm saying is Facebook changed the game because they got so popular so quick.
Yeah. Well, is that orchestrated or is that planned? Or
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, like, Facebook is the social media litmus, and then you go Twitter, then you go what else? Fucking Snapchat, Instagram.
So in 1994, man, I was starting up an internet company. It wasn't even, I don't know. I thought we could sell advertising on the internet. I thought that was cool, man. What a cool idea. And my buddy, man, he had some advertising experience and shit. We teamed up and fucking tried to get this company going. But one day my buddy calls me up that I've known since I was, 4 or 5 years old. It's like, dude, I'm working at this company, man. Come down for lunch. I want to show you this cool thing, man. It's called Netscape.
Yeah. No shit, right?
Like, what?
And check this out. It's got a cool name. It's called a web browser. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? It's a cool name.
So he shows me that, right? And then in the other side of the room, man, they're doing a live stream between like Virginia and California. And there's people at these big screens, and they got like they're all looking at each other. It's basically like what we're doing here, but with video, like Hangouts or Google Meet or Zoom or whatever, right? It's just like that. Back in 1994, dude, they had fucking Zoom. I'm telling you, they had Zoom. If they're that far ahead of us, man, they planned all this shit out because they knew they had the tech, man. They had it. That's my theory.
It's either that people are really stupid or they're really good at what they do.
But these guys,
it can't be both.
Facebook wasn't a natural thing. It just sprung up in some college dorm room, man. I don't think you get, No.
Yeah, like what if that hadn't been the first version of it? What if it was totally different people at a totally different time? Would it have had the same impact?
Yeah, exactly. If it wouldn't have, no question. But yeah, I mean, there are great guys that think of great ideas, man. I mean, I don't know, the Uber thing. I guess that was somebody's idea, and it, blew up to what it was. But is that story true, man? I don't know. It's a great story.
Well, it's an Amazon movie now.
But so is the Apple story. That's a good story.
How many times is Hollywood not going to be able to tell that story in public?
Exactly. Same story, Addison. Whatever.
No, but it's not. It's not. Like, if you watch any of those Steve Jobs movies, each one of them is starkly different. Very, very, very different.
I've watched them all. I was a big Steve Jobs
I feel like I know nothing about him still because it's just like, what?
I mean, he liked the Beatles. He liked the albums. He liked music. He didn't like furniture, apparently.
No, he hated furniture. He liked to start it on fire.
He's super eccentric. Just an absolute fucking maniac. Yeah.
That's what I did take from the movies. Yes, that he was consistently the theme was he.
Right, he's a maniac, and it does take a maniac that's completely obsessed to fulfill a vision. Sometimes, I mean, it's pretty cool to have an idea and say, "Man, I'm going to turn this into that." Like, we'll make it this way, and when you're fucking super fucking balls out dedicated every day, just that's all you want to do. You get into this fucking zone, and I've been there because that's why I can talk about it. I've been there, man. I know what it's like, man. You stay up until fucking midnight. You get up at 5 a.m. You just you just keep grinding until it's better and it's better and it's better. And it's, you start bringing in new people and they're helping you and you're like fucking trying to, deal with that. And there is an obsession that some people get that they want to do something. And whether he wanted to put 1,000 songs on an iPod or whatever it was, man, it was.
I think it had a lot to do with the timing of Black Magic stuff, but that's just me.
Yeah, I could get Mike Williams.
I don't want to fucking go down that rabbit hole. Because honestly, almost every time I get to the bottom of a conspiracy, it ends up being weird sex magic. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that, man. I mean, if you look back at all the weird sex magic,
just a bunch of just smelly, sweaty losers,
the NASA guys, and the
yeah, man, it's so weird.
Super weird, man.
Like, listen. I've experienced so much more pleasure in other forms of life than just with sexual pleasure. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? So why are they so addicted to it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's.
Like that's the best they can get. That's as high as they can get on life. That's really pathetic, isn't it?
Well, let's call them out for their patheticness, man. For sure. I mean, that's what.
Oh, I do it by myself in the car, sir.
Yeah, I do it too, man. All the time.
I'm always talking to my agents.
You Mongo cock, motherfucker.
You remember when, like 20 years ago, you'd be called crazy if you said that the FBI was listening in on your phone call?
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much standard knowledge today, man.
No one gives a shit. That's the thing.
And they don't give a shit, man. And I don't give a shit either because I'm right here, cucks. Come get me, bitches.
Well, here's an interesting point. So they got cameras and mics on everything now, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's forced everyone to act just a little bit better in everything they do? A little bit more wholesome, a little bit more trustworthy?
Let me think about that for a second.
Because if you know someone's watching all the time, you can let that get to you and be like, oh, fuck, I hope I'm putting on a good show. I hope this is honest and blah, blah, blah.
Let me grab a beer. I'm going to think about that.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, straight away, I say yes, man. It makes people act different.
Yeah. Right. Oh, absolutely. It's the double slit, right? You notice the thing, it changes. Does the thing on its own by itself. And then when you look at it, it's like, I'm going to do something different. If that's even what that was. I forget if double slit or the quantum eraser or if that's the same thing or, I'm all over the place with that. But the point was, things act differently when they're being observed.
My brother used to say, hey, man, he's 15 years older than me. He's like, I got nothing to hide. I'm right here. I'm not.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I go, dude, why don't you have a Facebook account? Well, I don't want, I don't want to get in that. Fuck. You little cock, man. You little cocky fucking weasel, man. My brother. Thanks. Way to go, asshole.
He's just doing it to fuck with you too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he's an attorney. Fuck. What do you expect? Fuck.
Lord, those people. Both of my parents are attorneys.
Yeah. I love them and hate them at the same time. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, fuck.
Oh, I don't mind the work that my parents did. It was all like contract law and food law and all kinds of. They didn't litigate. And it was,
Yeah, my brother was a business attorney. It's like, whatever. Cool, man. Ryan, do your thing, man. I got nothing against you. Bettering your life through law.
Well, it's better than being a criminal defender. That's for sure.
Yeah, boy, that would be tough, huh? Shit. Ugh.
So my stepdad, when he said he had his first case out of law school, it was a murder case because he was just trying to get any job he could, and it was a murder case, and the guy was clearly guilty, and the guy telling my stepdad, no, I did it, and I don't care, and I'm guilty. But still, my stepdad's job is to defend as if he's innocent. And so he said he didn't even go into the courtroom that day. He's like, I'm not going to go defend a murderer right now. And he's admitting he's murdered. Like, I don't care. I'm done. So he never litigated again. He never did criminal law. Well, I'm not going to say he never litigated, but he never did criminal law.
Good. His conscience got to him, man. I like that. That's good.
Oh, he's a great guy, and right, I would too. Like first gig, and I'm seeing some of the dregs, and nowhere near the worst of it. Like fuck all that.
Yeah, when you're that vibed out, and you're like, oh, this ain't a cool thing, man.
Well, in law school, you don't. I mean, you're passing exams, okay? It's the real world application is way different, and it fluctuates all the time.
That's a good point, man. Yeah, I mean, you go through school, that's one thing, but to get out in the real world, man. Welcome to the show, as Issa would say, man. Welcome to the show. Fuck, and it's a shit show for the most part. Yeah, but we're gonna make
our best, right?
We're gonna make some great things out of the shit show. We can do
Isn't
it.
that what people say? That's the cop out. Well, we do our best.
No, man, I think we're doing great.
Sorry.
I'm
being cynical.
There is a cop out. Yeah, you can cop out, man. I'm cool with that. You can get down with that. But yeah, there's the other side of the coin, and try to do something positive, man. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. And if it's making a gif of some dude taking a picture of their phone, thank you for doing that. I mean, I know making gifs ain't easy, man. I mean, once you do it a couple times, it's pretty easy. But
it's like you see these people at parties, and you're like, "Oh, Karen, yeah, no, I saw last week's menu. Yep, for sure. How's your life, though? How are you? How's it going? Yeah, no, I know you have Facebook. I know that you constantly post everything no one wants to see. How are the kids? How's school going? I don't care what you ate in the middle of the night.
No, we don't care. I got up. I made a sandwich. I was hungry. What?
It's participation trophies for doing everything in life.
Hey, that one got me, man. Participation trophies.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, man, we didn't get fucking participation. Fuck all. Nothing.
We did, and I was pissed because I did pretty well in sports sometimes, but everybody got the same fucking reward at the end of the game. I'm like, wait a sec. I was goalie of the game, goddammit.
Right. You were MVP of the game, whatever.
I was. And I was like celebrated as it. I didn't play anything else, by the way. I was only good goalie. But yeah, and then everybody got a fucking trophy, and I'm like, wait a second. It's like, what am I? Chop liver over here?
No, I mean, you got to learn to lose your battles. Yeah, I guess in life, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, man. I mean, whether it's business, relationships, work, whatever. And it's good to get some hard knocks, man. I think it's a good thing to get knocked down a peg if you didn't do your best.
I think success is defined by you being able to pick your battles instead of your battles picking you.
Yeah, but you're going to learn by your mistakes. I mean, how many times have, whatever, somebody got knocked down a bunch of times and then finally rose up, figured it out, took a while.
That's Rocky, right?
Right, a Rocky thing or whatever, man. It's going to be sports or business, whatever, man. I've seen it all, man. I've seen guys absolutely fail at every business they started, and then all of a sudden they just hit on one, man. They fucking figured it out, and they're like, successful at it. And I'm like, that's cool, man. I'm certainly the same way, man. I mean, I've been through it. When I got knocked down and drug out and lost fucking shitloads of money, and you're like, oh fuck, man, that didn't work out. Fuck. I guess I got to start over, and next time I'll try to be more or better. I'll just try to be better. That's it. Just try to be better, and that's what this fucking place is all about, man. We're trying to be better at saying, hey, man, where's the curvature? We're trying to be better at asking for curvature, and sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this place is about in my opinion, this is my observation. This place supports and has like the mission statement. I don't want to say it has the feel like we want to help you learn about a lot of shit. It starts with flat Earth.
That's it, man. It starts with what you're standing on, and we got to verify what we're standing on, man. How do we do that? And they told us it's this. We're checking it out, and it's not checking out, man. It's just not checking out. And we checked it out, and it's still not checking out. But if you got something to check it out with, we'll check it out with you, and we'll check it out together, and then we got it. It's that simple, man.
I agree. I'm wondering what are they thinking? The Globers that know it's flat, then they're just pretending to be Globers. Finishing out some kind of agenda, or I don't know why they do it, but you see them saying they're not stupid at all, so they know that it's flat and stationary and enclosed. It's not that that's a question. Obviously they know it. They're smart enough to know it, so they do. But I can't wrap my head around what kind of psychosis you would have to maintain every day, all fucking day, to do that. How could you do that? I couldn't. It would wear me out. Lying all day, every day, and knowing that what I was defending is bullshit?
I think they smoke a shitload of weed, and I think that's a secret, man. They smoke a lot.
Because I got a big ego. I have to be correct about everything. So if I was wrong about this shit, it would piss me right off.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely something to consider on the psychological aspect of why would they do that. I mean, why would people do a lot of things, man? Why would somebody want to run on cement all day long up and down the street? I'm like, why are you running on the cement? I mean, there's grass right there. You know that, right? There's grass.
It's funny. It might be like a subconscious thing for a lot of people. Like, well, I can see the ground I'm running on. You never know what's murking and lurking below the surface of the earth or in the grasses or whatever. But I can see where every step's going on concrete. Okay, I'm no fool.
I'm no fool. And I got my Nike 2000s, man, and I'll be good. It's like, wait a minute, man. It's called a high impact workout, man. I mean, that's serious high impact on your knees and joints and shit. I don't get it, man.
It's funny too, because like people are like, oh, well, if you want to do functional training for life, a really good way is just to go out and run. It's like, hold on. When otherwise in your life are you just running around outside?
It's usually
you're not, so it's not going to help improve anything else in your life. It might improve your cardio, but don't lie to me and tell me it's going to be this thing. It's not.
Nah, exactly. I ran track. I played football, baseball, tennis. Played it all, man. But I never felt really good running on cement, man. I'm like, that's stupid. We got this dirt track over here, man. It's softer, Cement seemed very punishing. Fuck.
It sucks to run on those sand.
Yeah. Oh, that's a killer workout, though, man. I know a bunch of people live down by the beach.
And it's low impact.
Super low impact, high fucking muscle fucking workout, bro. And you're working muscles you don't even know you have. You're like, oh, fuck.
You know what a really good one is, too? Because we live on a flat earth, cross-country skiing. It's a great workout.
I bet it is, man. Low impact, super high cardio.
Yeah.
I could see that, man. You're going to be burning some calories doing that shit, man. Fuck.
Right.
I had a buddy, man, raced in the Tour de France. 9,000 calories a day.
Yeah, and he'd stay lean. And
he'd stay like lean as a fucking model in Playboy. He was like fucking lean, right? But 9,000 calories to do what he had to do every day, man. I was like, you got to be kidding me, bro.
It's as much as, professional bodybuilders in bulk season.
Right. Yeah, I had a buddy who was a weightlifting champ. Or just a strong, whatever, like Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of guy, back in the heyday. and yeah, he was into
Yes, they're
that.
called bodybuilders. Yep.
Bodybuilders. He would eat like 4 chickens a day. I was like, he would he could just eat a whole fucking
put it down
in like one meal. Yeah, I was like, that's it. That's what I'm eating.
I mean,
today.
if a guy is cycling on steroids and he's trying to bulk up and get big, you can just put food in front of him all day and he'll just keep eating and keep eating and keep eating, because what he does is he works out, tears the muscle, and then he's super fucking hungry, and the testosterone's like, hey, where do I put, how do I heal all this muscle? Give me some food for it. And so just sit there and eat all day as one of those guys. And it would pretty much turn into just like pretty good looking muscle.
Oh yeah,
so it's weird. But your body can only do that until so long. Like guys like Lou Ferrigno, I don't know how he stayed so big for so long. Like he's still huge, and for 80, he's big for fucking 80. Anyway.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, it's a great physical thing we're looking into. Is if you work your muscles that hard, you got to feed them something, man. And protein is apparently the number one. I would imagine lots of water too, but protein's gonna do it, man. It works.
Some people do have a problem with the water thing because they just can't get used to drinking. And I'm not shitting you, 2 to 3 gallons of water every day. Those bodybuilders have to drink at least that much.
Yeah, I got to drink a shitload of water. Yep. And
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I mean, we've seen every aspect of the human body, man.
Seen the best and the worst, hey?
The super fat to the super in shape, and you're like, oh wow, that's interesting. What a dichotomy, man. There you go. And we've seen Globers and we've seen flat earthers, man. That's right. Interesting dichotomy there too, man, as well. But I would love to see a bunch of in shape people just sit around and yell at the fat people all day long.
I'm sick of that. I used to do it all the time. I'd go to the mall with my buddies and make fun of fat people. I would. Yeah. It's just mean. Like, I knew it was mean then, but like I thought later in life I'd make up for it so I could act like a piece of shit then. Well,
they think we're mean for calling out their globe, man. They think we're mean assholes.
Here's the difference. Someone making fun of a fat person isn't saying, hey, fatty, stop eating much.
Yeah.
But when we're saying, hey, Globey, no, really, it's not a globe, we deserve to be kind of mean about it because we've been asking them for their evidence for so long now.
Right.
All we get is fucking pushback. And all we're asking for is a justification as to why you burst into our house, interrupted our conversation, called us all liars, then expected us to explain what you were doing there.
That's it, man. Great analogy. I couldn't agree more, man. That was 100%. Yeah. Wow.
That's the size of it right there.
I like it when it gets sized up real sweet and nice and neat like that.
I know. People hate it, though. My dad used to do it all the time, too. Like, just distilling a whole day's worth of talks into, like, a sentence or two. And then it's like, well... yeah, but now what do we talk about?
Right. Yeah, we're done. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're
Thanks, genius. Ruin the fucking party.
Way to go, man. Way to kill the mood, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I know. I still have faith in my fellow man. And I've been a jerk in the past saying that, like, I like to see them writhe and slither and in front of me and all that nonsense. And maybe for a minute it was kind of like that, but really and truly I have faith. The reason I stick around and I still tell people about it in public and all kinds of stuff is because I still have faith that they can get it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you never know, man. You're planting a seed, plant a seed, move along.
I did that today. I took a delivery to a apartment building, And then I was pulling out, and this woman was getting out of her car, and I saw that the moon was out, and it was during the day. It was like 4:30, and I was like, "Hey, see the moon up there?" She had to look. She's like, "Oh yeah," and I said, "That's impossible on a globe Earth." And then I winked, drove away.
That's all you gotta do sometimes, man.
That's all you gotta do. What else is there? Like, if you're gonna, what else was I gonna do? Right? Like, well, actually, the reason is. Like, she doesn't care, you know. But any layman, I don't care how smart or dumb they are, is going to want a very quick, like, you know, shotgun blast, smoking gun. Like, oop, look at that, yeah. Like,
yeah,
just a very simple idea, put on their plate, and disappear. Don't even want to talk to them about it.
Dude, that's what happened to me, man. I mean, the guy hit me up. He's like, "Dude, man, satellites are fake, bro. There's no pics of satellites in space."
Exactly. That's all it should take.
And I wasn't like, you know, "Oh, you're a retard." I'm like, "Nah, dude. I'll be back tomorrow, man. I'll show you my satellites pictures from space."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Fucking, you know, zip images, Google, no, what?" No.
It's really funny. It's like, it's not a confirmation bias. It's like the second you start saying maybe these are fake, they all just look so bad. You're just like, no fucking way.
Well, like 90% of them are like borderline fucking cartoon, you know.
I know, like, and I was like, you know what? When I was a Glober, I was giving them the benefit of a doubt. I was like, well, they probably touch it up to make it look cool and funner and whatever. I was giving them that benefit of doubt. And then when I realized what the difference is between footage from the moon at Earth, no satellites, no stars, no planets, nothing, a black fucking background, but people eat it up because from Earth we can see so many beautiful things.
Right. Every night, man. I can go out right now, man. The moon's straight overhead. I got Orion's over here. You get beautiful.
Yeah, but it all disappears when you're actually out in it.
Oh, it just goes away. Damn.
I mean, I guess. Look up the official moon photos from taken quote unquote from the moon. I mean, there's nothing out there but the Earth just hanging out. A little bit of the old hologram. Kind of
no stars at all, man. That's weird, man. A funny thing happened from here on the way to the moon. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Damn, I didn't see any stars, and that's something weird.
That's a funny thing.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think you'd see stars.
I didn't see any stars from here on my way to the moon. Oh, okay, Mr. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, I call him. My boy likes his liquor, man. I give you that. Buzz can get buzzed, right?
Sorry, I had to let my cat out because
you're good, man.
You're good, man. My fucking life.
Well, that's what cats do, man. Cats own.
Dogs have owners. Cats have staff.
That's
just
it,
how
man.
it works.
That's
just
how it works, man. That was a real.
I wish I could explain to him that I can't leave my deck door open because bugs will get in. I wish I could explain that to him.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. He doesn't care. What a cock cat, man. Damn. Cock cat, man.
My cat? No, he's awesome, but he's spoiled just like me.
I'm always of letting animals have as much freedom as they can endure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I've paid the price over the years. I've lost a couple cats. I'm like, hey, go out, have fun.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And I've had cats, man, 20 years, man. I let them out. They don't get into trouble, man. They always come home.
Yeah.
You just don't know how an outdoor cat will do, man. You just, but I love giving freedom to the animals. You know, if I'm out with my dogs, I was like, okay, we're on a field. I fuck this leash bullshit. Go run, go. Right? I'll follow you down the river bank or whatever it was, man. I love freedom. You know, I always wanted my animals to have freedom.
Well, it depends. If you're not walking around a neighborhood with a bunch of little kids everywhere, then that.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, I would keep them on the leash, you know, when I was in the neighborhood. But once I got out to the wilderness, man, I'm like, go have fun.
And I don't want you coming back unless you're filthy.
Exactly. You're full of mud and you're wrecked.
I want to see how much fun you had all over your body when you come back. Okay?
Yeah.
I want to spend a lot of time cleaning it off of you later and talking to you about how enjoyable your experience was.
I'm gonna dunk you in the river and dry you off.
Sounds like a metaphor for something. You know what, partner? If you're not careful, I'm gonna dunk you in the river and I'm gonna dry you off.
I'm gonna dry you off. Oh, okay.
Please don't. Or wait, do? I'm not understanding. Is that a bad thing?
Cut the shit keeps dropping. He's got the Hulk and the cat. Where do you get this shit, man? You must have files, man. He's got files. Damn. I don't have files, links like that. Shit. Anybody got any curvature out there, man? I've been jonesing for some curve.
Here's the thing. They've been asking now, like, okay, well, what would you accept as a measurement? And so we've had to start saying things like drop over distance or find any kind of arc, anything that bends that you measure about the Earth. You know, the drop over. If something falls away from you, and I use the hill analogy, if you have a hill, you're going up the hill, and then you reach the top of the hill, then you see the hill start to go down and away from you, right? Because it's curved. So where can we see that on the Earth? Well, we can't.
Well, dude, I mean, I don't know. I'm a fucking golfer. I build guitars. I can spot the most minute deviation in the finish of a guitar that doesn't line up with it's the slightest little deviation in the finish that's not that it's curved in a different way. It's just
do you get in big arguments with people about it?
No, I don't, man. But,
no. Okay, well that's good.
But at the same
people and their
time,
instruments, you know.
If you compare a guitar finish to a car finish any day, man, your standard Honda, whatever, there's no comparison, man. Or a piano, I'll put up a piano against a fucking Ferrari any day, man.
Well, yeah, yeah.
A Ferrari and a piano are about the same, man. They're pretty tight. There's not much curvature in those little paint flakes that are on the car, but if it's fucked up, it's orange. We call it orange peel. You'll see these little deviations, man. The slightest deviations, bro. You would see it. And that's my point. My point is that if you go out to the ocean, man, you would see the fucking curvature left, right, and center. If
hell, somewhere at this point,
you would notice it. Oh my God, the light that's shining from the sun to my feet. Look at it bend. The light is bent. No, wait, it's straight and flat.
That's right.
No, come on.
So,
you're kidding.
So the audience listening, I'm really frustrated because it's like the Globers don't have respect for the people listening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I get so worked up. It's like, you know you're lying.
Yeah.
You know it's not a globe. But you continue to come here and do it anyway, and there's genuine people coming to learn, wanting to learn, and you're sitting there lying to them for fun. That's horrible. So I get worked up.
Yeah. It's a horrible position to be in from a a mental standpoint of clarity in your own your own life. If you have to think of things to lie about or defend to the core like that, man, you're a sad.
It's a rough life, yeah. Rough fucking life.
You're a sad person, man.
You're not having an easy go at that point.
No, you're not having an easy go. Your girlfriend hates you, or your dog hates you, or something. It ain't going well, man. You got to flip that shit, man. And if you want to live a better life, you gotta start thinking right, man, and being right. Not just thinking right, but being right.
Both.
Being right. Yeah, you got to do both, and you got to get out there, man, and just accept the reality that you live in, man. And the reality is, man, you're not spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Fuck off.
No.
And if you think you are, man, that's great, man. I mean, you have zero proof for such claim. So you're kind of stuck in the foxhole, man. You're kind of stuck, man. So get out of the foxhole, man. Jump out into the real reality, man. What was that guy that came in here earlier, man? He was a reality denier or something?
Reality denier, yeah, because he's a Globe supporter.
Reality denier, man. That's like really got to be a weird place to be, man, because if I was a reality denier, I wouldn't have my fingers, because I cut a lot of shit on the table saw. And you got to know where the blade is and where your fingers are. And that's called reality, man. You got to know where that shit is at all times. And when I've seen guys cut fingers off. I'm like, it ain't pretty, man.
Not pretty.
You got to pay attention, man. You got to get into a different
That's a bad moment. You really feel bad for that person. You're like, no fucking way. Oh, no.
Dude, we went out that night and had beers. Like, dude, bro, man. I can't believe it. But, you got to pay attention where the blade is, where the wood
sure,
is.
dude. For sure.
And that's no different than paying attention to where you live, man, what you're standing on, what you're living on every day you wake up to. It's no different. So
I love using this analogy, and I need to find the meme about it, but it's a wide shot of nighttime at a really high part of some building, inside the building, and it's from behind a small child looking out big windows over the flat cityscape. And there's a big horizon out there and a bunch of city lights, and then it comes up and it's all just kind of gridded out with the building, and it's just, it's flat. And the kids looking out in wonderment, and the caption said, "If nobody had told you that Earth was a spinning ball, would it have even crossed your mind in the first place?"
Well, of course not. It would have never crossed our minds. It would have been like
it would have been furthest thing. We would have been like, wait, whoa. It's curved? Shit.
Are you kidding me?
Could have fooled me.
Yeah, you guys are just messing with me right now, right?
Exactly right. Yeah. Oh, and then I'd feel like I'd lived in a world of crazy people.
I love flipping the script, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, that's a great way of putting it. I couldn't put it any better, man. It is that crazy to think if somebody told you you're on a spinning ball, you'd be like, "Oh, totally, man, totally, right on. I'm good."
Right.
Thanks for the heads up, man. I had no idea, man. It seemed flat and stationary to me, man. Thanks, man. Can I buy you a beer? All right, cool. Thanks for the info. Ah, shit. All right. Where's the rest of these Mongols? Klaus Schwab. I want to talk to Klaus.
Oh, hey, Klaus. What's up, dude? Globe skeptic.
Klaus.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Weird dude. Klaus, what's up?
They put those dudes out there on purpose, man. Those cucks.
Oh yeah,
Elon
dude, that
Musk.
guy probably makes zero decisions in anything in his life or a company or anything. They're just like, who are we going to use this time? Him. Really? He's almost dead. Well, that's the point. Okay, yeah, put him out there. And he's just a figurehead, a clown. Yeah, he's dancing.
I mean, he looks like something out of Austin Powers or something. I mean, really? That's
his
the guy.
His face is all melting off. Yeah, his face is melting off his skull. It's what kind of thing are we looking at? That's not human.
That's the kind of guy we're going to put out there and tell everybody how to live. Oh, okay.
Look at this failed science experiment from 1947 telling you how you're going to be happy.
Yep. You're going to live this way and you're going to like it, man. All right. Who else we got here, man? We got Fatty.
We got Leo. Leo EZM. Shit, I can't unmute him, though.
Who?
What up?
Leo EZM. Who was that?
That's Flatty.
Oh, hey, Flatty. What's up, dog?
Morning. I just got up. It's pretty
nice.
Get some fucking coffee.
Good morning.
That's what I'm doing, man.
And tell those Mongos to fuck off. Right?
Yeah, man. That's all I do.
That's how you got to roll in life. Sometimes, man, you just tell everybody to fuck off. Just fuck off. It'll be better. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Get your coffee.
You know, it's better. Stupid quotes keep coming in my mind and leaving right away, but something about better to leave people questioning whether or not you're smart or stupid. Is better, than to remove all doubt or something. Oh boy, my brain is fried. And with that, hold on. I'll come back, but I gotta go do a couple things before I have my evening conversations.
All right, grab a glass of water, man. A full glass. Don't fuck around, man. Get a full glass of water, man. You'll be fine. I always found, man, I don't know if you guys experience this, man, but if I drink like 2 glasses of water really quickly, it doesn't matter what mood I'm in. If I'm pissed or agitated, whatever, man. Just drink a couple of glasses of water real quick, man. Just down them. I always feel better, man. I don't know, man. That's just me, man. I'm just telling you how it worked for me, man. Drink a couple of quick glasses of water when you're, not sure, or pissed, or whatever. Just 2 glasses of water, real quick. It's helped me, man, many times, man. I'm like having an argument with somebody or something, man. I just drink a couple glasses of water, man. And it kind of seems to go away, man. It just kind of seems to fade pretty quickly into, everything's going to be okay. I'm cool. All right. I'm cool. Anyway, try it. Don't believe me, man. Go out and test it for yourselves. Go out and test it. All right. Anybody else chiming in here? Because I'm like solo. Yeah, I got to go to bed here in about 10 minutes, man. But you guys want to start off a new conversation about, retardation or whatever? I don't care. And I might be retarded, man. Most likely, but who's the judge? What's the criteria, man? Do you know there's not a single test in the world that will allow you to test if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. There's not one test in the world that can tell you if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. Even though they kind of sold this like, outer space, the kind of thing, man. Like, yeah, you got a chemical imbalance in your brain. Oh, okay. Yeah, you feel dizzy. Oh, okay, I feel dizzy. You got to take these pills because you feel dizzy. And you're like, oh, okay, I feel dizzy, and I'll take these. I'm good.
It's crazy because the psychiatrists that prescribe, or physicians or whatever, unless you advocate for yourself against the medication or saying, yeah, you think I've got OCD, but I don't, and,
right.
Let me show you how many times I can wash my hands. No, kidding.
Right. There you go. I think my point is that they can't detect if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. Only you can detect that, man. If you're not right, man, like, dude, I don't feel right, man. I should eat more eggs or whatever it is,
Eggs.
Whatever. I need more protein.
Yeah.
You got to understand your own body, man. It's like, damn, I really like carbohydrates. That works for me. Whatever works, man. I'm down with that, but there's no test in the world that can say, oh, you don't have too much of your brain is not functioning because you need these pills. I'm like, what? Fuck off. Something else is wrong, man. I'm not drinking enough water or something, man. But just sit there and go, hey, you got to take these. This will fix everything. Fuck off. And then I don't go there, man. That's just me. But I had a really good friend, man, PhD. He worked for the county.
Mm-hmm.
And all he wanted to do, man, every patient that came in there, man, for the mental health, every single one of them, man, for the county of San Diego, California, they wanted to push drugs on every single person that came in there, man. And he was not cool with this, man. He's not down with that. And he made a fuss, man, and they ended up firing him.
You don't make a fuss.
You don't make a fuss, man. You make a fuss. Like, dude, every single patient that comes in here, you got to get them on the meds, man. What? Wait a minute. Whoa. I mean, he was like, whoa. Yeah, I would have long conversations with him, man, talking hours and hours and hours. It's like, dude, man, I can't believe that and he fought these motherfuckers as far as he could. He took it to the mountain, as they say, man. But eventually he got fired.
Yeah.
So yeah, you push against their system, man. You will get checked, and that's the way it works, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm not.
And everybody's like, "Oh, you some fucking big conspiracy head." It's like, no, that's just the way things go, man. And if you're not willing to accept and admit that, and maybe perhaps do something about it someday, then fuck you.
Well, it certainly showed its fucking super face in the last 2 years, man, how the system can control the narrative and what people put in their bodies or don't.
You know what I'm thinking, though? It could have been so much worse, and that's the bad news.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Yeah, it could have been.
That's the bad news. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of freaking out and beating each other up over toilet paper, it became, I don't know, man, killing people over toilet paper. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything that went bad and every piece of bullshit that people bought, there could have been 10 more pieces of bullshit after that they would have bought had it been presented. Like, it's not, the point of this is seeing just how how easy it is to manipulate people, both individually and in groups. And it's the fear isn't of public health and safety. It's fear of not being part of the cool kids club anymore because you don't wear a mask or you haven't had the VVVJJJJs.
That's exactly what I was thinking today, man. I was like, I saw a girl driving down the street today she had a fucking mask on and in her car by herself.
Yep.
I was like, oh my goodness, man. It's still going.
It's still going.
Mm-hmm. And just like, I felt bad for her, man. I was like,
yeah, I feel bad for them too, because listen, can you imagine how afraid they are? Right?
Mm-hmm.
They believe it. Hook, line, sinker, every word of it. Yeah. Can you imagine how afraid they are?
Yeah, it's sad, man.
That sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I used to get mad at him, but now I'm just kind of like, oh shit, man. Okay, well, I'm just gonna be over here. I'm a very nice person. If you want to learn the truth, if not, I'm not trying to yell. I know, I get it. Hard life. Just let me know if you want to talk.
Well, I the whole thing's been a giant litmus test, right?
Yeah.
And to see the results, we've all seen them, of this litmus test that we went through in the last couple of years, and it's been just like, oh my goodness. Okay, most people are fucked. That's too bad. That's too bad. It sucks, man. It sucks. Most people are fucked. Because we saw it with our own two eyes, man. They all stayed home. They all got their fucking cuckoo cocoa puffs. They all got their masks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you guys are a great contributor to humanity. Thanks. Oh fuck, we're so crazily fucked.
Well, it's weird too, because like it's like there's certain critical thinking capabilities that people have in order for someone to say, yeah, that person's got street smarts. And I know a lot of people who have just magnificent street smarts. They're very brilliant in lots of ways, but they're on their third booster, and outer space is somewhere he's going to go someday.
They're going to space, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I do. All right, I gotta bounce.
All right, bro. Have a good night. Get some rest.
I'll see you guys later.
Later.
Cheers.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself. But sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because you know that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
What
if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right?
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp? Or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
they are driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Diverge.
It's driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah,
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a Glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
you don't know your globe proofsy very well,
guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but he's changing
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said. He asked if they do
to start them, and you said, "Well, they eventually come to rest."
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about
stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's what you said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation...
he's lying.
What are you saying is happening causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force.
No,
right?
it's an effect. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is an effect. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force
gravity?
as a force?
Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization? What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Yeah. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this energy.
Why would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. It's in your model.
Welcome to Global Earth.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all. Honestly.
Coriolis is a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, "Can you hear me?" people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So does that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear that was an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man? You don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
a little question for the audience.
When you hear it,
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
As you were.
I don't even like using Google, but the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay. One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
when are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
You'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to do
refuted a major conservation
I'm not going.
physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some Earth curvature and go get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
the pendulum, what? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
When you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight, metal, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How do you explain that? How do you explain this?
I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't.
You would not use the.
No, you are not around metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Well, they could be
or
affected.
Strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
aren't
Wouldn't they?
Aren't
Wouldn't they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You can't. You don't
that
have.
eliminates
You
your proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use Foucault's
in
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Why the magnets do not deflect?
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not asking about. No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
You
don't.
just agreed that it's not proof anyway.
No, they
He just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it
driven
isn't.
by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
that's for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how
you
things
didn't know it was
work.
magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda,
it is driven by magnets. Check the
Brenda,
live
you
stream
said
voice.
and more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you,
just a minute,
when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah, because it debunks.
Because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
Brenda, you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field,
I've eliminated things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, the ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for. and we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
this is scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the cloud.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm saying.
Or like who?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have?
Yeah, but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then not Q.
It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say
I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's what
Hold on, Tom.
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not
Q.
what I said.
Great.
Yes, it is.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So it's been clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But can you explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during eclipses?
I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing. And
has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
no, have they? Nobody's been able. Nobody has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person?
Right.
Then
so it hasn't been...
You know every person in the world has done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
That's a method.
Repeatable. No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for gravity?
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it is.
Follow the scientific method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity before you claim see, before you actually do claim gravity does things? You can't just say, well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this. You can't just.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay. How did you isolate gravity from the electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not even fucking exist.
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
so Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental. That it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever
the bending of space-time?
Whoa, concept. You're giving concept.
To me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda. Where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but space-time
together. So who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
It doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
It doesn't matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory. They threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason?
Come on,
space-time
take a moment. Google. How about that?
I mean, like
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like
we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like you have to try to look past the ship for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way. What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are useful.
Bro, so sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for giving contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable, and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
This is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly. So
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
That's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is, what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what you're doing.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the
no, I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance.
Not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis is not been proven until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on, that's not true. Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what, the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do
gravity is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. hold on, Brenda, just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not perpetual.
Oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like that?
Some shit like that. Yeah, something like that.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right, and the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity? How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural density explains everything.
Phenomena.
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but no, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do. What are you talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah,
can we
gravity?
On the same page?
You're trying Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum, space-time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Is Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
You ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make him answer that. What? Make him answer
Go ahead.
Right. So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
Like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent problem.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? Your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what?
No,
nothing empirical.
Brenda.
No,
Brenda,
I appeal to
reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
Yes,
images.
I have.
Okay.
Where? When?
You've seen
At what height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
the apparent optical horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over?
You can never zoom the boat back in.
Yeah, you can.
Seriously,
Check the live stream voice text
see
right
if a
now.
boat, if a boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
all you have is incredulity.
He just said that. He just said that you can never.
They shoot beams perfectly straight and level.
Said that you can never zoom a boat back in.
Other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
That would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not true.
Okay, but now he's.
Yes, it is. You can look up the science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land and back.
I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what the ionosphere is made of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going on.
Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of.
The ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the atmosphere.
What is it?
It's a layer in the
sphere, huh?
It's a sphere.
Do I get to answer your question? Do I get to answer your question? Or are you done yet? Just let me know. Let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
If the atmosphere is circular, spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome.
Brenda,
over your head.
Okay. It would be a shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said
the ionosphere.
I'm sure you could have said the question.
He asked me a question.
Well, answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again. And there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
It's been nice talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into it.
So can I do that? Can I do that now?
Stop talking about it. Just do it.
Well, just let me know when I can talk.
You just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right? And then down on ground, the ground's the Earth, like the ground part of the circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth, so it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
Well,
the radius.
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
It's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo force.
It's not. It's a different sense.
Demonstrated still.
That doesn't mean that
it means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's the cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Distance. Brenda, you do blatant. But you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes, you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
So that's not the cause, is it? The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you prove that?
What's the natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature,
right?
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed, regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not true.
I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
You have to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to eliminate.
Pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brenda understands. Hold on. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right, that's the end of that, Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah. Right. Below the tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove things.
You just use the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. Right. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So. Again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
It's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of and inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes. A steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
Okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have 2 sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Did Galileo did that? Did Galileo did that?
He never eliminated it. You just admitted that he never did this.
Is eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take the 2 sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object. Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are
you We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do one-on-one with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an explanation?
You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
No, science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
Does
think
the ISS show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs from space.
Of what?
Of the Earth. Of
the
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole Earth, some are a portion.
You just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How can we verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys, 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you video.
So you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude! Because
why not?
Pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an instance. Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full revolution. Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Brenda.
Or you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
That's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS? The ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right? There's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
all
a
of
plan
that,
to waste $1 million.
All of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly in low Earth orbit.
The construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour.
That still doesn't prove.
That's all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
No, there's
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what knowledge is.
Justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief, or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is belief.
No, it's not
Yes.
belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No,
Of course you.
No, I don't. That's self.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it true?
Ear, well, I accept it. So it's
yeah, you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up, but I think it's a good definition. So
mine is not made up. This is the standard epistemological definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically, what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Okay. Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh. Yeah, it's on McToons. It's on McToons. Yes, it's on McToons.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said, you change your position, you add shit on, you assume stuff, you claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you, Brenda.
Listen, Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit, yes. I have no problem with that.
Great. Let's talk about current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the earth is? You got any measurements?
How can you change the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
all that matters, when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature
crap,
of the Earth.
shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Well,
Okay,
if I
legit.
interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it was.
The question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated, right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We need to see. We'd need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. Collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
isn't
it
it?
isn't.
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
But if the Earth
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over it, I want to say something.
Before you go on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right, which if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right, in layman's terms. The heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right, and the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time, bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed.
The sun?
Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is a ball. The sun is a ball of gas, a plasma, right?
Vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity. Yeah, already we've been through that. We've been through that.
You didn't isolate your pseudo force from the exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and electrostatics that are present in all intermolecular interactions.
By using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present in everything.
The weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they exclude
it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it? Mm-hmm. Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably computers, I would imagine.
Right. So what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They are. They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras?
Do
what the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point is,
I bought a brand new for a birthday.
So the cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
What you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases?
Dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
Because we're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking you a question. Do you know?
No, I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those Get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
And they're created by visual artists.
It's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calda said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
He isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No, they literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong
with creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation. They label them.
And that doesn't.
Brenda, man, honest to God, like that, it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying that gas can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so what is a vacuum? Can you define that really quick?
There's regions in space where
I'm
there
not
is
talking about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, that's cool.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
it does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify?
Because you keep asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum. The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification. Wrong.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
it's
animation.
It's a compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
It's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we've falsified that.
It's a religion. You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their book.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something like the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
no, I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in, something you said never happens? Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is. Then we zoomed them back in.
That's not the optical
and we saw
horizon.
them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just because
it did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the Black Swan before, so again, I think you're just lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
The black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric; that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No,
the horizon does not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, which includes
black swan. If it did that,
which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
No,
where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction. Refraction, that's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on some media.
You're done with, bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match. Game. Set. Is over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't have
a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No,
yes, it is.
The angle is what the light does after it
sine of theta.
The surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's a law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and Aniso was different, but we don't need to.
Kidding? ISO's the same.
Over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and Aniso, or with an "and" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
Deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to air.
You don't get.
So there's a big problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction. Ball. Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction-limited zone, or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's, consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject. Do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in a live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon just by
If you
increasing
can
the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you don't have a
use ad hoc.
physical horizon.
I said the black swan strawmans. The black swan strawmans the model that we're using.
It
strawmans it. It's because the proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
Magic.
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just measurements. How much you need to make that work.
We don't have measurements.
It's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect right, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like yourself.
No.
The difference between us.
You're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference
you
between
believe
us
in Galileo done experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. It's a TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
saying. You know what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys can't even say. You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The Black Swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
Care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's
get
all
to
you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't
So
get
why
to
are you
tell
asking?
me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No,
You don't have the model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
I've taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you've made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how...
Like, we steel manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
You said
the horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said. Boats go over, but actually they don't. And
so how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So.
Wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits fallacy.
Explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So, are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just?
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
How? Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have
We would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brendan.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told
so
you,
don't have a claim.
refraction. I just told you refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You're saying, Brenda,
go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone else will get it for you. Okay.
But he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your lunch are. I know
what?
It's from what physical data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant expert.
That's how science works. Because that's how science
appealing
works.
to credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black
invoke some priest? Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there? Though?
They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why not?
Exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working. Exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious.
That's
all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
It does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show it.
Yes, it does.
Horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bullcrap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable. He's being fallacious,
and it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh, boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and the one they're using is... the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right, and at first he said that we can see it because boats go over it, and then he completely adjusted his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical instruction. It's just totally dishonest.
I wanted to ask a question when you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship and I zoom in, like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in, and now I can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse need to move further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. Well, that means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies their horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
and if it isn't,
you can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. It's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be an easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles, is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
So another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than,
yeah,
Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you strawmanning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pileup. And once there's a pileup, it grows. They keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
Well, that was very educational, one might say.
Hopefully Brenda took in some of that information and learned from that.
Yeah.
So a bunch of VC check-in activity, and then stage talk.
Lurking in the shadows. So is that Logres YouTube channel name that we're talking about earlier?
No, it's, Bozo or Logres.
Oh, it's Bozo we're talking about. But we're mentioning a YouTube channel that was taken down. What was the name of that?
Yeah, they seem confused about that.
Oh,
it was I think it was a server, a Discord server. Yeah, I wasn't in it, so I just someone sent me the link once, and then I noticed I suppose the link had died. Maybe it's still about.
Yeah. Well.
I'm gonna have to hop off for a bit, Quetz. I'll catch you in a bit, man.
All right, man. See you, man.
Triple the power. Triple the information. Triple the possibilities. Triple the trouble. Triple the truth. Welcome to the Triple Truth Podcast.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is ODD back with the Triple Truth Podcast. And as always, we got my panel of awesome truth seekers. We got Sean Hibbler of Hibbler Productions and Dave from Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. How's it going, guys?
Good. Going great. Glad to be here again with my new friends, or my old friends.
Your old new friends, your new
old new friends.
No, yeah.
How you doing, Matt? What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. Same stuff. Just trying to move along with Pharmakia Part 2. Got to get that done soon.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I keep looking for it, and I keep finding the original and watching the original again. And it's like, all right, it still holds up. It's still good.
It's fun, yeah. I love that part at the beginning where it's like, it turns into like all of a sudden like a beat, and it starts playing the beat, and then it shows all these like zombie people.
The zombie people.
And then yeah, I don't know why I did that, but I kind of edit on the fly myself. Like I just kind of make stuff up as I go, how I'm gonna edit the video, right? So it worked out perfectly where I was like, Pharmakia, I gave the definition, and then when I landed on the last word, I like lowered the pitch and then started the beat, and it was all
True producer right there. It's a true producer.
Yeah, it was fun. And then yeah, anyway.
Part 2's coming though.
Part two, yeah. And I must mention again, it's gonna be much different on a, not like the first one, but definitely relevant and worthy of being the sequel. Anyway, So yeah, that's coming. I had a lot of organization to do for this record label thing I'm working on, and just this podcast, this making videos. There's so much stuff, but I'm trying to just pace myself and not stress out. That's one thing I've learned over the past 2 years is how to not stress out. I used to easily get stressed and panic, and now I just if I have a problem going on, I just go, it'll work itself out. You know, as long as I'm there trying and putting my effort in, everything will be all right.
Yes, it will. It's a good way to think.
So
who we got in the show today, guys?
We got Flat Earth Banjo and Japan, right? That's his handle.
USA,
on YouTube.
Brazil, and Japan.
Yeah, US. Flat Earth Banjo, USA and Brazil, USA and Japan.
Yeah.
Some of you are familiar with him. Some of you are not. He is really awesome at connecting flight paths, and especially ones that have had emergency landings. And he compares those landings, where they landed, where they were coming from, their destination, and then shows that it makes more sense on the Gleason's map than it does on the globe. And it truly does. It's always a straight shot. He's very good at that. And he's always my go-to for when I want to show somebody something like that makes, just showing them that it correlates with the Gleason's map. So he'll be here soon. And for those of you that don't know him, you'll get to know him. And we'll have a link to his channel in the description.
Yep. For sure. What's going on, Dave?
Absolutely. Hey, I have a quick picture I want to show. Amazing, I think. You could share my screen there. The China Mars orbiter snaps an amazing selfie above the red planet. Okay. So China has the ability to discard part of their satellite, and it can take a picture and transmit it back to Earth.
Wow. That is fantastic technology.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, totally cool story.
And they're really claiming this is like real photo?
This is Mars. China's Mars orbiter captures this stunning selfie above the red planet by jettisoning a small camera and beaming photos via Wi-Fi, great Wi-Fi, to the mothership. And then the mothership sends it back to Earth. Meanwhile, at 120,000 feet, the guys on the ground in Arizona or New Mexico can't talk to Felix when he's doing his space jump.
Yeah, show me where it says photograph. Anywhere? Nah.
No.
Oh, image.
At least they don't lie. At least they don't lie about that. But look at that thing. So
wow.
Crazy insanity. This world is just I hold my head.
The NASA fanboys, they eat that stuff up, and it's just incredible to me that
I bet you go on that YouTube video, if they made one or like a marketing thing for that. I bet you all the trolls on there, it's like, oh, so the Earth can't be flat now. Look at this. Send this to the flat earthers. It's like, you guys think this is a real photograph? After all these years of everything we've done and shown you, you think these are real? It's like, c'est la vie, man.
We're the stupid ones. Yeah, for real, man.
Have fun with it.
The whole idea of these satellites falling around the Earth while the Earth is making all of these motions in all of these different directions, that's insanity right there. And then it's scientifically provable that the size and the distance these things are away, they'd be unseeable. For example, this is a 747. You can barely see the plane, let alone the engine, which is about the same size as a satellite maybe. But the satellites are 100, 200, 300 times farther.
Yeah.
Okay. And people believe that they can see them.
Yeah.
Right.
What's their excuse with that, David? You've had so many debates over the years. Have you heard obviously there's no valid excuse, but have you heard any excuse for that?
Good question.
What, the way that we can see them?
Yeah, like how do these fucking globetards say, oh yeah, well, you know, we could just still see it. So it's just, yeah, it should be 200 times farther away, but it's not. So what's their excuse?
Their excuse is, well, you know, it's sending light through empty space, so it'll just maintain its brightness, right? But even though the light is spreading out, it would have to be amplifying at the inverse square law. It makes no sense. One, if they were as bright as the sun, we couldn't see them. They're too small. Okay. But they're supposedly reflecting sunlight.
Oh.
So I have a crazy theory. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So you've heard me say that I believe that the currency of this world is souls, and the evil is trying to steal your soul. A lot of people can buy into that, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that the heavens above are where our souls preside when they're not here in a meat suit in this realm. Okay. Within this realm. So stars are essentially souls in my book. Okay.
Yeah.
Somehow they're energetic souls. And then the wandering stars, they're all named after gods. So maybe they're more powerful souls. Maybe they're, who knows what they are. Right. And then, and the sun, the whole deal. So they want us to believe this is nothing compared to the amount of satellites that they tell us there are now. Wait, let me pull up on my app. I actually added a button, which I forgot. In the app, if I hit the question mark, wrong one. Hold on. The satellites live. So have you guys seen this website? It shows you these are all of the satellites live, and you can actually zoom in. You're supposed to believe that all of this is going on. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? It could be the Sataloons on the flat map, and then they just wrap it around the ball.
There's no way. There's not
even that many Sataloons, you don't think?
No, I don't think so.
No,
right?
I mean, they enhance all their numbers for the media.
Yeah. So I can't even, I don't know how to zoom out, but how do I get back out? 3-finger tap? Nope, that brings me in farther. Nope. All right, well, these are all crazy, all over the place insanity. Right.
And you never hear of a report of that, 17 of them crashed and they all fell down and took out a family, right?
Right. And you have the International Space Station looping around, looping. They
better be careful.
And never collides with one. And now you have Elon Musk putting up so many Starlinks that nobody could possibly ever track them. Like you see something in there and you go, oh, that's a Starlink, and maybe the stuff that we're seeing that they're faking it like the ISS, drone, plane, balloons, whatever they are. So why are they doing this? Why? And I have two working things that I like to think about. I don't even want to say I believe them, although I probably do on some level. Okay.
Yeah, right.
That maybe this is more biblical. Maybe this is a time when more angelic energies are returning to Earth. And all of those little lights that we see in the sky are, for lack of a better word, angelic consciousness, beings, angels, whatever you want to call it. And there's more and more of them coming here for whatever this transition that we're going through is. Okay.
Yeah.
And so they're making it so when people look up and go, what are all those lights? And everyone goes, that's SpaceX. That's all it is. And everybody just, goes back and, and jollies on their way. That's my theory. Okay. That's what I think. I don't know. I'm not saying that anyone else believes it, but I like it.
Sounds nice. I can get on board with that. I can't verify any of that, but I can't
verify it either.
No. Obviously. No. My point in saying that is
I can.
The things we can't. Yeah, right.
I'll let you guys know next week.
You're gonna have the data report. The things we can't verify. It's always good to talk about. And sometimes people give their speculation on everything. And I feel truth to some of the statements that are being said, because you can kind of close your eyes and be like, you know what, that makes sense. I feel that. Then you can hear another story from someone else and you go, that makes sense. I can feel that. I think it's just our own truth. But I don't think we were designed or created to understand all this. But we're having a heck of a time trying to figure it out, aren't we? It's a heck of a time.
I love
right
puzzles and I love roller coasters. So this is a great time to be alive.
Here we go. Wait for it.
Oh boy.
This is how our these are the movements of the Earth and all of them. So this is what's taking place.
Oh, be careful. Hey,
nice one.
Don't spill your coffee.
All right, so it's going to come again, and we got this. Okay, so this is all the planets spinning around the sun as the sun and the whole solar system travels through infinite space. And
all of those satellites are mimicking all of those motions and staying around Earth. And some of them somehow stayed right over the same piece of land on all of those spirals, right?
Yeah.
And then wait, so check this out. Then somewhere, so I can't point, the Earth is one of those going around the sun. The new James Webb telescope is on the outside of the Earth.
Wow.
And somehow it stays there in a special balancing point. After it's jettisoned out of the rocket, still orbiting Earth, it travels 1 million miles and parks itself in Lagrange Point 2. Okay? And it can never look back at Earth, I don't believe, because if it does, the sun is in that direction and it'll burn out its sensors. So we're only going to get images of deep space.
Yeah, keyword image. What is it? What is the definition? Like reproduction or reimpression of in art?
Reiteration or something.
It's like they're telling you right there. This is. I wouldn't be. Would you guys be surprised if someone saw this and thought it was real?
They probably.
I think it's real.
Like they had a GoPro on a
What's that?
I don't even know what you would say.
What do they call it? The Great Attractor or something? That the whole solar system's going around. Because it's like the sun of if the sun was a planet, that would be the sun to that. Like we go around.
I don't remember. I slept through most.
Yeah, the Great Attractor is at the middle, and Jaren is always good with knowing these numbers. It's so big. It's so big. It's not even fathomable.
Right.
And it holds everything together, and it's so stupid.
Yeah, there's us.
I'm speechless.
They haven't even proven the fact that the Earth spins, let alone goes around the sun, and us and the sun are flying around the Great Attractor or whatever.
I love when I go on these shows with these with globe believers, and they have a green screen like I have, and I always start out with this. Whoops, that's not this. I always
brick wall. What does that do?
Yeah, start out with a brick wall. I start out with this, and they always have a spinning fake globe behind them.
Real footage.
I just like to point that out. I go, you're starting your argument with a painting, and I'm starting it out with actual balloon footage that can be verified of a level stationary Earth with a local sun. Yeah. Are we done yet?
Yeah, you already won that one. Unless he pulls out 2 dishes of water, then you might have a challenge, right? 2 bowls of water. That guy, I can't get over that guy. I'm sorry. Where are your feet?
That guy. That guy's a good guy. He's a nice guy.
I'm not making fun of him.
I'm making fun of him.
This shit. Some of these debates you have, it's just like, these people. How do you still think this way? Well, you know what? There's people that. I know we're on YouTube, but I could say face mask. No, mask.
Yeah.
I say masked face people outside walking their dogs alone. It's like. So, yeah, of course, they're going to think it's in 2 bowls of water, and that's the Earth system.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's the world we live in.
What time we got Mr. Flat Earth Banjo?
Eddie should be in the waiting room. I don't know. Is he in the waiting room?
Nope. No one, not yet. He should be connecting.
He'll be here
shortly.
That's cool.
I send him the link, and he's in Japan, so it's got to go to outer space and then across, and around the Earth and bounce back. How about
underground cables? Underground
Eddie
cables.
In Japan, do you guys get? And I don't know when I get it a lot. People are like, what about the attack on Pearl Harbor? That proves we live on a globe, right? I'm like,
I haven't got that one.
I have actually, and recently.
But look at it on a flat Earth map. It's perfect. It's easier on a flat Earth map. It's not that bad on a globe either, except that we can't live on a globe.
Right.
It's still.
Explain it to me. I haven't heard this one.
Let me pull up a map. They're just saying if the Earth was flat, the attack on
how'd they sneak up on us?
Could never have happened. And if we look, where's Japan? I can't say Japan is. Where's the United States? Japan's right over here. Japan's here.
Yeah.
And Hawaii is right out here.
Yeah, you just creep up on them. What do you mean?
What do they fly
think?
there.
What do they think? They were hiding behind a 4-mile curve?
I don't know.
And, like,
what
waiting
they think.
because
They
of
just-
that curve. They're going to come
programmed to believe that that's a proof. But the other thing is, when you're flying on a spinning ball, what happens when you cross that axis of rotation? Because the Earth all of a sudden is spinning in the opposite direction.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
When you're heading towards the pole, it's spinning from your left to right. And as soon as you pass the pole, it's coming from your right to left. Okay, wrap your mind around that.
I know.
In
I
the
can't.
airplane.
Globers just they always think they win an argument because they don't need something like sense to win an argument to them. They just don't need to make any sense.
Yeah.
They need, as long as they regurgitate what sounds smart, which is probably what they went to school for or college or even high school at times. So they think that they're smart with these long words and stuff.
That's just
They'll
it.
get ripped apart in any real debate with this shit. They have no evidence.
The programming is on their side, so that's why they feel like they win right
That's
off
why I hate when
top.
they're like, you guys need to prove the flat Earth. You need to prove a map that works or a model
You don't
that
have
works.
any
It's like,
proof. You don't have any
nothing.
proof of the flat Earth. There's so many proofs of the globe. I'm like,
right.
Wrong.
Yeah. It's like you guys don't have a solid proof that could save your life, but you're asking us for concrete evidence, proof of maps and models. Sorry, maps and models don't make
Our
it a
map is
globe or
better than
flat.
their map, and we're going to have the map expert on today, I believe.
He's good. He's good.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear, because I've seen so many maps that look different. The flat one specifically, they all look, some of them look different. Some of them are spaced out differently. He contests to Gleason, and Gleason's a great reference point. I just want to hear kind of the details where he's coming from. I've seen his stuff before, obviously, but kind of want a revamped version of it to go off of because, in this community, it's like we all can't agree on stuff. Well, this is the dumbest thing that we should be agreeing on or disagreeing on. How the heck can any of us know, being regular civilians in this world, if any of these maps check out? We were handed all of them. Right. But it works in the sense of explaining how a geocentric, stationary Earth works and how everything goes around, and there's nothing wrong with that, unless there's huge flaws, then eventually they can be corrected.
Eddie meticulously, tracks all of these emergency landings, gets all of the details, and for some reason, every time they have an emergency landing, it's right on the line between the origin and destination versus the globe, which is off.
That's big. Big.
And I think that those are awesome proofs. I want to ask him, because I have my own semi-proven ideas on the long flights, the Santiago to Australia, Santiago to New Zealand.
Like how fast they go around
it's very
the
simple in my
60s,
mind.
What they call it?
It's
60s.
It's very, it's very, very simple in my mind. These planes go faster than they tell us. But when you have one where they stop, the stops are in North America. Okay. Why would you ever cross the equator?
No,
we got to pick up passengers, we gotta, it's not safe to fly. Why? What are you talking about? You got a full plane of passengers that wants to go to Australia. You don't need to go to America. You don't need to cross the equator and go all the way up that way when, it's a straight line. You want to go to Western Australia, it's a perfectly straight line the way they go. Bam.
Yeah. And again, that's another thing. They've never had a rebuttal that I've ever heard that is worth a notion in any sense. Their rebuttals for these, they basically want to skip over that part of the debate every time I see a debate on this. They want to just kind of fast forward. They kind of get nervous. Because this one's a big one, man. This is one that I included in the first documentary I ever made on this. It's so big.
That map that shows the wind speeds going in circles around the flat version.
Correct. Where everything's
they've taken that down, right, Dave?
No, it's still on the app. If you go in the app and you hit it's the bottom left button, it's got the little map on it, and they took the original down, the null skull. So this one is called Bob Wins or something like that. You hit the menu and you select 10 HPA, which is my favorite. That's like 40,000 feet. And that one will show you, the winds are pretty slow except for the center. The pink and the white are the faster winds. but it'll show you at different altitudes the winds and ocean currents and all sorts of stuff.
Right.
Wow. At a little lower, that's what it looks like. And so the planes do take advantage of these winds.
Yeah, they go faster because of the winds, right?
Right. And sometimes that Santiago flight has a 5-hour, we got there 5 hours later. They didn't expect the winds didn't cooperate the way they expected. And lots of times those flights are canceled because of the winds.
Some of those flights.
They're like, we're never going to make it.
There's people in the community that have tried to book these certain flights that every time they book them, it ends up turning to be a problem. Like right when it's about to go down. Like
I've heard of that too. Because I really wanted someone to actually try to do that. Like,
I think
someone we knew.
I think we did, and we had Max Egan. He was booked on the flight, and we tracked him. You guys remember? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember that now.
Yeah, so we tracked him. He proved that he got on the flight, and he's on a direct flight, and he was supposed to take compass readings the whole time, but he was cranky and fell asleep. But the compass readings he took only made sense on a flat Earth. I think it was Rob Skiba or maybe Jaron and Bob did it. They tracked. They put his compass readings, and it literally led them right across the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's his compass. Whoops, wrong one.
I have a friend that talk to him, and I've been wanting to see if we could get him on the line because I know he's got some interesting stuff going on in his life. Be cool to touch base with him.
So he expected to be going from Santiago and kind of going south, and then southwest.
Yeah.
But his compass readings were saying northwest, then west for a very short period of time. That's because west is only for a short period of time when you're going in a straight line, because immediately you're going southwest, south. And so those were his readings. And, that doesn't, he was a full on flat earth hater because of, just because of the way, flat earthers can be very aggressive and mean sometimes. And so when you do that, he was admittedly not being fair to flat earth. He was like, screw this, and then he finally woke up. This helped wake him up. And over time, he's like, okay, I don't know what this world is, but it's not a globe. So that's all I ever asked for.
That means he's a flat earther. He just doesn't know it yet.
He knows it. He doesn't want to be labeled. And I get it. I want to be labeled a flat earther. I'm owning it.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody
Flat
calls
Earth
me.
Dave.
I'm just me.
Flatties.
You can call me anything. Just don't call me a glober. Fighting words.
Globe head.
Yeah, man. So I think we got Flat Earth Japan coming in.
Flat Earth Banjo, let's go.
Flat Earth Banjo Japan.
Yeah, he's connecting right now. We'll give him a few seconds, guys.
All right. So
hopefully a lot of you will remember him as soon as you see him. But he's been around for a while doing a lot of stuff.
As soon as you hear him, he's got a more distinct voice than Dave from New York.
Yeah. He's cool, man. I think it's awesome that people take the time to learn English and they get good at it. And there's so many ignorant Americans that can't even fathom understanding another language.
Eddie, your audio's on. Can you turn your camera on?
I should be.
Hey,
hey Eddie. Thanks for joining us.
Sean, request has turned his camera on if you click his.
I just did.
On.
Yep.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, there he is.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
How are you, man?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, David. I like your t-shirt. I'm wearing my As It Is Gleason's map.
That's right. Represent.
I think I wore that shirt last week. Good choice.
Yeah. Yeah. How you guys doing, man? Snowing here.
It's snowing here too in Denver, Colorado.
Denver? You're still in Denver?
Yeah.
I thought you had moved to Florida.
I did, and it was with the girlfriend that it didn't work out with. We're still friends. I moved back home.
Okay. All right.
Welcome to the show, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Really
Eddie, what is that ridiculous map behind you?
Man, this is the best representation of our flat Earth. That's what it is.
It's better than the globe, that's for sure. The biggest question I get about the map is, why is Australia so wide? How do you answer that?
Okay, I got that question sometimes. Actually, back in the 90s, there was a documentary, which I have been trying to find a documentary. I can't find it anymore. The guy recorded 5,000 miles from one coast to the other. And I still believe Australia is over 4,000 miles wide. Okay? I can't go there and, prove it myself, but because I take, a baseball Brazil. Brazil is wide and takes, a week if you want to cross from the Atlantic to the Pacific, it will take a week. And the United States, I did this in 3 days. Wow. I went from Georgia to California to San Diego in three and a half days.
Oh, wow.
Driving. But you can't do that in Brazil, in South America.
Well, the Globers will claim it's the bad roads.
No, you can still drive, 60 miles per hour. You can. So, it's just like Brazil is a huge country, takes several days for you to, even if the bad road would start from the point where Brazil ends and Bolivia, Peru, those countries start. But Brazil is a wide country, it takes 3 days just to cross from the Atlantic to the border with Bolivia. Yeah, man.
Well, it's a good observation that you have, man. Obviously, for me personally, I've never really contested to any map. This is one of the ones that I will show people in terms of showing them the flat Earth and how everything would work. I just, I would love to know with the Gleason specifically, because again, I think you always show the Gleasons.
Yeah.
Out of the other flat Earth maps that are similar, they're similar to that. Maybe a little bit things moved or more brought in. Do you look at those maps as just bullshit, or do you look at those maps as like kind of the same as this, where it's like, oh well, it's a good depiction of it, or are you looking at the Gleason map as like the only map that could possibly work with this flat Earth?
The Gleason's map is more precise. Like Gleason's, he was a engineer. Mm-hmm. So it's really precise the way he did all the coordinate system and, the time zones. The other maps, like there is this Portuguese map, which dates back to 1500s. And the shape of the continents are always more or less the same.
Okay.
So you have an idea, the shape of the continents are more or less the same, you know? So, and it goes around. So we have here with the Gleason's map, very good representation what this, Earth is. That's what I believe.
Yeah. And you do a good job of showing why you believe that with the emergency landings often in your videos. And I think that's pretty cool. Often people will be totally against the map based off of something they've seen in the sky, like the sun, the way it moves. And again, they're not looking at the grounds. They're taking their eyes off the grounds and looking up at something else that could possibly be working with multiple optical illusions and just work in a way that we have no idea how the sun works and operates. So go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, finish.
I'm done.
My observation is when you look at the map and look at my clock with the sun going around, I can call somebody in Sydney when the sun is over them. And I say, what time is it? They say it's 12 o'clock. It's noon. And I can call somebody when the sun's over South America. What time is it? It's noon. So wherever the sun is, it is noon in that spot in the world. That is beyond strong evidence, right?
Yeah, the sun being right above you at noon.
Now people say, well, what about the 17 hours of sunlight in Yeshua or wherever it is? And my answer is, well, there isn't 17 hours of sunlight. There is 17 hours of daylight. And that has to do with the optics of the sky and the lighting of the dome, if you will. And depending on your altitude and, what other lands are in the distance, because, lands with mountains beyond where you can see will make the sun set it'll block the light because the sun that we see is so low, and those mountains will block all of the light.
Yeah. And also, David, you pointed out this a long time ago. There's a difference between daylight and sunlight.
Yeah.
I think that when the sun is here on the Tropic of Cancer, I think the sun and the sunlight and the daylight is synced, you know? But when they are at the outer, when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, it's out of sync. So it's like you have daylight and sunlight and two extended parts of the earth, you know? So because there are two different lights, you know, according to the Bible, daylight came first. The fourth day, we have the sunlight. So we do have two sources of lights. We do. And when it's right there, I think it's when the sunlight and daylight is out of sync. And, that's why parts of Australia and South America gets light at the same time. Not sunlight, because when the sun is in South America, Australia does not get the sunlight, but it still have some daylight. That's my view.
Right. So somebody made a video about sunlight and daylight being totally different, and it was a great video. I forgot his name.
And the way I see it is when the sun is heading out towards Capricorn, it's getting closer to whatever we want to say the dome is, whether it's just the limit of our vision, the sky. Personally, I think there is some sort of physical dome up there. I don't know what it is or how it terminates. That's my belief. And you know what? And if somebody has a different belief, let's have that discussion, because we both know it's not a spinning ball. But when you get the light out there, that light wraps around, right? Yeah. Just like we're seeing here. There's daylight over here. The sun's over here. And then the other evidence, I think I mentioned this, I don't know if I mentioned it on our show or sorry, I get my shows mixed up.
You got a lot of shows going on, yeah.
is sunsets when this time of year in December, when the sun is out near Capricorn, in the south in some areas are dark 5 minutes after sunset, pitch black. And in the inner north, when the sun's closer and going smaller, it's curving around us. It's staying near us. And we have light.
So we get more daylight for
2 hours. Like in June and July, the sun is set, and 2 hours later, I can still see.
Yeah.
So that, again, the fast sunset in the south says a faster linear speed that the sun that we see is taking.
Yeah.
Yeah, follow.
So you agree? You think that Australia is being represented accurately on Gleason's? Is that what?
I think so, man. I do. The coordinates on the Western Australia and the Eastern Australia are the same, and I do believe. I really, it's hard because you personally cannot go there,
Of course.
But I had a Zoom meeting with Australian people not long ago. And they say, well, this country is huge. We drive forever and we never, takes longer. Yeah, it takes longer than they say that it should take for them. So I hear that from Australians themselves saying that,
Right. Yeah, and I don't see the only reason why people can't get it across their heads is because they've spent their whole lives looking at it being smaller on other maps. That's it.
Right.
It's all
exactly.
Yeah, I think the shapes of the continents are all. I'm sure that it's bigger in some sense. I feel as if along the way, the rulers of the world, they started to look at it. I can't call it a racial thing, but what they did was they made the white countries bigger than they were for visual aspects. We're big. Yeah. And then they made the Africa and the Latin countries, they shrunk them down like they're these tiny little things. I feel like Africa is probably the biggest country in the world, but you could look at some of these past maps, it's almost the same size as North America in half of them. Right. It's crazy. So that's why I just personally can't contest to a map, but I enjoy the Gleason's map because it's very easy to show things on it, especially flight routes. It's very easy.
The hypocrisy from the Globers is like they attack the Gleason's map, while in every school they have the Mercator there. which distorts completely.
Complete distortion, I know.
Everything about the equator. It's a lot of hypocrisy right there.
Well, even the world map they have, Eddie, the world map, you know, the one that they pull down and it's a flat paper, right? So I'm not going to say that's a flat map. No. So they pull down this world map and like you see the equator and there's land there. It's like, wait, there's a country on the equator? I didn't know that. That's hilarious. Yeah. And it just goes over everybody's head. So I just like to find more out about what you found using the Gleason's map that maybe I missed along the way because I like learning. So
okay, I'm working on a video right now, and it's amazing how many people have come to Flat Earth just by looking at this map. Okay, and this is my experience because I worked with the airlines before. I work in international cargo. And we shipped stuff all over, and I couldn't understand why we were, living in São Paulo, Brazil, South America, shipping things to Australia. Yeah. We had to go to North America. I had no idea. Because I had never seen this map before. So when I saw it back in 2015 and early 2016, immediately, man, that clicked like immediately. That's why I use this a lot when comparing a flight from Rio to Sydney that goes all the way up to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Because, it all makes sense